this really rare phenomenon occurring that's been seen by the naked eye, how then could it be faked into like having a curve? Because I've posted this image and so far
I never heard anyone say that your image was fake or anything like that. But we could also just check the ground to see if the ground is curved.
but why would you do that when we can put stuff really high up to really see the full picture?
Oh, like what?
Like that satellite that took an image of that TLE that was
That's a
also
full
photographed by other
picture?
people. Well,
Well, you
obviously,
said
let me just
full
reverse image
picture.
search it real quick.
Okay.
See if I can find the full one. But you can still.
Not seeing the full Earth, which I thought you were implying when you said
Okay, so
full
let's take a
picture and
straight line.
curvature. But anyway, is it possible that we could go to the Earth itself to see if it's actually curved?
Okay,
I'm
so
fine
here
with
I
this
just
picture.
put a straight line on the horizon, and you can see that it does not follow that straight line.
We got that part, brother. I'm asking if you're willing to actually verify whether the Earth itself is curved.
Well, I already just did. There's an image that is verifiably
Okay,
real.
I've got you. We're sort of repeating ourselves now. Okay, so you've got your picture. This is where your investigation ends. You're now done. I'm still asking whether you're willing to verify that the Earth itself is curving beyond what your picture shows. Because right now you have
Sure,
the
I'll.
standards of a Bigfoot believer, right? If I were to be a Bigfoot believer right now, well, I've got
Okay, you got me
videos,
there.
I've got pictures, right? So we should be able to go beyond just, well, here's a picture, let's close it up, boys. We're all done here. I don't think it works like that.
So, are you familiar with thunderstorms and their general structure
This
is
is
huge?
incredible.
No, I'm asking you. Are you familiar with how they form?
Go ahead and make your argument. We're
All
talking about
right. So
TLEs and thunderstorms.
on a flat Earth, the boundary
We're
layer would
doing
be
it again.
flat. No.
Remember, the flat Earth is just the Earth outside. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, this is outside. Thunderstorms are indoors. No.
Well, you said on a flat Earth, X, Y, and Z should happen, right? Well, it's whatever's happening outside. That's the flat Earth what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
but okay. So what part of this anvil cloud curving to something would indicate that the Earth is flat? Because
Anvil
it's
cloud.
yeah, that's what's called.
Clouds, therefore globe.
No, that you completely missed the point. I mean, you pretty much just danced over it.
You're basically saying, how could this cloud work on a flat Earth? We're saying that the Earth outside with clouds is the flat Earth.
No,
There's really no
okay.
argument
So okay, let's just draw another line for you.
What's
So
the
mind you,
argument here?
this is the most powerful recorded thunderstorm, which happens to be the size of a state, which is where you'd see curvature. I just want to know. Okay, you have this huge thunderstorm which is crashing into a boundary. Now, why would that boundary be curved in nature?
What boundary?
What?
Well, you have a 200 mile an hour updraft and then it hits something and then flattens out. That's how they form.
Are you talking about the curvature of the clouds?
Yeah, obviously you have something conforming to a boundary here.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise the 200 mile an hour updraft would just keep going and going and going.
That's lovely. What type of lens or camera was used for this image?
Well, given how there's no fisheye anywhere else, I'd say pretty much
What do you mean no
standard.
fish? Well, you mean no fish eye anywhere
There's no
else?
fisheye effect there.
Okay, where's the picture from?
It's from a let's see. Let me go to the source of this. From an airliner.
How comes it's less curved in the image that appears to be at night time, where it appears to be further away, but more curved?
Which image are you referring to?
I'm comparing all of them. The one that you posted dead on the hour, or the two that you posted which appear to be at night time, and the ones that you've just posted with clouds on them at like 2 minutes past and 3 minutes past.
What the fuck are you getting at here?
Seems
Yeah,
to
it's
be-
not the same thunderstorm. If you're asking,
Is it the same altitude?
no, this is like at 70,000
No.
feet.
So 170,000 feet. What about the other one?
Other one, I'd probably guess it to be your average, 45 to 50,000 foot tall thundercloud.
I'm talking about the height of where the observer is taking the image from. You've given me one height. You're saying they're two different heights?
Well, okay, for the nighttime one, what is the average height of a satellite? You can look that one up.
This is your information. I'm asking you. Now you're asking me to go and find out about your claim. There appears to be.
Well, okay, I can serve you this on a platter, but then you're gonna be like, oh, fake. Here, hold on, let me look this up for you.
He's clairvoyant as well.
I'm just trying to ask you questions, and you just
Okay, so the image that was taken is roughly 370 to 460 kilometers, the nighttime one.
Okay, and the one at ground level?
The one at ground level, that's obviously not at ground level. It's, I don't know, like...
The one at daytime where we see the clouds and the storm. That 3 minutes and 2 minutes past the hour. What's the altitude of these images?
80,000 feet.
Pardon?
80,000 feet. Given how you can see above the 70,000 foot thunderhead.
Why is there more curvature closer to the ground?
What do you mean? There's more curvature in the one that's further. Do you not see the straight line I painted out here where you can see the drop off?
I'm looking at the one.
Oh, that's not the. Let me repost this real quick if you. Because you won't scroll up to see.
Yeah, he's referring to the two things that you posted, so he did scroll up.
Yeah, you can see that straight line, right? And then you have it drop off. Like it's not linear, it's I don't know what the fuck your point is here. Like
I've got lots of points, mate. I'm only just trying to get to this one where you got the comparison of the quote unquote daytime and nighttime images. You've told me that they're from different heights. I'm trying to figure out the amount of curvature that we should see at these different heights. And one of them you've given me is an altitude of what? 80,000, 70,000 feet?
I don't think you're comprehending the full scale here. So you know how big Oklahoma is? That is the size of the daytime image.
Yeah,
it is the size of Oklahoma. Even bigger, in fact.
I just want to know the altitudes, dude.
The nighttime one is probably the size of New York.
Why are you giving me sizes of one altitude?
I already gave the altitudes. Now you're asking the sizes of... You're pretty much...
Not asking...
You're asking... Okay, so let me get this straight. You're asking, okay, so why is there more curvature in the one that's closer to Earth versus the one that's taken from space, right? Is that what you're asking? Because if so, that is because you'd see a curve more... You'd see a bigger curve in something that's the size of a state versus something the size of a city.
What? That makes no sense, G.
To draw the lines comparable as well. When you've got above the arc, the other one you've got below the arc.
I noticed that too.
This is why it's hard to compare. I mean, look, you might even be showing the same amount of curvature, but vastly different. But because you've drawn your horizontal line into different uncomparable places, it's hard to tell. Would you mind doing me a favour? One of your images, don't mind which, would you mind drawing a corresponding horizontal line, and then we can compare the two horizontal lines in reference to the curvature from the same place? That'd be right. So like above the horizon. You give me a picture at 6 minutes past the hour. You've drawn a horizontal line below the horizon.
Let me try to find the fucking voice text. Okay, so you're asking.
I'm asking you to draw me another line at the moment, mate.
Okay, another line where? Because I was tuned out trying to find another image.
I have to do this
Well,
all again.
you see, yeah, sorry.
You see the image you posted at 3 minutes past the hour?
Yeah,
Paul, you see you've drawn that horizontal line.
yeah.
The ones at night time you've drawn underneath the curvature. It's kind of hard to tell the differential between the horizontal line and the curvature when your placed horizontal line is in two different places that we're trying to use as your horizontal reference. Would you be so kind, sir, as on your nighttime one, draw the horizontal line in the same way that you've done in the picture at 3 minutes past the hour? That'd be okay.
Yeah, let me open up Photoshop real quick.
Thank you.
It even boot up. In the meantime, here's another phenomenon the size of a state that's going further down for some reason, which would not really align with a flat Earth.
A flat Earth that you created in your head, right?
Well, I mean, you're saying Earth is flat. Flat is a pretty easy to understand concept.
Oh, wait.
It's
You know
a
what's so
linear
funny
plane.
about that? If it's so easy, how come you guys never get it right?
Well, from what I can see, none of you can agree on one solid.
Whoa, wait a minute. I thought it was so easy that you understand it. So we the flat earthers, we don't understand our own position. That's what you're saying?
Well, I just never seen any flat earthers
luck
come to like a
selling
solid
that
agreement on the workings of their flat Earth.
But you said it was so easy. It's one thing. It's very easy to understand, right?
What are you getting at
This
here?
is my point. Exactly. You guys do this every time.
No,
Well, the flat Earth
I'm
must be like this, and it's not. Well, therefore, it can't be flat.
okay. So why
Well,
are there
ask
things
anything
curving to
else.
the horizon that are so big as a state? In fact, why are there things curving to the horizon if the horizon doesn't curve? That doesn't make any sense.
Which is why I asked a question about the lens, but you were adamant that this wasn't happening. You know that you can bend horizontal lines just with the curvature of a lens, right?
Can bend horizontal lines to the fuck.
No, I'll explain it another way. If you've got a horizontal line and you're taking a picture of it and your lens is curved, because of that curvature of that lens, if you angle the camera up, for example, or you angle the camera down, where that horizontal line intersects the curvature of the lens, it's going to curve. You can make horizontal lines bend if there's a curve in your lens. Very simple to understand. Why? Giggling.
Trying to comprehend the logic here.
Curved lenses bend horizontal lines.
Okay, so
Fuck me, man. What the fuck?
so if you're okay, so
Say
what
it,
I'm
say
at,
it, say it. On a
I
flat
have a
Earth.
question here,
Go ahead.
a counter
I love it.
question. So obviously, what we see is photons reflecting off of stuff. That's how we can see things, right? On a fisheye lens, it doesn't just make the photons go to like the shadow room. That's not even a
To be
thing.
fair,
Like,
the only one who's bringing up fisheye lens is you.
no,
Just pointing-
Jedi just
pointing
pointed out. Jedi just literally mentioned fisheye lens, so don't even
He
try to
never
hit
said
me with that.
fisheye lens.
He did verbatim.
He
I'll
said
clip
the
it. I'll
lens
clip
of the
it.
camera.
Yeah, he's asking if it's fisheye. No, they don't have
No.
fisheye lens up there.
The fisheye is not the only lens that exists.
Excuse me. So I'm just pointing out barrel distortion as opposed to pincushion distortion, depending on the convex or concavity of the lens. It doesn't have to be doesn't have to be a GoPro. It doesn't have to be fisheye.
All right, but you know what's crazy is even with your eyes, you can see that it like that. Some of this stuff curves. It's not just some fisheye distortion. If you could see it with the naked eye and you can measure it,
You keep saying fisheye. Like you're only debunking
or
things you've come
some
up with
camera
wrong.
distortion. If you don't have a camera and you're using other means to measure it, then I don't see what the argument is here.
You measure with your eyes?
No, you measure with instruments, obviously. And I've already measured stuff out.
The
Oh,
Earth being curved?
Is he claiming the horizon is
Here,
curving?
hold up. Okay, so I've got a question for you.
Okay.
Another one, in fact. So, if you can believe it. So, we have things that can... This isn't a laser test. It's...
Wait, why are we moving on so quickly again?
Because obviously, what I've put forward, you guys are just going to try and say it's some
We're
camera
not trying
distortion.
to do anything.
I've never seen
We're trying to
it.
address what you've posted specifically.
Yeah,
Just like
you're
the first
asking...
time when you brought up gravity contains gas and you wanted to move on as quickly as possible. On to
No,
the next
I already
point.
said... No, you're leaving out the point when I said I concede because I don't have the equipment to measure gravity. But you keep leaving that point out. That's
No
fine.
one
I
said
don't
you
care.
had to have equipment to measure gravity. We're just saying this is the claim.
Well,
you
if I were to give you anything, any measurement of gravity that any bigger lab than what I have,
your fortune teller.
What's that?
If I were to do this, you'll do this. How do you know what we're gonna do?
No,
We haven't
no.
done it yet.
Well, because I've already put forward some images, and you guys are just pretty much saying, "Oh, it's BS."
We
That's
just had
never what happened.
sorry, we just had a little bit of scrutiny. Just some very simple, basic questions that you would generally ask when presented evidence such as this. What type of camera was used?
Yeah, your questions are pretty much escaping the realms of logic here.
Dude, escaping the realms of logic. I'm asking you about the fucking lens that will distort the image if it's a particular type of lens. You want me to not ask this question? You an idiot.
I highly doubt that they're sending up GoPros to space. I'm sorry, but they're
That's
not going to
what
be
he
sending some
said. You're
shit like
bad.
that up
You're
there.
starting
My
to
word.
dip into bad faith at this point.
My word, this man's intolerable.
This is
All right,
bad
so-
faith. You keep saying fisheye, fisheye, fisheye. We've never brought up GoPro or fisheye. We're talking about lenses. You also can, if that picture you took of the cloud, not you necessarily, it's not like that was taken on the outside of the airplane. So there's things like looking through different lenses, right? No one said anything about a GoPro camera. And also,
But it's not.
you were
It's
requested-
a
you were trying
camera
to address
mounted
your-
underneath
you-
the aircraft.
We were trying, so it's on the
It's-
outside of the plane.
It is on the outside of the plane. There's no
Okay,
window
yeah.
distorting it.
Okay.
Like, it is typically used to document stuff like this. That's the only reason why they'd send that plane up. It's not just some
Only
like
reason why they send
passenger
the plane up is to document what?
to document like severe weather.
Okay.
Weather balloons, wasn't it?
Are you guys familiar with these things? It's called
We're moving
radar.
on yet again.
Oh,
No,
radar.
no,
You
this
never
one's
posted
this
you
one's a
never
good one that I
posted
would like to.
Before we move on, this is what's called gish galloping. You were requested to post a second image with your horizontal line in the proper spot. Have you done that yet?
Oh, I have Photoshop open right now on my second monitor, so that gives you an update. This is like an in the meantime type of thing here.
We got
In the
time. You already posted something
meantime.
else in the meantime. The
Yeah,
red image. So let's not just move on. We have stuff we need to address.
Doesn't want us to logically attack his claim to see if it holds up to any type of standard. He just wants us to accept it at face value, which is a bit weird.
No, I literally have Photoshop open right now and I'm working on this.
Well,
so
hurry up. We got time, bro. We got time today.
I didn't mean
course
to
you do.
send that. I meant in general.
See, the chat is catching on as well. The image with the big cloud, why is the line referencing the top of the cloud as opposed to the horizon, which it appears can be seen on the right side of the image?
Because for it,
As to the nighttime one, has anyone put it through Photoshop? It does appear.
because if there's a
to
layer
be
over a
different.
flat surface, then obviously it'd be mirroring the shape of that flat surface. No.
Why?
You're doing it again.
Well, no, I'm answering. I'm hitting your question with a question. I want an explanation for where you're coming from here.
Tops of clouds take many forms. To say the top of the cloud is the surface of the earth would be stupid.
No, it's hitting a layer that is above what is being told as a flat Earth. No,
You've got no idea the density or the temperature of the gas that's residing just above the cloud.
but we've
You've got
measured it.
You've
We've
got no
measured
idea.
it, dude. Let me find the graph.
What, the cloud?
Yeah, we have methods to
We-
measure this shit.
We have methods to measure it. Was this measured, this curve of cloud?
You okay? So you went from measuring the density of this gas to measuring the cloud, which I don't even know how you measure a cloud for curvature.
I said you've got no idea.
I'll
You
clip it
said-
right now. Let me turn my shout out play on for this. This is gonna be funny.
Okay, cool.
Wait, we already covered the whole density of the gases as we increase, did we not? That was the first thing we discussed.
Got no idea if it's uniform. It's just what the fuck.
The respawn. So
I never said it was at 80,000 feet. I said it was 70,000 feet. So I don't know why you're putting that in my mouth, Zyla.
You have a clip of
lower.
actually.
Well,
You
even
did say
then, you still wouldn't
80,000.
even see curvature at 70,000 feet.
I said the aircraft is at 80,000 feet.
Well, even then, you still wouldn't.
Okay, so you're looking at something that's the size of a state in that image. You're saying that it would not curve whatsoever. So
Mathematically, no. You're not high
okay,
enough.
so show me your math.
Okay.
You can't just say mathematically speaking and then not show your math.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Literally made the claim 2 seconds ago. Give me a second. Now, you're obviously not going to accept my authority. Will you accept PhDs in astrophysics?
Is this what you're looking for here? Also, did you just say you have a PhD?
No.
He's not listening.
Obviously, you won't accept just me. Would you accept a PhD in physics?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So
Let's see what his work is.
Yeah, let's go and get Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Also, Ronk, I like how you just left out the fact that there's obviously curvature within the atmosphere above that line. You just completely left that out.
What's the altitude? Did you ever give us the altitude?
I already said, but I guess you memory hold it or whatever. That's
You
cool.
said 80,000 for the one with the cloud. What was the other one? You said just
for the night one.
Google it. Yeah. You said to Google it.
Yeah, no, and then I followed up with 370 to 460 kilometers high. And then I guess you just weren't listening. So, I mean, maybe if you want me to repeat it again, 370 kilometers to 460 kilometers. There you go.
Okay, so we got 100 kilometers.
We have it said 3 times now.
Gotcha.
Okay, so James, you're saying it's not real. However, you can see that TLE, which is a transient luminescent event. You can see that TLE. You see that's caused from a positive strike. Now, what's crazy is we actually have the data measured from that TLE, the magnetic fields. We have the photograph of it at the same time that it was on the satellite image. So I don't know how you'd fake it in real time if you have other people on the ground who are taking a photo of the same exact thing. That only happens for like a fraction of a second.
No one's saying your TLEs are fake, dog.
Yeah, but he just said it doesn't look real. So
this is from a video too, right?
yeah, it's from a stream.
Can you grab the video for us?
See if I can find it. It was pretty much just a clip on this stream.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can find anything here. It's kind of like asking me to find a needle in a haystack, which I appreciate.
Well, I mean, hey, listen, this is your bag. This is your stuff. We shouldn't have to go digging for the stuff you've claimed or posted, right?
I don't know what a video would help you out with for something that's only there for like a fraction of a second, but all right. Oh, here.
Hey, if he's saying it's fake, I mean, we'd love to see the video. You're saying it's from a stream, so I don't see why that's so hard to ask for. All right, Jedi, do you want to? Oh wait, shit! I don't know if it'll play through the bot, but I do have the sound here.
Yeah, pull up. What I did before you play the sound of that one is I posted 2, so he's referenced it twice. So this is at least once him explaining where you should see the curvature of the Earth from, how high you should have to be.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, that was the Red Bull jump.
Yeah, so here's some
So if we're
footage
not
of this.
seeing, if we're not seeing curvature at 130,000 feet roughly, how is it being seen at 70 to 80,000 feet? There's the math for you. And even better, Paul Larson, planetarium director, if you were at the elevation of the ISS, they're about
Was-
250 miles above
You just
Earth.
asked for that
If you
video and you
calculate
just
the
casually breezed
horizon
over
line,
it.
we're not breezing over anything. You asked for the math, we're going to get it, and then the video's posted for James Richard so we can take a look. Again, even if you were at 250 miles above the Earth and you look 360 degrees around at the horizon, it would look flat.
Got a circle of vision around you.
Have any of you put a camera up there? Is what I'm now wondering.
I'm just breezing
Well,
past the math
yeah.
that you asked for.
Yes. So this was what else I was going to bring up. Other high altitude photography shows a flat horizon from elevations of 120 to 180,000 feet. So we've got corresponding evidence, which is why Creation Bear keeps wanting to bring you back down to the floor. You say 70,000 feet curve, I say 120,000 feet flat.
Yeah, and it's not even Jedi saying it's the astrophysicist who was given a microphone to teach the world that it's a globe. He's saying it. So, but hey, we've got a bus pulled up. If you want to, throw them onto the bus, we've got extra buses in the back. But yeah, we can take a look at his video as well. And I'll watch it.
And yeah, and you're also invoking the geometrical horizon, which you don't have at ground level, so why do we magically see it up in the sky?
Here, don't worry here. Hold up.
Oh, I love it. So these are not that this is an issue, but looks like these are images, not videos from NASA, which is fine.
You can only get maybe 1 or 2 frames of this event. I don't know what you're expecting. It's like some 10-second long event.
Oh, it's
Not
fine.
yet.
It's fine. I'm imposing the expectations.
I mean, I already stated that it's a very short-lived event.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, so now, okay, so you have that, which is a live stream. I don't know how you'd be able to fake that when other people on the ground can also see that at the
This
same
is a
exact
live
time.
stream.
We've been
What's
trying
that?
to tell the last 10 minutes that mathematically speaking, you're not far off away from the Earth to perceive left or right curvature. You should just have a 360 degree circle of vision around you, no matter the altitude. You shouldn't see this type of curvature. Not from the altitude that you're at, 70,000 feet. They do this to us in the same sort of thing on the International Space Station live stream, where they show a very, very curved horizon. But when we're told about the mathematics, not far enough away from the Earth to see that type of curvature on the horizon, especially so pronounced.
Have you guys ever worked with radar?
Changing the subject again?
Oh no, I've been trying to get on this subject, but you guys keep glazing over it because
That means you're trying to get off. the
sure it pokes some
subject.
holes
Oh,
here.
God.
I mean, it's the I already sent you the streams and the sources here. Obviously, you've done some digging yourself, and
What type of horizon?
When are we gonna get to the actual Earth itself, dude? We started off with gravity. Continued
is this not part of the Earth? That's crazy.
Okay, if you
It's
want to
not the
talk about
surface of the
radar,
Earth.
what type of signals are we using?
This is some pretty childish cherry picking, but that's
Childish cherry picking is crazy.
No, it's all right. Radar's
Yeah, let me.
Nice.
Where's my phone?
definitely most
Let me
definitely.
hop on
proven.
radar scope real quick for y'all.
Radars.
I mean, Brody hasn't mentioned the surface of the Earth once. We're cherry picking. The topic is flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, and this is part of the Earth.
Gravity and air.
So what? Because it's not on the surface, it's not Earth. Is that what you're trying to get at here? Because
I've
that's
been asking
pretty
you the
fucking
whole time
ridiculous.
if you can confirm that the surface is curved. How is that ridiculous? That's the whole point. If the surface is curved, we can go home. You're just showing us pictures of curvature at 80,000 feet, which doesn't even match the globe math.
I'm not saying that you can see curvature from the naked eye. I'm saying that you can see thunderstorms curve to something. On a flat
So what?
Earth.
Ground?
No, the troposphere. Which
So what
we
about
can.
the ground is supposed to be curved?
I don't know how you're supposed to see curvature from 1 foot off the
No, I didn't
ground.
say
But,
anything about seeing it.
well, you just said
saying
from the ground,
verify.
so I don't know what else you never really elaborated on that,
No,
have you?
that verify the ground is curved. If you can't see curve, we just posted examples of why you can't see curvature at 100,000 feet. Why would my argument then follow up being, well, you should see it at the ground? I'm asking you to confirm that the ground is curved. Cool, you got your thunderstorms. Cool, you got your radar. Let's verify what the ground is actually doing. That's the whole point of this thing.
Yeah, well, you know, if it's a flat Earth, then there'd be no limitations in
It's
radar,
just
and
the
it'd
Earth.
just go on
You're
forever.
doing it
Nah,
again. You're doing
no,
this again.
you haven't even
No.
answered that at all, though.
Not even anywhere
No,
near.
the answer is no.
Oh my god!
Okay, so why? So what's stopping radar from just going on forever?
The amount of energy that you put into the system, how strong.
Yeah, but
you
square
make
cube law, we're not seeing distortions from square cube law. Otherwise, because we know what that looks like,
Yeah,
we're not
we
seeing
understand.
distortions from square cube law.
Do you mean inverse square law?
No, I don't know where you pulled that from.
What, inverse square law?
It's
You don't
I
know what
guess
the-
it's got a different definition over there, wherever British
No.
Isles. Anyway,
How can it be a square cube law? They're one's square and one's a cube. It doesn't even make sense.
The inverse square law you want to be talking about, dude.
Yeah, it's the inverse square law which would define how far the radar could reach based on the energy input, right?
yeah, but when you have like a
Yeah, but-
megawatt radar, there's really no limitation. I mean, we can see on 20 kilowatt radars, we can see that limitation, but we can't see that on. We're seeing a different sort of.
We see it different. We see
Yeah, it's not. It's very clearly not just a low power thing. It's clearly
power.
I mean, I don't know if you've ever looked at a weather radar, but
Are you ever
they
gonna
go
tell
pretty
us about
far.
the curvature?
You'll
Dude,
struggle.
excuse me. Are you ever going to tell us about the curvature of the Earth? Because all you've just pointed out is, depending on the amount of power you put into the system, there'll be a limitation to how far the signal will propagate based on the.
Until you put so much power that the only thing limiting you is some boogeyman called the curve.
You're talking. I don't
What
understand.
curve?
We politely let you speak, and when I start speaking,
Go
you
on.
feel the need to stop me from speaking. I'm just pointing out that you seem to be now on our side by pointing out the limitation to the radar is the amount of energy you put into the system based on the inverse.
Yeah, and we've
square
already
law.
dumped a couple of
Not-
megawatts.
I haven't quite finished. Not the curvature of the Earth, then.
No, I just mentioned that when you have no limitations from how much power you're putting into, we still have a limitation from the curvature of the Earth. That's literally what I just said. Don't bend my words.
No, because you keep moving that limitation further away from the radar antenna, the more energy you put into the system. Correct?
Here,
Correct.
let me just quickly grab this.
Oh my god. Not listening. Why should we talk to you if you're just not going to listen?
No, I've listened.
Cool.
So you're trying to say
No, you seem to be
No, but
invoking
he's
some.
just saying what he's saying.
You seem to be invoking some kind of radar horizon, a limitation to the radar device.
yeah, the
Now,
only limitation is going to be the
You're
horizon.
trying to say that if the Earth was flat, we would have no limit. No, the limitation is the amount of energy that you put into the system. What you need to be arguing for is
No,
the radar.
you're not fucking
The
listening.
radar-
Okay, let me grab some radar.
Brother, you
From
can
a
grab
lower
the
power
radar.
systems
You're
real quick
saying
here.
that the result is the curvature of the Earth. We still have to go verify that that is there. You called it a boogeyman. Essentially, that is what it is until you go find it.
Yeah, Doppler radar operates at a couple
Saying
of megawatts.
what else could it be is not an argument.
No, we already know what it is on the globe
No,
Well,
model.
then, in
But
reality,
flat earthers, they still have yet to explain this.
I just
there's no
did.
explanation
You did
needed,
So
Well,
here, okay, so I want you to pay attention for once.
bro.
So you see how there's nothing over here? This is a distance where it would curve, by the way. See how there's nothing on that radio tower. But it's clearly powerful enough to image the storms away from it.
How far away?
Like in very good quality to the point that we can 3D model it. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it posting that image again?
No idea.
Let's
You like-
take KILX radar. You notice how there's precipitation that can't be seen, even though you can clearly see something before it hits the curve.
What's he talking
We already have an explanation for this on the globe Earth.
We're not in the business of explaining. We're in the business of verifying the claim that you've made that the curvature is
Okay,
the
I'm
cause.
saying it's curved. I'm saying it's curved because Doppler
know.
radar's only
Now we
limitation.
need to verify whether that's true or not. We know what
Okay,
you're saying.
verify it.
Well, that's your claim. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just made my claim
The
that
distance.
it's
Sorry.
curved, and the only
We
limitation
need
of
you to
Doppler
make
is curved.
claims.
Sorry.
We need you to back up the claims you
What
have
curve-
made. Sorry,
dude.
God.
Yeah,
What-
I just backed it up with a very
How?
visual representation.
You're saying the only way this could be true is because of curvature.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Congrats.
Well, where's the
What's-
curvature?
Okay, well, the fact that you can't see any storms beyond a certain point, even though Doppler radar has enough power to push it
Just repeating
multiple
the
states.
claim.
No, yeah, and you have yet to refute
Yeah,
my claim.
I know. There's no evidence for your claim. There's no curvature.
There's
that you
evidence,
presented.
dude. That's the imaging from the radar, so that is evidence.
You're saying the cause is curvature.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, where?
Curvature, you can see it on. Okay, so notice how you can. No,
Curvature. No.
no.
Okay.
Okay, so
Got it.
you notice how you can only see the top level of the storm right there.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
just
top
gonna
level
repeat
from
that-
far
that-
away.
You're just going to repeat that the claim is the cause is curvature.
So how is it that from different radars you can see
Asking
different
me
levels
how-
of the
what else
storm?
could it be is not evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that you can see the curve there, considering how.
You can see the curve there.
Yeah, the radars go straight. The radar, yeah, they go straight. They go straight. Okay, go ahead, laugh, but they go straight.
You can see the curvature,
Alright.
guys.
Not
you can
quite.
see
You
it.
can. It's
Not
it's
quite.
very clear.
Circle it.
Okay,
Sorry.
if you have a laser going forward and you have,
Right, see, can you stop
do
talking?
you guys want do you guys want an MS Paint? Like hello?
Can you stop talking so we can address?
Yeah,
So-
address it.
Yeah, so we understand that predominantly the ray goes straight, but it does have a circle around the installation, right? Circle
Yeah,
of the
pretty much.
circle of propagation. Yeah, this circle of propagation is an Earth curvature. That circle of propagation will be different depending on the amount of energy you put into the system. My question is, what is the distance from the sender of the signal, the radar installation, to the radar horizon? What's that distance?
Let me see if I can find a paper on that.
Good, that'd be awesome.
On a flat Earth, this wouldn't be true, is not an argument. Nor is it our position.
We're not going to be
All right,
waiting
so
around.
Doppler radar, it can only go 200 miles, which
Can only go
it
200.
from 200 miles away, you cannot
Uh-oh.
see anything at 26,000 feet.
Okay, that's awesome. So I
or
can
below
point out
26,000 feet. You can only see above 26,000 feet from 200 miles away.
Okay, awesome. So I can point out to you, and I will do, and I'm going to start listing American air bases with radar installations. Some radar installations have a radius value of up to 800 miles. That's
Yeah, but
beating
that's pulse. That's riding the ionosphere. It's pulse.
No, it's detecting things on the water and military. They're looking
Yeah, there's
for
Doppler radar is not a naval radar. It's
I'm talking about other radar. We're talking about signal propagation. These ones aren't ionospheric bouncing. That's scanning the waters. You're not going to be able to ionospheric bounce twice to find a signal ping. That's not what radar.
we do this with AM rate. What the fuck are you talking about? We do this with AM radio.
No, radar's different. You need to pick up a location, not just pick up a signal. You need to pick up a location. The signal needs to bounce off of that location. This is the problem with bouncing off of locations on a curved surface.
Who the fuck is? Hold on, I'm getting a call.
When you fuck's sake, what's the point of talking to him? Radar bounces are different when you're bouncing them off the ionosphere. They're supposed to hit the target after the bounce off the ionosphere, then bounce off the target, hit the ionosphere, then come back to the radar installation. It's not possible to do.
I'm back. What was the point you made?
They're not using ionospheric bounce.
Okay, but what the fuck?
So 800-mile radar radius military installations. I can point out the Jindari. I've got a list here.
Yeah, but they're not looking for atmospheric events now, are they? They're looking for other ships. It's a completely different technology being used.
Yes, they're looking for stuff on the water that's up to 800 miles away that they wouldn't be able to use this technology if the surface of the Earth was curved. Yes, this is what we're trying to point out.
Yeah, they use klystrons, which are magnitudes more power.
It's further than your radar horizon that you gave at 200 kilometers or whatever it was. This is further than that.
Yeah, so one shoots in a straight line and one does not. That's pretty evident. I work with I work with magnetrons and radars all day.
That's good. So this radar doesn't bounce off the ionosphere.
I've never worked with a naval radar, but let me take a quick look here.
Okay, guys.
Okay, so you're specifically talking about OTH radar.
Yeah, if you want to talk about over the horizon technology that is said to bounce off the ionosphere, okay, now that's fine. But I'm talking about a line of sight piece of technology. We're talking about radar that is trying to track the position of an object on the surface of the Earth,
which is called a straight line is Doppler.
Okay, that's awesome.
And you're for some reason talking about over the horizon for whatever the fuck.
No,
because over the horizon is 800 miles range. Doppler is a straight line that's just 300, 200 miles.
Yeah, that's a lovely fancy name for it. I'm pointing out that it's a direct line of sight piece of technology.
It is not a direct line of sight.
Sorry, can you explain?
Doppler just shoots in a straight line.
Excuse me, can you demonstrate to me how radar does not work on the direct line of sight principle and hits off an ionosphere?
What? You just fucking cut out. Say that one more time.
Can you demonstrate to me how radar does not work in a direct line of sight?
Okay, you keep saying radar, but you're not even saying like what type of. There's like 10 different types of radar.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find the articles for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you draw that line of the horizon on your picture, please? We've been waiting for half an hour as well.
Say that one more time. Like you're just saying radar, but like there's radar uses a lot of different effects. Doppler radar is using the Doppler effect.
That's lovely. Can you draw your horizon on your picture, please?
Scroll up.
Oh, you've posted it, have you?
Yeah, and well, got glazed over. I wonder why.
Because you changed the subject onto radars. Do you remember that?
Well, I already posted it.
Yeah, it's the subject
Made
we're
no
talking
mention
about
of
now.
it.
But the one that you posted at 20 minutes past the hour, which isn't even horizontal. Fuck me, I don't know what to do.
You specifically asked for the line to be the same as the one with like the daytime image, like to be roughly around the same area.
Yeah, horizontal.
Yeah, with the cloud is what you said.
I'm looking at the one at 20 minutes past the hour.
Anyway, so where's that article you're gonna send me? Because what you're talking about is radar that is not shooting in a straight line, operates at a completely different frequency. Those radars are not in the gigahertz range like Doppler is.
That's awesome. Explain to me how it bounces off the ionosphere.
Because it's fucking huge? What?
No, how do you get a radar location after bouncing off of an ionosphere?
Because ionosphere is reflective to
Okay, so we leave the receiver.
Okay, so just don't even fucking listen. That's cool. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to explain. We leave the receiver, the signal. It hits the ionosphere. It goes down to the object. What happens next?
It just continues to skip until, inverse square law gets to it. But Doppler is a microwave radar. It's not like radio where, the wavelength is like the size of like a building.
Yeah, after the signal has hit the ionosphere, it's going to go down towards the surface of the Earth.
You're saying signal? What?
Yeah, the signal that's been left on the receiver to hit the object and then get a ping and then come back.
I don't think you know how radar works quite yet.
Yeah, it sends out a signal, it hits something, then it comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just completely described a completely different method of operation for radar.
We sent out a signal from the radar. It hit the ionosphere. It reflected off the ionosphere and down towards the surface of the Earth to a boat. I'm asking you to fill in the rest of the fucking story.
So far, okay, you've yet to link the fucking link to whatever radar you're talking about, the naval radar.
I had this conversation with you and you don't seem to be able to follow. You're talking about ionospheric bounce. So I'm asking about the path of the radar signal from the radar, off the ionosphere, off the object, off the ionosphere, and back to the receiver. That should be the path, right?
I was replying to someone else. What?
Right, fuck off then.
I was talking to someone else because it would help if it's one at a time instead of all of VC going after one person. If you really want to get anywhere.
Just one person talking, and you're just deciding which conversation you're going to fucking align to. Dude, if you're not going to listen to the person who's speaking to you in voice call, I'm not going to bother talking to you. Tried to explain my position several times, and you seem very...
You said fucking... You just mention how radar operates. What about it? How long distance radar works?
Is the dummy still here?
Yeah, he's probably
You
not
want to debate
listening.
me then, heretic?
Oh god, here we go.
8?
Or are you just gonna hide and mute?
All right, make an argument.
Well, you've yet to reply to any of the other arguments I put forward.
Didn't hear jack shit that you said. I just tuned in. So what do you got?
All right. So if you have a straight line radar, which is what we call Doppler, then if it's a straight line, then what's the limitation? Because we can pump as much power into it, but we can't get past a certain distance.
An argument or a question?
It's an argument because if the Earth was flat, then it would just keep on going because it's a straight line radar.
Put it into a formal syllogism for me.
You fucking people just use big words that
You
are
don't
like
know
from
what a
old
syllogism
English.
is, so you don't know what an argument is. Okay, that's the problem you're having. I see. Do you have any evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, it affects my line of work quite often, and
Okay.
I have to account for it quite
Well,
often.
The globe affects your line of work. Is that your evidence that there's a globe?
Yeah, I work with radar,
I work with radar.
and we have to account for it.
You have to account for what? A globe?
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth is generally a limitation with Doppler radar.
Okay. So is there a measurement for this globe that you're accounting for?
Yeah, we can measure it with radar just fine.
Okay, provide that measurement, because I don't know why you'd be accounting for something that isn't there, that hasn't been shown to be there via direct measurement in the first place, unless you're just insane or something.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of measurements, but you guys already blew those off.
Did you provide one? Well, if there's plenty, just pick one that's really good and post it in the chat. Let's take a look.
Well, scroll up and then you'll see it. So fuck off.
No, I won't. Just post it now.
Yeah, just scroll up in chat.
No, just post it now. We're starting over.
Scroll up in chat.
I don't know what I'm looking for, so just post whatever it is.
The radar imagery. Hello.
Radar imagery.
Yeah. Scroll
See
up.
what White posted. That doesn't look like globe proof. Want to just post whatever it is that you want to roll with.
Well, I'm sorry you can't even understand radar imagery, so I can't really help you there.
Okay, I'm
If you
sorry.
have no technical
can't understand how to
expertise.
Post a link. Can't help you there.
I'm still waiting for Jedi to send that one link.
We don't have to send you anything. You just made a baseless claim. We can just discard it.
Is that the link, Jedi?
You can just.
Because if so, that's not Doppler radar.
Yeah. So anyway, can you post your globe measurements? I need to. Yeah. Well, Jedi, if you want to talk to him, go ahead.
Why don't I disengage from him? Because several times whilst trying to talk to him, he's been talking to other people and not. So I've had to re-explain myself. Now I'm just posting things for my pleasure. You can fuck off, mate.
Distracted and scatterbrained. He can't focus on his claim. That's a big problem. Yeah. Okay. So get out the Adderall drip and try not to get too distracted by what's going on in the chat, and just focus. Really focus on what globe measurement. You said there's plenty of them, so really focus on the one that you like, and just post that in the chat so we can have a look together. Posted a picture of Earth. Looks pretty flat. Gave up already? They always do this thing where they're like, I posted it, I already gave it to you, but they never gave you anything.
I just found a flat Earth reference on like the most random fucking video.
Hmm.
Hold on, I'll put a screenshot in the side chat.
Okay, so where's the demonstration of curve? Would you be able to just provide the measurement and the methodology for it? Because you just gave me a blurry image and went, ta-da. Okay, can you provide a citation from your link? Like, get the quote. Whatever part it is within that paper that actually proves the curvature or provides the methodology or whatever it is you're trying to demonstrate. So don't just elephant hurl a link. Quote whatever that link said that proves the curvature. I'm just going to take away your text perms if you're not going to respond. I will, so one more chance to respond. Gotta do it the old-fashioned way. It will work.
Still didn't work. That's pretty
Yes, it's
embarrassing.
going to.
It's pretty embarrassing.
There you go. It worked. Pretty
He
embarrassing.
baited you to talk.
Okay, you're welcome to chat. So why don't you go ahead and provide?
You haven't
whatever
even
your
clicked that
evidence
link in like.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't you read from the link your quote, the quotation that you would use to cite that link? What is in there that actually demonstrates the curve? Go ahead.
So what it says is the problem with Doppler radar is that the beams do not follow the curvature of the surface of Earth. You can see this yourself. I'm
What curvature?
here, which radars.
No, what curvature? It sounds like you're begging the question.
Let's see. A storm between the Birmingham BMX and the Maxwell AFB MXX radars. Let's see. If the storm is a good distance away from BMX, due to the fact that the radar beam is straight and doesn't follow the Earth's surface, the lowest elevation scan from BMX may only be able to see into the middle portion of the storm. If that same storm is closer to MXX, this will allow us to look into the lower portion of that same storm, allowing us to detect a rotational couplet. So what they're saying is you shoot a fucking radar straight. Why isn't it following the flatness of Earth?
Is it not?
It's not. It's in that link if you want it. And
Well, how come when we do these laser tests like FE Core, Dr. John D?
because visible light is not as.
I'll just finish the question before you rumpus all over it, you little spaz. So how come when John D or FE Core, one of them does it, it does follow the Earth? What's the deal here? And I heard a hypothetical scenario where they were talking about trying something with the assumption of Earth curve. In your link, I didn't actually hear that anything was measured.
Take a look at the visible light spectrum. Just for a second. I mean, like it's pretty evident as soon as you look at the electromagnetic spectrum of light. You're comparing visible light. I don't know why you guys are using visible light. It doesn't go that far.
Yeah,
you need high energy.
You had a seizure at the word syllogism earlier, but now if he calls light electromagnetism, he must have a globe proof, even though that's what it is. Yeah.
See, you're just gonna keep muting me like a pussy.
Flex.
Anyway,
nice flex. Anyway, what is the actual measurement for the curve?
Yeah, the measurement. We need an actual measurement first. So do you have?
I mean,
that?
I'm sure you can look at any radar, ask any radar guy, and see if he's already done the
radar guy,
napkin math.
I'm
It's
sure
napkin
you are.
math. It's fucking napkin
the
math.
radar guy because that's what you came in here billing yourself as. So why don't you just be that guy and provide the measurement?
I mean, I can next time I'm at work, but
Well, how
if you're
about now?
really so interested.
The
Okay, so it
globe
hasn't
proof is
been
at
done
work.
yet. Wait a minute. So we got a case of future proof then on our hands. It hasn't been done yet, but you will go get the
I
measurement.
mean,
from the globe. So
I'm
the globe-
planning. I'm
Hold on.
planning.
So the globe is going to be measured. Next time you're at work, you can be bothered to go measure the globe for us finally. So we'll finally have the
Yeah.
first globe measurement. Thank you, radar guy. Appreciate that a lot. That's what we've been asking for.
Yeah, you're right,
I
Heretic.
don't know what the fuck you
And-
just said because I client side muted him. Anyway, so
and-
if you look
and
at the
how does-
electromagnetic spectrum of
Did he say
Hold on,
muted me?
hold on. How
Yeah, then
does
we don't know
radar?
what you're saying. Then,
How does radar
clown.
equate to a measurement?
Dumb
Exactly.
fuck.
you guys are talking about the light test, but that light test is done in visible light. That doesn't go
We're
as
not
far
talking about
as
the
microwave or
Transient curve.
infrared.
Hold on. Why don't you explain to us how radar equates to a measurement of the surface of Earth? Why don't you tell us that?
If you shoot a straight line, you can't replicate this with visible light. But if you shoot a straight line in a different spectrum, you're gonna have a further distance.
So
Now-
you don't have a measurement via radar, is what you're telling
I
us.
just showed that the curvature causes distortion in radar imaging.
That's
So
you're assuming the consequent.
Yeah, you didn't show that. You just said it would.
no, it's not assuming if it's a problem smack dab in my face.
No, you didn't. You didn't show it. You just said that would happen.
Okay, yeah, you can laugh. I don't care.
Can you cite
like-
the measurement where this was actually done, where you show some deviation
What the
between
fuck is that
radar-
even supposed to mean?
All right. Can you provide? Yeah,
It's
I don't
the
know. I
words
guess
you
I
just
have to
said.
read the dictionary to you or something because every other word I say just bewilders you. So, can you show the measurement where radar is actually used to show some deviation over the distance between the radar and the Earth?
I don't know what he's muting me for. I already client side muted
Because
him.
you can't control yourself, so I have to be the adult in the
Kinda
room
funny.
who controls you for you.
Buddy, you have to unmute the moderators in the room. Just not
Oh, this guy's
cause
been muted.
sudden
Okay.
chaos.
Yes.
So just
I'm gonna
unmute
move
him, or you have to be left on mute. Okay. He's like, we'll just ask a radar guy. Isn't that
The
you?
Earth,
The fuck?
the Earth is flat, but why is beer so good though? Right.
Well, I'm still on
You
about
asked
this
that last
radar
time.
thing. So you still don't have an initial measurement of the curvature, or in other words, drop over distance to prove your claim. That's what we need. We need the initial measurement that shows Earth being curved in the first place before you use radar as an example. You haven't done the initial proof of Earth being curved in the first place. Do you have that?
You can't see the curvature of the Earth.
Anyway, he's still muted, but that's okay. He should be muted.
Oh, don't mute the flat. Don't mute the glober, please.
Well, he has me muted, so I'm gonna keep
I'll
him
message
muted.
him. Just
Yeah, so that's a big
take-
problem. And he's asking about visible light. Well, you know what? The interesting thing about visible light is we can actually see that it's going straight in the laser test. You can actually visually verify that they're straight. So I don't know where the globers come from. Oh, it's visible light. You can't see it straight. Yeah, you can. You could take a photo of this light and put a ruler up against that, and that's straight as the ruler. Straight as a straight edge. And why are lasers used as straight edges in targeting, for instance, and so forth and so on? They're used as straight edges for a good reason.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, he's taking the easy way out, guys. He wants to get banned. So just, I guess,
But don't ban him, though.
curvature.
Don't ban him. If
He's
he wants to get
spazzing
banned,
out in
don't
the
ban him.
chat.
Oh, okay.
He's spazzing out hard. Look, Heretic, I'm gonna just ask him to take you off mute. Vikey or whatever, Vic. Have you got Heretic off mute for now? We can continue the discussion, bro. It doesn't have to be all crazy, but just it causes chaos if you've got other people.
I still got the
muted here.
detention rule, so I can't even show anyone else in this
Okay,
chat.
well,
the
you're just in the
measurement.
chat spazzing right now, so we can get back to.
So what do you define spazzing though? Like the fuck?
I mean, you're like fucking hell, children. You guys all ban me. All right, bro.
No, it's because whenever I put forward something, it's just I get like lopped on by 10 people in
That's
chat. Then you're like,
not
oh, why don't you
true.
focus? And then if I mute the people
You were
lopping on me,
talking to
it's like,
Jedi.
oh,
Hold
I mean, you can't mute
Take a
mute
deep
people.
breath. Take a deep breath. You were talking to Jedi one-on-one. I stepped away for a bit, and you were like, all these people are talking to me. Dude, it was just you and Jedi. Like, You'll be okay. And we have addressed every single thing you've posted. We're not running away from anything.
Let me find. Okay, so are you good at math creation?
Do you have
There.
Heretic off mute?
Yeah, he's off mute. Now, are you good at
Heretic, can we
math?
confirm this?
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, I have you off mute. I clicked on mute button. That's crazy.
What does math have to do with globe Earth? What does math have to do with curvature?
So, let me find this article. Oh, well, I can't even post it because I'm on detention, which
Just put it in my DMs, bro. I'll
Kinda
post
silly.
it for you, bro. At least
All
I
right,
have
go
DMs
ahead.
open.
Go
Just
ahead.
post it there. Is it the TLE?
if you're
That's the last thing you said.
if you're really so curious into how you can measure any curvature with radar, there's literally here are the equations. You can even let me find an eBay link if you want your own radar.
Okay,
Because
hold on.
measuring with light is pretty
Thank you.
stupid.
I got to stop you again because how do equations equate to a measurement? Are equations the same thing as a measurement?
I'd be interested to hear what that equation was. Something tells it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
Ooh.
Row.
Welcome to the sound of silence.
Of silence. W panel. Is he getting something for us, or? I also love
anyway.
earlier crypto. I don't know if you're.
If you're really interested,
still.
Yeah,
Go
I'm around.
ahead.
What's up?
Well, you were like, it's the inverse square law, and he was like, "No, did you just make that up? Is that some British speak?" I don't know if you guys caught that. That was some funny ass
Yeah.
shit.
I've never heard it called that.
What is the square cube law?
He said, actually, I asked him that in the chat. He said, if it wasn't real, something, what did he say? If it wasn't a thing, the world would be way more chaotic, crypto. That's what the square cube law is, apparently.
Non-answer.
I love shit like that. You just made that up.
Take a look at the eBay link if you want some that, because your 1 milliwatt laser pointer isn't a really good measuring tool. I'm sorry.
No one mentioned a 1 milliwatt laser tool, did they?
I'm actually
You keep
curious.
doing this thing.
What is
Well,
the square?
it's illegal to sell a laser that's over class 1. So
Can you quote the square cube law? Maybe link an article for it so I can read.
well, supposedly you corrected me on it, so you already know.
Right.
Well, you said he made it up.
Pretty much
said
just
it was
trying to
some
waste my
British
time
thing.
here.
No,
Congrats.
you said I made it up and then didn't concede defeat. So I think that's just who you are. Is that you just talk shit and then don't admit when you're wrong?
You just completely ignored the opportunity that I just put forward in live stream voice text here. You can get your own radar. It's not illegal.
Yeah, so instead of just skipping past what I said, I think that's your character. You just talk a bunch of shit, and then when you're wrong, you just don't admit it and pretend it never happened.
No, what you seem to be doing is what you'll do. I'll put forward the links,
we're wrong,
and then you guys go silent on it, and then you just you skip over it. That's I posted that weather.gov radar.
Waiting for you to admit that you were wrong. All you have to do is admit that you were wrong. Just once.
Oh, I was wrong about some really small, insignificant detail. Oh dear.
Yeah, so you're
anyway, have you even clicked that link that Creation Bear posted?
No, hold on.
Because it's right there, in case you're going to skip over it.
Sorry, it's not insignificant. Man who says he works with radar, and this is the calculation of signal propagation.
Well, I haven't done napkin math because I'm typically not bored enough to do it.
God's sake.
You do square cube law math.
Actually, yeah.
Actually, no.
Yo, what the fuck?
You built a Tesla coil with no math.
Is that what you're trying to get at here? Because that's pretty retarded.
What the fuck, man? You're funny, man. You are funny, man.
What the fuck, blah? Humor.
I've still yet to have anyone acknowledge that link I posted.
I posted it for you, so There's
I've-
that.
yeah, I've just
Also,
been
we're still
posted
waiting for you
twice.
to acknowledge this curvature.
It's like you
that's
guys just
never
don't
been
even know what you're
detected.
looking at.
Explain it.
Well, that's so much to read. Who wants to read this?
Explain it.
Okay, yeah,
I don't
well,
wanna
I
read
mean,
it.
you can.
Yeah, you like explanations? Explain
It
it.
will take like I don't know 10 minutes to read this.
You guys,
think?
yeah,
At
just
least.
read it then.
Like
Okay,
more than
so
10 minutes to
This is,
understand it.
this is your evidence. You've posted it. Now, can you explain the evidence that you've posted? Was that unreasonable to ask as well?
He must not have taken the 10 minutes to read it.
Here, I'll give you. Trust me, I've gone over this topic
Well, then
quite
just
a bit.
explain it.
All right, so it's already graphed out here with a 2-degree beam diameter. From 25 miles out, you have 5,307 feet that you can't see beneath the beam because that's the curvature. And then from 250 miles, you have 53,000 feet that you can't see below.
What's the height of the installation?
It's. Let me see if I can find there.
And
I'm sure
how
there's
did they-
already equations for that though.
How did they verify
But then
that?
that you
it's-
guys won't
how did
read.
they? How did
Sounds
they
fun.
verify the difference between the beam width or other types of obstructions versus it
28
actually being
feet.
Earth curvature? So how did they? How did they differentiate? How did they make? How did they make the difference?
He gave me an answer. Did you say 20 feet?
28 feet? I didn't say 20 feet.
28 feet. How far was the signal propagated?
Let's see. And you got to remember,
It's Doppler
the light
radar.
emitted from a magnetron will shoot much further because it tends to be a higher energy that likes to skip off of surfaces. Anyway, 25 miles, you'll only see, like, underneath the beam, you won't be able to see 5,307 feet underneath the 2-degree beam diameter. And then from 50 miles away from this source, you'll only be able to see 10,613 feet underneath this beam. And it gets worse and worse in beam quality until you legit just can't see anything.
Okay, let me do some math quick.
Yeah. So once again, how did you verify that this is Earth curvature? You must have a reference to go by, such as Earth curvature measurement, that you could use to verify that that's what.
I mean, the math's already done. The equations are there for
Can
you
you
to
not
plug
interrupt
into
when somebody's
on
talking in the
that
middle of their
weather.gov page.
when someone's in the middle of their sentence? That's your chance to shut the fuck up until they're done talking.
I got kind of scared there.
But once again, before I was rudely interrupted, how did you verify how did you verify that that was obstruction caused by curvature and not something else? Because you would have to have a reference to line up to show, okay, this is caused by curvature because we have a curvature measurement, and we can verify this by measurement, and we can cross-reference what we're seeing from the radar or the distance acquired from the radar.
The table is
That
just
you
talking
can
about,
tell.
Sonny, the table is just talking about the diffraction of a beam. It's not even
Right.
about Earth curvature.
Yep.
This guy's just
Literally, if you okay, so you obviously just skimmed through it.
all right. Well, correct me then.
Yeah, this is them discussing like how they have their how they have their radar set.
Yeah, they're talking about the beam diffracts over distance. This isn't about curvature.
Yeah, they have to aim it upwards, otherwise it's just gonna fall right into the surface.
They're talking about how much it's going to diffract, dummy. Where's the part where it actually measures curvature?
I don't think you know what diffraction means in the
Yeah, it's
context
when
of
it
radar.
spreads out as it travels.
Not just that.
What else then? And what does it have to do with curvature?
Diffraction is like the image quality from a certain distance. It's not just it spreads out. It's like it's how much it's distorted from a distance in
Okay,
the
and where's
context
the
of
curvature
radar.
part?
It's right here. It's literally them having to account for curvature.
No,
So
it's not.
you're begging the question once again.
No, it's not. They're just telling you how much the beam's going to spread out, dummy.
Yeah, that's all I'm reading as well.
You
Talking about beam diffraction.
How far into it are you?
I don't know.
I'm
about
at the
other-
part that you cited, the table.
Yeah, I'm rereading just above the table again. This is an Earth curvature, dude.
Nice try.
Yeah, radar isn't a measure of Earth curvature any more than pictures from space are. That
Again,
people
I
try
also
to quote.
posted a link from the same website way up, and then I got muted. So
Oh, maybe that'll be the one. This one didn't work, so just try whatever you can.
Yeah, this one's got it. Okay, cool. Where in this one then?
are you on the right website? Or
I'm on whatever you gave me.
I'll
There's
repost
no
it.
mention of measuring Earth curvature there whatsoever. They talked about beam diffraction.
They're not measuring it because they've already measured it like back in the 50s
it's kind
or
of
some
a poor
shit.
showing for a radar expert.
Obviously, I'm not a teacher. Sorry, pal.
Or
If I
a
was a
radar
teacher, I'd be in
expert.
a college.
You know, obviously, you're a liar and a fraud. But anyway,
A
next link.
fraud? Okay, pal.
Need to teach them about that inverse cube law, didn't you? That's what it is.
As if you have any practical knowledge, technically.
Oh, get mad about me now.
So far,
I wasn't
all you've
directed at
done-
you.
Hold on.
That's just
all you've done is provided a document explaining beam divergence.
Are you talking about the one that's talking about the shortcomings of weather radar?
God's sake, the last thing that you posted. There's the tables and such.
Because you guys just keep glossing over that one.
But the one that talks about how the beam is going to diverge over distance, the signal is going to be weaker because the signal's not as close.
And how
together.
they also account for the radar drop? Pretty crazy.
radar drop. What's this? See, this is what we mean about being ambiguous and chucking elephants into the room. We've got to sift through the elephant shit to find that piece of fucking gold that you're talking about. Now, it's not this, it's something else. Cite that bit then.
Hello? Are we still live?
Live.
Okay. Shit,
Yep.
I thought we just died off there for a second. Is he getting something for us or
It's just spamming links.
oh, this again?
Just throwing any old shit at the wall.
It's weird. Why not just say here's the curve, we measured it, here's the measurements, boom, done.
Wait, what is he
Exactly.
spamming the links? What is he spamming the
Exactly.
links?
Still waiting for this curvature measurement.
It's crazy.
In DMs is he spamming or? Hello?
The whole point is this is a really point of reference that if they truly had a curvature measurement, they would just show that. They wouldn't have to go around, beat around the bush with radar propagation and all this other kind of happy horse shit. Like, it's no better than when someone just says, pictures from space, man.
Yeah, I think that's where I was lost too, because he said that he accounts for the curvature all the time working with the radars. And somebody asked him for that calculation, and then he said he would have to go to work and then get that calculation.
I don't have a radar at home. Well, I do, but it's on my shelf, not. Okay,
No,
pal.
but you said that you use those calculations every day, like you use them for your radar. But then someone asked for those calculations that you use all the time, and then you said you had to go back to work and get them because you haven't used them.
Yeah, I have the fucking computer to do it for me, like every other industry this day and age.
Oh, so the computer
There's
is
no
the one that does the
reality.
begging the question for you. Okay, got it.
That's perfect. So it's only on the computer. There is no curvature in reality. Nice. Perfect.
What do you
Because
think that
otherwise,
computer is interfacing with?
no,
Not
because
in air.
otherwise you would be able to show us the curvature measurement, and you wouldn't have to like beat around the bush with your radar. You could just go, here's what we use as a reference, a standard that we go by, a curvature measurement drop over distance, and then we can utilize this reference to determine what's happening on the surface with your radar. But you don't have the initial measurement to show us. Otherwise, you would just show it.
So, any more papers on beam divergence that you want to show us? Or can we get some curvature?
Well, there's one that's talking about here both calculating the curvature
I don't
and
need
how
to
they got
calculate
around the
it.
curvature.
Measured.
So you're mad when I talk over you, but you can talk all over me. You're a pussy.
Well, I'm trying to correct you before you waste this
You're
whole
a pussy.
time. I don't need to calculate it. I need it measured.
It's right on this paper that I'm looking through here.
The measurement is?
Yeah, they even have math so you can double check their math if you know
I'll take that. Go ahead.
calculus.
Yeah, I'll take that. Go ahead.
So far, you said calculations and formulas, so not measurement.
Oh, they even account for flat Earth theory here. Sick.
Wow. Okay, that sounds
That's really
like
funny.
really helpful for you and your argument. So, can you bring the curvature measurement now, please?
Yeah, I'm looking through this paper.
Okay, you
That's
still
pretty cool.
It's out there somewhere. The truth is out there. He's gonna
I
find
bet
you.
you
Don't
are.
worry.
I don't know if you guys would understand the terminology
He
here.
hasn't found it yet, but he knows it's out there.
So who here knows calculus? Trigonometry.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter what we know.
Who cares about calculus? We want a measurement of Earth curvature. No one cares about your calculus. We're looking for an actual measurement of Earth curvature, which you haven't provided.
Ooh, they even got measurements from the radar here. That's pretty cool. And they graph it out.
Okay, once again, explain how radar equates to a measurement. Please, right now, tell us how that equates to a measurement. You're going to have to reduce all the different variables first, so I hope you're ready to do that. Crickets.
Yeah, why does it keep going silent?
Oh, snap.
Hold on.
You good, bro?
What the hell was that? What
So
was
here's a
this noise?
PDF. If you're interested.
Can you give us the quotation, the part where they discuss the measurement?
Yeah.
322. Look at
It's
it.
called citing things. Can you cite it for us?
322.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. If you look at the paper, you know what that's
Okay,
referencing.
yeah. So if you look at the paper, maybe you'll be able to find the quotation from it that actually details the measurement.
They show the method and the results. So if you
Okay,
look
so
at the
go
paper,
ahead and just quote whatever relevant.
just
parts
quote
you
a
want.
math problem. What the fuck are you on about, bro?
It's not a math problem. It's a direct measurement.
No, look at the fucking PDF.
Why don't you just quote the fucking measurement, bro?
Because
Alright,
you have
so-
to do math to get to it.
Alright,
It's
so first-
it's putting forward the math that you can just plug into.
That's awesome. So, where are the conclusions? Where are the highlighted points, which
And if you just
highlighted
read
points-
down from there, they get really into the nitty gritty. But even above it, they have graphs,
You
which
know that we're
also
asking-
reference a flat
I'm
Earth and
talking.
the differences in what we're reading versus what we'd read with a flat Earth.
Can you be more specific? Otherwise, again, we're going to have to read through this 30, 40-page document to find what you're speaking about.
2.5 is an example that even includes the flat Earth.
You gotta. I'll cite it for you since you don't know what a citation is.
Thank you.
I already cited the source, so you can look through the
No,
source if
no,
you give a
no,
shit.
no,
You dumb
No.
fuck.
no, you don't cite sources.
Holy shit.
You cite something within a source. The source is the reference material that you've got the citation from. The citation will be a passage, a paragraph, a quote that you will put quotation marks down and around to demonstrate that this is the part that you are citing from this document.
Yeah, it's right there. They have the measurements already plugged in with radar.
Right, Croatian Bear's done it for me. Thank you.
Oh no, they said flat Earth model. Oh dear.
Yeah, kind of how you said it earlier and don't know what that is, or it's something
Earth, but
you've
flat?
created,
With no curvature,
Okay.
that's generally pretty easy to comprehend.
but you don't know what that means. Remember earlier when you said, "Well, it's very easy to know what
No
flat Earth
curving
is."
horizon is generally the explanation I keep getting.
Okay. So how come we don't
Am I
have a
wrong?
curving horizon?
What's that?
How come there's no curved horizon?
They on radar here just showed that it curves
Where?
because the figures are different than if it was on a flat Earth.
A
Pretty
flat
crazy.
Earth where?
Do you even know how to read a graph, bro?
I know how to go outside. I've been telling you this whole time that your idea
Is that
of flat
about
Earth
all you
does
know
not
then?
match reality.
Regarding measurement, is going outside.
Well, that's where you would measure, right?
Yeah, they measure
What
it
else
with
are you measuring?
radars outside. That's pretty crazy.
You still haven't told
Kind of
us
like
how
a
radar
flashlight, but in a
equates.
different wavelength, so you
You
can't
still
see
haven't.
it.
Yeah, hold on. You still haven't told us how radar equates to a measurement, while reducing all the other variables and the propagation and the beam width and the divergence or diffraction or any of those things being taken out of the equation to show
I don't
that
know
the
if you
Earth
guys
is curved.
ever had
How
a
does it equate to a measurement, bro?
account for a pretty real life problem that affects some stuff.
Not
So
curvature.
you don't have the answer. Okay,
Well,
thanks for that
Rockets, you're
concession.
not in any engineering position, are you?
Thanks for that
Why would you have to
concession.
be only an engineer to account for something that does not exist?
Because otherwise, it doesn't really bother you in life.
You haven't determined this thing to exist in the first place. You keep saying, well, the cause is curvature. The claim is curvature. Okay. We're still waiting to get down to this curvature that you determined.
Yeah,
to exist.
they just measured the depression and grazing angles from 10,000 feet, or like
So not-
the range from 10,000 feet versus being under 10,000 feet. It's
So
pretty
not the
pretty
surface
nuts
of
for you.
Earth.
You even
So-
posted the image, but you didn't get anything from it. I'm not sure if you know how to read a graph or
So not the
just know how to
surface
go
of
outside.
Having a
so a graph,
for
not
you
the
is
surface of
no.
Earth. Once again, not the surface of Earth. Something else. Okay.
It's the graph there is displaying how radar is interacting with the curve. You can see it drops off in terms of what reflects back.
And you've reduced all the different variables and taken all those out.
However, on a flat Earth model, it shows that it would just keep going. They even have the mathematical
This is a
equations for you to do
straw
it yourself.
man at best. That's what we keep trying. This is probably the first thing I mentioned to you when we started talking is that you're going to continue.
So
coming
you
with
will.
the idea.
I
Why are
just
you
noticed
talking?
something you do is
Why are you
if you take a
talking more than-
screenshot of like a word, and then
I don't know why you're talking. So I mentioned earlier that you continue to bring up this idea of a flat Earth that no one has presented to you. So essentially, you're just debunking ideas that either you've created or you seem to go along with that don't exist, like curvature or this flat Earth model that no one has presented to you.
well, you're saying it's flat, so therefore there's a model, yeah? Because there have to be a model if because we can do stuff at a smaller scale and make a diagram of things, but it's just generally how we get a better understanding of stuff. If we just went with Earth's flat, we'd get nowhere. And like
All
technical
models are
progression.
all models are reifications.
There's no model of the universe either. You don't have one of those. There's no model of the globe either. So let's not even go down that road. But no, there
Okay,
is
so
a
you're gonna
model.
divert off of the
Hold on,
radar.
Jack. You keep doing this thing where you're like, well, if it's flat, then this X, Y, and Z must be true.
Yeah, I'll do the same shit and just meet you back. By the way, I don't give a fuck. Anyway, as I was saying,
In a very short
you
time.
literally posted the graph of what they read from the radar and how it drops off on what it reflects for a given distance.
Yeah, that's because of the signal quality, though, isn't it?
No,
No,
because
it's not.
you could no.
No.
Because on a flat Earth, it would go forever, right?
It would. There's nothing stopping it.
That's the straw man. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
We just spent like 10
At
minutes.
that power level, it literally goes to the atmosphere.
All right, all right, go relax.
We've already spent 10 minutes talking about beam divergence. How the signal deteriorates over distance.
Yeah, well, not when you're dumping like megawatt pulses.
But the signal still drops off with distance, right?
Yeah, but not anywhere near as bad as that.
So not anywhere near.
But you have
as
no
bad.
intuitive knowledge of how radar stuff works. That's the thing. Is you've never touched a radar system in your life.
On your graph, your drop-off curve, that's similar to the numbers given in your chart. For the
What
amount
fucking
the
chart? What are you talking about?
Beam divergence. How it drops off, so the curve goes down.
Yeah, but it's not that. It doesn't just. It linearly drops. If the Earth was flat, it would be linearly dropping. You notice how it's not?
That's a straw man. I keep trying to tell you. You're trying to provide a flat Earth for us to believe in. We're telling you that is not a flat Earth. We don't go with that.
But you say that there's no curve on the horizon, so okay. So we shoot a radar on something with no curve. What do you?
The Earth that's outside, yes, currently, yep.
Well, you can't simulate a flat Earth model outside because there's no such thing.
With that, there's no need to, because the Earth outside is the flat Earth. That's what I've told you probably 10 times now. But you keep saying, well, no, the Earth outside that you think is flat can't be true. You have to believe in this flat Earth that I've created for you.
No, you're saying okay. So
your ideas,
a horizon with no curvature, right? That's what you're saying. The horizon has no curvature.
The plane of the
flat
horizon
Earth is the Earth outside as it is. Not, well, if it's flat, then blah bitty blah 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 should happen.
But your eyes aren't as good as a radar.
Therefore, it's not flat.
Your eyes aren't as good as a radar size.
I said anything about eyes. What are you talking about?
You're saying you look outside and it's flat, right?
That's not what I said. I'm just telling you
You
that
said outside Earth is
as
flat.
it is. Yeah. But it's not that this flat Earth model that I've created for you can't be true. That's what you keep trying to do.
So there's no model now? They just don't know what
there never was.
Okay, pal.
What model are you
so what have you been debunking this whole time then?
The fact, dude, I've been debunking that the Earth is flat. You guys are saying it's flat. It's not.
Created.
It's
yeah.
Oh, is this what the new argument is these days for the flat Earth?
It was never
it's gotten
a
kind of
model.
sad from 2017.
If you're in your feelings, that's on you. But there was never a model for you to debunk. That's your issues. You keep trying to debunk a model. Like, you're not getting it.
So if there's no model, what's the discussion about?
We go outside and determine. You're saying the Earth outside is curved. So we go outside to the Earth that's claimed to be curved, which you said. And we determine that it's not curved. Outside in reality, not by just squinting or opening our eyelids. You can test this in reality, which is something you haven't done. And we're calling you out for. Okay, where?
Look at that paper. That's every radar operator has
What do you do outside on this paper?
Well, I can't just take a radar to you, but it'd be so funny if you went into a radar room and you saw the distortion for yourself. Okay. And actually understood how radars work instead of just pointing out different radar systems and be like, oh, this one that purposely curves it must be.
This isn't a really good argument, but if I were to wave a magic wand over you and I made you a flat earther.
So we're talking about magic now?
Hold on. I just want to say this. If I made you a flat earth just by snapping my fingers, you realize that the technology that we use and the Earth that the way it currently is, would not change.
It would. Our radar would be way better.
That's the issue. Wait, that's the issue. That's I think that's the issue you're facing. I'm just trying to help you understand. Even if the Earth was flat, it is flat. But if I were to change your mind with a snap of a finger, the technology that you use would not just stop working. The Earth wouldn't just stop being the way it is. Nothing would change except for you.
What do you? No,
Your-
it
your-
would
your
change quite
radars, et
drastically.
cetera. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
If you wave a wand and the Earth was suddenly flat, we'd be able to get
The
radar
Earth would be
so
the
much
exact
further.
The Earth would be the exact same way it is now.
So what do you? Okay, so you obviously don't trust photographs.
We just trust reality the way it presents itself.
So
and it's not about
if
trust.
reality
either,
never
but
presented to you World War II, has World War II never happened?
curvature has never been demonstrated. There is no curvature. Simple. You can
You're
measure the
coping.
Earth. The surface is flat.
You're
I mean, the fact
coping.
that you're giggling and crying seems more like cope and seethe to me.
Nah, I'm looking right at the measurements taken from a radar that you guys asked for, and you guys just pretty much said, it's fake.
I didn't hear anyone say anything was fake. The only thing I said was fake was the straw man that you've tried to
You
pawn
say,
off.
oh, it's not outside, so it can't be real. That's
That's
what you
not what I
basically
said.
what you just said. And then you're gonna say, no,
What
no,
I
it's not
said
what it
was-
said, and then
Very
on and on.
specifically, what I said was this flat Earth model that you're trying to pawn off is not reality. So you're only debunking something you've created.
No,
in your
they
mind.
simulated it with
Not
a flat
debunking
horizon that doesn't
information.
curve. That's exactly what you were talking about. Therefore,
Flat Earth
that's
is
the
not a
model.
simulation.
It's a horizon that doesn't curve. You don't know
That's
what a
the
model
Earth
means.
model. There's no model. Again, you're not debunking anyone's position
You
here.
don't know what a model means, and that's pretty funny.
Okay. Well, the fact of the matter is there is no flat Earth model, and there's no globe Earth model either. Nor is there a model of the entirety.
We don't
of
need a
reality.
model of globe Earth because we deal with that on a daily basis.
So I need a model, but you don't.
Yeah, because we don't have to model something that we can just experience through.
Yeah, the Earth, flat Earth is the Earth we experience. We don't need to model.
You
it.
cry
Exactly.
about
I
being
agree
cut
with you.
off so much, and then you cut
Well,
me
you're
off.
making
That
my
just tells
point
me a
for
lot
me.
about who you are.
Okay, but you're making my point for me. We don't need to model reality as it is. It just is. That's the flat Earth outside, not this flat Earth model that you've created and simulated and then tried to debunk. This is like probably the biggest problem most of globe earthers deal with. They're like, they create a flat Earth and tell us why it doesn't work.
Well, you have yet to put forward a flat Earth.
You've created a ghost because we're trying to address your examples in good faith one by one. If you want to talk about flat Earth, we can talk about that. But you've been trying to talk about this Earth that if it's flat, then it must be like these things that I say. And it most certainly isn't that.
Well, so far your only explanation for what a flat Earth is oh, you go outside, dude. Like,
Well, what else would it be? Cool.
a horizon with no curve that we could mathematically
Yeah,
produce.
that's the reality outside that you can observe, actually, and test.
Yeah, you could also observe that with a radar and find that it drops off because it's a straight line of electromagnetic energy impulses.
So, okay, let's just say that your radar determines there's a curvature. So we should be able to go out into reality and boom, somehow verify that this curvature is there, right?
I already sent the link to a radar you can buy on eBay.
That's fine. But
You can do it yourself if you
we're
want.
using the radar data to determine that the Earth is curved. Is there a way we can go into reality and verify what the radar is showing us?
What do you think they did there? They didn't just math it out. They literally went out there with a radar and showed the shortcomings of radar.
Well, you're using this tool, right? Just like with the your pictures earlier. We took it for you. Just taking the picture was enough. You Close the investigation. I see curvature. I'm going home. This is the standards of a Bigfoot believer. They've seen Bigfoot on a video. That's all they need to see. They're done. We don't really operate like that. If you're going to show us a picture of curvature, we'd like to go out into the reality and determine that the curvature is actually there. If you're saying, well, we use this radar and the radar says there's curvature, well, then the curvature has to be there in reality when we go out to measure it. So we're asking you, have you taken that step, or has anyone taken a step past buying a radar on eBay and gone out to verify this curvature is actually there physically in reality?
Well, I mean, obviously, you're not going to have that kind of distortion on a flat Earth. That's how it is.
You're not answering the
You go
question.
out there with a radar that's like in the multi-megawatt pulse range, which you can make at home, by the way. I don't know if you have the technical expertise for that, though.
You keep
If
saying
you
that.
shoot a radar in the multi-megawatt pulse range, you're going to get it to go quite a far distance, especially if you have it up high. But
Cool. So you're saying with the radar, we've determined there's curvature. We'd like
if
to
you
go
have a
out
lower
and
power radar,
verify
you're not
this
going to be able
curvature.
to go that far because it's just going to get too diffused and dissipated through air. So we know what that looks like, and we have a completely different. What is this? And we have a completely different, like, distortion compared to, like, if it's just, the radar's not powerful enough.
So
Like, we
is
know
it-
what it looks like when a radar's not powerful
Yeah, how
enough.
would it
and
be
we know
different? Tell me how it would be different.
Because you just eventually have imagery fade out versus, just a sudden drop off where you have a clear image and then suddenly things, you can only see the very top of things from afar and then suddenly nothing. Versus, something just being, faded out and trash image quality.
Okay, so you wouldn't have to account for anything like the angular resolution of the thing that you're looking at in the distance, which would appear to shrink the further away it is from you.
It's not going to shrink on radar. You're bouncing back what is there.
Can you show us an example of how this has been done? I want to take a look at how it was actually.
I did, and then it was just
No, you
glazed
didn't. You
over.
showed us like
It
a
says,
chart.
"Oh,
on-
he's
you
posting
showed us a chart
clouds."
on- Yeah, you showed us a
That's
chart
how it was.
on beam divergence.
Well, I can't show you because you took away my image perms, so there's
Okay,
that.
well, we'll try you one more time. We'll give you one more chance because last time you just gave me a table on beam divergence. I've heard your claims. I've heard you making a lot of claims. Still have yet to see the evidence backing them up.
I'm still waiting for you guys to touch up on that paper.
Okay, yeah,
why
so
it
I'm
cut
not
off.
interested in your deflections and burn reversals. Just give us the measurement. Now, you said that radar has been used to establish the curving surface of the Earth. Can you just...
I'm saying that radar's distorted from the curvature of Earth. And that
Okay, so that would
quite
be
certain-
that would be a case of using radar to establish the curved surface of Earth, yeah?
we can establish it curves.
Right. Now, can you
With
show
radar.
us... Yeah, can you show us how that's been done? Give us
That
the citation.
paper literally explains how it affects
So
it.
yeah, give me the citation, the part where it explains that.
2.5.
That just
Where it says
cite it?
examples.
Just screen
2.5
cap
where it
or
says examples.
copy paste. I don't know what you're talking about either because the chat's moved on. So post your link.
Let me scroll
Well,
up.
you have to grab the citation out of 2.5. I don't think you know what a citation is, and we've requested it multiple times. What in here is the thing that's saying what you are saying specifically? Hence
So
the
you
citation.
have range in kilometers at the bottom. That is the range, right? How far it can go. And then you have, of course, the angle and the altitude, which is graphed.
Angle?
Let me see.
Wait,
Yeah, angle. It's on the left. Obviously you haven't looked at it.
I
These are
posted it
models.
for you, dumb fuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, and you've yet to even give it any
These are models.
thought. It's just
Are they saying that they've actually done these tests, or this is just what they're modeling?
they've done the tests?
Okay, but this is just talking about modeling out the separate scenarios.
No, where do you think they pulled those data points from? Thin air?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Where did they get those data points from? They say they have a 4/3 Earth model. Where did they get that model from?
Scroll up.
Scroll up where? 4/3 Earth model. Is that a real thing? Do we have a 4/3 radar horizon or something like
You
that?
know what 4/3 means? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, bro. They're talking 4 over 3
Yeah,
R, right? So it's going to be a little bit bigger of a ball, sort of, apparently, as far as the radar is concerned. Where'd they get that from? Where'd they get that model from? Where are the measurements that were done to show that you've got a 4 over 3 radar horizon or anything like that?
First off, they're not talking about
7
a 4
over
over 3
6
radar horizon.
standard
It
refracted
literally
globe.
says it right here.
Like, where did any of that come from? The
They
first
say
thing that
4
you
over
would
3
need
Earth
from any of
model,
those
not radar.
models is an R values before you could even begin to say the radar horizon is going to be here, the apparent, standard refracted horizon is going to be there. All of that's based on R, so it seems like you're just begging the question of the very thing that we're asking you to prove: the radius, the globe. How are any of these models derived from what direct measurements of the Earth?
I don't even think you know what the terms you're saying.
He can't answer
Well, why don't you
basic
correct me then, dummy?
Because
I just told you in spades, and it
putting
sounds
together
like
a question that just
sounds like
sounds
you're
like.
kind of confused right now by your own source.
So
why don't
you're
you
just gonna keep talking over me and then mute me.
Why
So
don't you
that's
set me
pretty
straight?
funny.
Yeah, they're talking about the radar horizon. What is 4 over 3? You tell me, because I just gave it to you. Can you give me the answer back?
Well, I never really had to learn about that
Yeah,
model
you don't
because
know.
already
So you don't know.
classic.
So you don't know, and yet you're
It
gonna
wasn't
tell
put
me that
forward.
I don't. Yeah, you don't know. I just
Yo,
told
you
you.
really got me there. Woo!
Yeah, I did get you because that's your own source, and you don't even know what your source is saying, and you just exposed that.
Well, no,
fact.
because that's not my expertise there.
Yeah, no, I know what you're posting is not your expertise. So,
But
too
it's
bad.
showing the. Okay, pal. It's showing.
What is
the
4 over
drop,
3? Yeah,
the
you tell me
drop-off.
now. I just spoon fed you the answer, dummy. So why don't you give it back? What is the 4 over 3 model they're talking about? What's that?
Look it up.
I did. I already
sure
gave
you'll
you
find
the
it.
answer. I already told you what it is. So you don't even know what you are citing here.
Put
That's
it in chat
pathetic.
where you found the explanation for 4-3 model.
They're talking about the radar horizon. What's 4 over 3? Obviously, they're inflating something with those numbers, aren't they? What would that be?
So you just mentioned radar horizon and then
bro,
go
if you're confused,
to
just
4
go.
over 3.
Yeah, you don't know.
You're stringing together the terminology put forward here, and you're going, "Oh, well, it's forever."
You keep saying 2.5, which mentions the 4 over 3 Earth model and the radar horizon. This is your bag, bro. This is your bed. You got to sleep in it.
Yeah, you don't even know what the terms are that are being used in your own source and your own argument.
No,
dummy.
You keep saying 4 over 3 Earth model and radar horizon. Yeah, that's because it came from the thing you're telling us to read. Holy fucking shit, dude.
So this is just like a hypothetical thing. This is just math, dude. They're just projecting what would happen on this type of Earth, on this type of Earth, on this type of Earth. They're not saying that they did a physical measurement to show that they actually have such a physical radar horizon or any of that. It's hypothetical shit, dude.
Article.
It's calculations, it's math, it's models. Where's the actual direct measurement of the surface that was used to derive any of these models, the 4 over 3 model? You don't even know what that is, so how are you going to know?
Well, I'm not a radar researcher now, am I? I just use
I
it.
thought you were the radar
I use radar for practical things.
Yeah, I thought you were the radar guy. Yeah, but I mean, I could tell pretty early on that you weren't, and you had no clue what you were trying to prove or argue for.
I don't know where you pulled that from, but whatever.
We could just tell talking to you didn't know what you were talking about. You gave me a table on beam divergence, and you tried to use that as like an example of Earth curve being measured. I could tell the whole way you had no clue what
You're
you were
asking for a
about.
measurement, but you're like, okay, so you want a measurement, right? That's what you want. You want a measurement,
like 100 times at least.
And then I put forward the graph of which radar proceeds to fall off from the curve. And then you guys are like, oh, that's not a measurement. It just shows that
it's a projection, dude. It's a projected thing. It's a model. We're asking for it to actually be measured.
Every model gets its own data points from somewhere. They don't just pull it out of their butt cheeks or whatever.
It's just math. They're just considering what would happen in this scenario, what would happen in that scenario, and doing some calculations to model it out. They're not actually measuring any curvature, you idiot.
But McGrath.
What a dumbass, dude.
4 over 3 Earth model.
Just go outside, dude. Math doesn't even matter, dude.
Okay, I went outsid and I saw.
I can see why I've never met a flat Earth engineer.
I went outside and I saw the lake seeking level. Now what?
Maybe because you don't go outside. The fuck?
You're always talking about going outside, Creation Bear.
Yeah, literally spent an entire month doing long distance observations outside.
So your
Debunking the
eyes
curve.
are even better than radar, even though
You
you can't
haven't
even see
provided
past
any
11
radar
miles.
doing anything, dude. I've never met an engineer who's a flat earther. Well, I have. So like, maybe
Yeah.
go outside more
So
often.
what does he do? What's he engineering? What's his field?
Oh, okay. Now we're gonna focus on people now, right?
No, I said I've never met a flat Earth engineer, and you're like, oh well, I have, and then you don't want to elaborate on that at all. So what's the point of saying it?
Make the Earth curved. Regardless, we've been trying to drill into you that there's no curvature. You haven't established that there's any curvature. Showing a graph that's modeling how it could work isn't really demonstrating this curvature in reality, is it?
Do you know what the blue curves are? That's the
Change the subject again,
the measured geometric depression.
Geometric.
Yeah, as in geologists measured it. That's the
okay, what they do?
Like that's what I've been trying to get at, and you don't know what that means. I guess you guys just
geologists measured it. What did they do?
Show us how they measured. Yeah, show us how they measured it. Show us those measurements then.
Always, dude, and then when I put this forward, you'd be like, "Oh, where's Jamie?" Because you never had to look through a paper for anything practical. You don't know how to read a paper.
We just read yours, so let's go and talk about the geologists now. What did they do?
They found I don't know. Let me check this out. I'm
pretty sure they
were able to measure it for radar to actually be able.
Listen, we got all the time in the world. You just go ahead and Google it for us and see if you can figure it out on the fly. Welcome, Amish and W panel. Mark J says, love it when Heretic steps in, cuts straight through the crap. Facts.
It's like the loudest idiot contest in here, dude. It's pretty funny.
We're just waiting.
We're
just waiting for you to get the geologist, please. Just thanks.
Oh, get the geologist? I thought we're not focusing on individual people. That's crazy.
We want to know what they did specifically. You said they've measured something, so we want to see those measurements. We want to know the method, what they did. It's not about who, it's about what was done. You're a very bad multitasker. Earlier, you're supposed to draw a line on a horizontal line on your cloud pictures and never got to that. So
I did, and then I posted it, and then you guys just jacked off to it or whatever instead of doing anything with it.
Right. So go ahead and get us that method that the geologist did to determine Earth curve. And I'm gonna scroll up because I must have missed your image.
You're gonna have to scroll way up.
Gotcha.
Like chat's getting bombed.
Stay focused. Just stay focused. Oh, so you never posted it. Gotcha.
I did though. You're scrolling instead of using the search function, which is
no. I'm scrolling. I'm looking. Yeah, I can post screenshots if you want. I'm bad at following directions too, I guess. I fucking love this shit. Oh man. Are you getting the geologist methods of measurements? I think he's distracted, guys. Probably chat skanking. Vic, Jesus Christ, bro, stay focused. You're supposed to be getting whatever the geologist did to measure curvature. You're in the chat skanking away, bro. Oh, I got some gems for you guys from the debate text as well. You guys are gonna love this. All right, guys, I think this is a concession. He doesn't have anything. W Heretic,
Still
W
looking.
Panel.
Hello.
Why are you typing in the chat? Like, why you should be looking for it. You're responding to people in the chat on some hurt shit. So just go
None
get
of
the thing
Adderall.
that we're waiting for. Facts. Focus, bro.
Bro,
Holy shit. The attention of a TikToker in here.
Gonna be hard to prove the globe with that attention span. Maybe you should just do your globe religion a favor and leave it to someone better.
ooh.
Or at least come
Ooh.
prepared, bro.
That was
Like,
so
you guys come in here so ill prepared, ill advised. Well, someone out there has the answers. Oh, okay. Who and where? Well, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Well, why did you say it was out there? Because I'm a believer. We know that. It's so funny. I actually love when this happens. When we start sending these goofballs on a wild goose chase to look for something they think exists but doesn't. Isn't that great? I love that.
well, every single paper I've found uses a
You're
bunch of
still
math, and you
distracted.
guys. Anyway, so every single paper I've found uses a bunch of
Every
math, but it
paper.
seems
You're
like you
supposed to
guys
get
reject
some
math.
geologist's method, right? So we're still waiting on that.
All I see
is pictures. I don't see
this paper outside.
You've
That's what I'm
posted
gonna
your
hear.
paper and we've addressed it thoroughly. We asked you for a citation. You weren't able to provide a citation. We had to go and dig it out for you. We've screenshotted your paper. We've just addressed it thoroughly. So no one's afraid of your papers. I think you're afraid of what doesn't exist. Otherwise, you just post it. And welcome Ferda Atiko Basta. Ferda, how are you? Welcome to the panel.
Hi, I'm pretty good. How about you?
We're doing well. Currently, we're just waiting on a GT to get us some proof that he says exists. So we're just waiting on that at the moment. But welcome to the panel. How did you
Seems
find us?
interesting.
Is this your first time here?
Not the first time, but I'm not here that often.
Yeah, you've been here for a while. You've been here for quite a while. Okay, well, welcome back.
Yeah.
Glad to have you. So what's going on today? What was on your mind when you joined the panel? Did you have something in mind? You're just here listening? You have questions?
Like I'm with my friends in a pub. So I mentioned this group, and so I thought about joining this stream to show them how it works.
You came to the right place, my friend. Are you a flat earther or no?
Of course.
Okay.
Would I be in this group so long if I am not?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We have a lot of people that come and go. There's no requirement for everyone to be a flat earther to be here. So there's a good chance
Oh,
we have a
okay.
lot of globe earthers that hang out here. But anyway, glad to hear that. So your friends are not flat earthers and you're looking to tell them a little bit more about flat earth.
Again, please. Didn't hear.
Are your friends flat earthers? I'm guessing no.
Yeah, we are trying to stay open-minded.
Oh, okay, you can hear us. Okay. All right, that's cool.
I've got it on on a speaker, so they can hear you, and that was the point. I wanted to show them how this group work, and that's about it.
Okay, chat, get your questions ready. Anyone else here? Amish? You guys, Heretic? You got something for him? Secret Asian man? No worries, guys. If no one else has questions, for the guys in the back.
I think that maybe someone has some questions. No. Okay. Then, no questions.
No questions? Okay, that's cool.
All right. So, for the friends at the pub, did anybody ever tell you who measured the Earth to be a sphere? And who was?
They said that they don't know.
I don't know if I'm just using the
don't
wrong terminology here, but I can't
Yeah, you're
find
always
any
right.
methods that they used. So
Say again.
I'm gonna take an L on that one because I can't find any papers that are. Maybe I'm just using the wrong terminology because I'm not a geologist, but can't seem to find any papers on regarding measuring the curve. All I saw was something for like oil fracking, but maybe I'm just not looking in the right place.
Well, geology is not necessarily
It's not intuitive.
The field that you want to use in this case, but measuring the surface of the Earth would just be essentially geometry. It's actually in the name, geo, which is Earth, and then metric, measurement. So Earth measurement, geometry. That's where we get that term from, right? Anyway, don't you find it conspicuous or interesting that nobody knows who measured the Earth? Shouldn't that be one of the things that they told us in school? This is how we measured the Earth once upon a time. The date, the guy, the method, how you can reproduce it yourself.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. For the guys at the pub, don't you find that interesting?
I think that all of us didn't know who measured it, so it's interesting that no one tells anywhere that there is someone who did this, but still there's a number. So
Right, we've got a number, which is real helpful. That means we can go out and we can take that number and see if it comports with or matches the observations that we have. So that's the next step, right? But we'll get to that in a second. How about we'll just go through the three basic questions, right? So what about measuring the Earth's axial rotation, just that one motion. You guys know who detected it and how they measured it? Any ideas? You can also phone a friend. Nobody? Okay, so you're at the bar. I'm going to ask you this question, even though you're at the bar. Do you feel the Earth moving? That's another question I could ask you. You feel any movement, an acceleration of any kind? This is supposed to be an acceleration.
That's a hard question right now because a few beers comes and goes, and I can feel the Earth moving right now. But for your question, I think that no.
Okay, yeah. That's why I asked, because you guys are at the pub, right? So kind of feels like it's spinning a little bit. But if you're not at the pub, is it spinning? When you're not a few beers in, does anybody detect any movement on the Earth?
Yeah, then I think we cannot measure something like that.
Okay, so we can't measure, depending on your location, 1,038 miles per hour acceleration. Fair answer. Okay. So finally, final question. The Earth is supposed to be a high pressure system adjacent to or right next to an extremely low pressure system. They call it a vacuum. It's 10 to the negative 17 torr, which we don't even have the equipment to measure, but that's the claim. So can you tell me how we have high pressure gas next to an extremely low pressure system, a vacuum, without containment? How do you have gas pressure with no container?
But oops, my bad. Hello?
Hello. We're waiting for some answers.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Why is beer so good?
I'm guessing. I'm guessing the dead air indicates that the fellows at the pub also cannot demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment. Would that be correct?
That's true. That's true.
Okay. Okay. So we
have discussion about it right here, but we cannot do it in any way.
All right, great. Well, that's an honest answer, and I appreciate it. So
May I have,
the three
a
major.
question as a friend who is not a flat earther.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we say that the low pressure has lower density than the Earth, wouldn't that mean that there is no pressure on the top and the Earth comes down?
Okay. So you're essentially saying that there is a pressure gradient, right?
Yes, yes. And the air is heavy, so it comes down.
Okay. So you're talking about essentially gravity pulling gas down. Well, there's a problem with that.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
You said heavier. Heavier than what?
Heavier than nothing.
Heavier than nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you have low pressure system like a vacuum outside of the Earth, then there's nothing. So the air is heavier than nothing.
Okay. Well, what would cause the air to have that, what you would consider heaviness or weight? What would cause that?
The material the air is made up of, like the molecules.
Okay. Right. So, do you observe gas exclusively going in a downward vector, which just so happens to be in relationship to a flat plane, but we'll get there later. Have you ever noticed air to do that, or does air expand freely and randomly in all directions?
Actually, I have seen carbon dioxide to go down. And carbon dioxide is a part of air.
Are you talking about carbon dioxide in its condensed or phase change state, where it's kind of like a cloudy gas, kind of like it's condensation particles?
Yes, man.
Gas is gas, right? So when you no longer see those, condensation particles, and they become invisible, don't they homogeneously mixed with all the other gases around them and move freely and randomly in all directions?
Well, yes.
Yeah. So gas does not have a downward vector exclusively. It moves freely and randomly in all directions. That's how we have gas pressure, because it collides with the walls of its container in every vector.
Okay.
Okay. So gas would expand into whatever low pressure system it was available to. So let's take an example. I assume you have at least a bicycle or a car where you live?
Yeah, we do have horse carts.
You got horse carts, so no tires.
What the hell?
No, we got tires.
Okay, you got tires. So what happens if you've got that high pressure inside that tire and you take the Schrader valve out, or if you poke a hole in that tire? Where does the gas go when it's next to a lower pressure system?
Well, the system normalizes.
Right, so you equalize pressure, right? So why isn't the air on the Earth equalizing with the available space around it, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, in an infinite vacuum that's ever expanding constantly?
And doesn't the air pressure change with the height?
Right, so we still have pressure with different heights, and the gas is moving. Why is there not equal pressure inside the ever-expanding contained space?
There might be. It's just so low that we cannot measure it.
So you're saying that equalized pressure is 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level on Earth, and 14.7, or excuse me, 10 to the negative 17 torr in the depths of space. You think that is equalizing pressure?
I'm saying that the space is way up higher than the sea level.
Right, but what does that have to do with the fact that the gas is not equalizing like you said it would?
We can see that the air pressure is lower at higher heights, because airplanes fly high up in the sky.
Okay. So do they fly in the vacuum of space?
No, they fly in the middle.
Okay. So you don't have equal pressure like you claimed before. There is a differential in pressure, right?
Yes. Yes. The lower you go,
why is the gas? Okay, so why is the gas on Earth not equalizing and filling the available volume of space like you said that it would?
It actually is.
Okay, so you're saying that it's equal pressure in the depths of space as it is on Earth.
Look. The pressure is defined by the number of particles. And because the space is so large, there are few particles to create the pressure. So when you're down at the Earth, there are lots of particles, so high pressure. And the higher up you go, the less particles, the lower the pressure.
Yes, I know. You said that the pressure would equalize, just like the tire that you pop. So why is the pressure not equalizing?
But the tire is a small thing. Like
like the Earth is a small thing.
No.
Yeah, so the Earth is a small thing in comparison to space, right?
Well, yeah, and that's why we have standard air pressure down here on Earth.
You realize that when you tell me that the tire is small compared to the Earth's size, but when you pop it, the pressure equalizes. And then I say, okay, but the Earth is small and it's next to a large, low pressure area, but it doesn't equalize. Do you see the flaw in the logic?
Actually, no, because the area is so fucking large. And there are so few particles.
Just like the Earth is, right? Because the Earth is so small, or so fucking large, and the tire is small, right?
Yeah, when you pop the tire, does it change the pressure of the surrounding air?
Yeah.
How much?
Negligible, almost nothing.
Yeah, and that is exactly what the Earth is compared to the outer space.
Okay, but you're saying that the tire, so the pressure within the tire is the same as the outside of the tire. You said they equalize, right?
Well, yeah, but the air still stays in the tire. The tire is not empty.
Yeah, but is it equal with the pressure around it? That's what I'm asking you.
Because it is at the same height from the sea level. Yes, it is.
So you're saying that this is a flat Earth then that you're describing? Because there has to be a sea level, and there has to be an altitude, and the differential in pressure relies on differentials in altitude.
Yeah. If we can describe pressure differential at flat Earth, yes, this is understandable.
Okay, so then on a ball you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Because you wouldn't have an altitude to measure differential pressures, correct?
It would be harder to compute. It can be done, but it's a lot easier to do on flat Earth.
Okay, so we'll go back to the question as before. You said that the pressure inside the tire is the same as the gas pressure around the tire when you pop it. Why is the gas pressure different on Earth when the vacuum of space is so much lower? I mean, it's high on Earth, but it's very different from what it is supposedly in the vacuum of space. How come it doesn't equalize? How come we don't have 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum on the surface of Earth?
If I may ask a question, why does water form a level?
That's a good point.
Not a hill of water.
Why? So why is water level? Well, because the Earth is flat and water finds its own level.
Not a hill of water.
Yes, and what if the air finds its own level as well?
So you're saying that the Earth is flat?
No, I'm saying the air is flat.
Is air the same as water? Is gas the same as water?
Well, not entirely, but they are similar in some ways. For example, they fill the container.
Okay, so if there's a container called space, and it is ever expanding in all directions, shouldn't the gas be filling that space on Earth?
Shouldn't water be filling that space?
No, because once water is exposed to a vacuum, it turns to gas and then it evaporates away. So in this case, if the Earth is exposed to the vacuum of space, then we would have no oceans. So you're giving me air pressure and a container because now you're appealing to liquid water.
The water stays liquid because of the air pressure.
And how do you have air pressure without a container?
If we create vacuum and put water in it on a sea level, the water evaporates.
Yeah, so when you put it in a container and create a vacuum, right? In the same way that you could only have air pressure if you had a container, right?
Well, if you have the container in a different pressure environment, not when you have a gradient.
So the gradient is a cause, or the gradient is a description of pressure?
The gradient is the how to say it? The pressure is the gradient. There's causation. There is a pressure gradient.
Okay, so what you're telling me is we have gas pressure, which we've already established. My question to you is, how do we have gas pressure, gradient or not, without a container?
Density.
Density is a cause?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that to me?
The air is much denser than the vacuum outside, so it stays down.
Outside of what? Are you saying that there's a container?
Outside of the Earth. I'm saying that there's a space around the Earth.
The space that the air is not going into?
Yes, because it has much lower density.
Okay, so
there are different densities.
You're kind of trying to like ascribe a cause to something without giving me the cause. You're just describing to me that we have different pressures in different places. That may be true, but could you tell me how you would have those pressures without a container?
I'm not a scientist.
Okay. So what you're saying is
possibly answer this question. You know, like I don't want to be wrong, so I'll just not say anything.
Okay. Well, I mean that's fair, because if I was to ask you to demonstrate for me how you could have gas pressure without containment, you would probably struggle to do that, right?
Well, yes, I would struggle.
Okay. So, because we've been asking this question for at least 10 years, because we know that every time that you have a pressurized system, it must be contained. So we have gas pressure on the Earth, and then we have a claim of a vacuum in the outer reaches of space, which no one can verify. So is it possible that the vacuum of space is a farce? Because if we have gas pressure here, the gas would try to fill the available volume of space, which apparently is ever expanding in all directions all the time.
Well, if we're talking about the pressure, we need to talk about the pressure gradient.
Because I totally agree. So we still have pressure, and you haven't demonstrated for me gas pressure without containment. Because see, I can create a pressure gradient in a container. Right, so I can create a pressure gradient within a container. I can do both. I can have steady pressure, and I can have a pressure gradient in a dynamic system. But I always have to have the container to have the pressure in the first place. I'm asking you, can you have pressure without a container?
Have you ever been on a tall mountain? Do you hike?
Yeah, I've been on a tall mountain, and the breathable air is definitely less dense at that height. But we still can breathe because there's still air up there, which means we still have gas pressure, right?
Is there a container between the top of the mountain and the base of the mountain?
Well, since I only know that we can have gas...
How can we have different pressures without container?
Yeah. Since I only know that I can have gas pressure with a container, that would necessitate that I do have a container. If you can show me gas pressure without a container, I would like to see it.
No, I don't think we understand each other now.
No, we do, because there's gas pressure at the top of the mountain. There's gas pressure at sea level. So we still have gas pressure. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
The higher you go, the lesser the pressure
The higher
is.
you go, right? So you still have gas pressure. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
That's what the gradient means.
No, gradient means pressure. You're just telling me that there is a pressure gradient. No. Oh, so gradient means vacuum.
Yes, this is what I mean by that we don't understand each other.
So you're saying that gradient means vacuum?
No. What I say is that gradient means going from 1, which means pressure, to 0, which means that means vacuum, and the gradient means gradually. Like this, 0.9, 0.8, blah 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 blah, 0.00000. No, it's a gradient.
No, not pressure.
From 1 to 0, from pressure to no pressure.
Can you show me? Can you demonstrate for me, without begging the question of the model that you're appealing to, a pressure gradient where it goes from 14.7 all the way down to 0.000000?
That would be the atmospheric pressure.
So what you're saying is that you're going to use the thing that I'm asking you about, which means you're going to beg the question, which I asked you not to, as your example to prove what we're trying to ask you that if you have evidence for.
No, I'm going to use the very specific set of. Sorry, English. It's not my first language. Your very specific set of data you are providing.
Okay.
And I'm going to interpolate the very specific set of data on a real world.
Okay, I don't have that data. Do you understand that that data doesn't exist?
So
the only thing that we actually have is a pressure gradient to a certain height, and then that's it. And everything else after that is unverified. There is no data. So all we have is a pressure gradient, which, by the way, I've told you, we can't achieve in a contained system. But, you know, if you're going to appeal to something that we don't have data for, then I can't help you.
Yep. All right, hold on, friends. What we're suffering here is a lack of demonstration. That's the problem. The one guy says, I could demonstrate this. The other guy says, I can theorize this. But here's the problem. If you create a vacuum chamber, can you put a flat object in it? Yes. If you create a vacuum chamber, can you put a ball object in it? Yes. So whether an object is surrounded by a vacuum or not is irrespective of the shape of the object. Now that's a fact, and there's no arguing that fact. So if you want to talk about the shape of the Earth, the most important thing is the object inside the gas or non-gas environment, right? Would you agree? Of course you agree, because you're intelligent. So what you need to do to determine the shape of the object itself is to measure the object itself. Would you agree? Of course you'd agree, because you're not stupid. So let's talk about measuring the object itself, since you guys are at an impasse with the gas thing.
This is a really good argument. Thank you.
Well, I think he brings up an interesting point. So if you want to continue to be at an impasse, then all I would need from you is a demonstration of what you're talking about without begging the question. But if you can't do that, since I know you're at the pub, then let's talk about whether or not you can measure any Earth curvature.
I'm sorry, come again.
So unless you can demonstrate the claim that you're referring to as far as gas pressure is concerned, let's move on to measurement.
We already know, yeah. We know you can't demonstrate the gas environment that you claim in the globe model. That's non-demonstrable. It can only be modeled or theorized. However, we have access to the surface of the Earth. The Earth is allegedly covered with 70% water. If the Earth is a ball, the water must be wrapped around the ball. So it must be commensurate with the curvature that they claim. So all you need to do go out into the real world, measure a body of water, let's say 25 miles. It must be curving. You measure it with a laser transit method, which is an effective method, and you find out that the curve that's supposed to be there isn't there. So that makes the water flat, which makes the earth flat. I rest my case. What say you?
How can he hear you with this music on? I'm confused.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm serious. I heard about measuring the curvature with a laser pointer. What was the question again?
No, not a laser pointer, a laser.
A laser. That's the same thing, basically.
Yeah, but a laser pointer's connotation is very weak, right? Not powerful.
It depends on the power source. You can have a weak laser, and you can have a very strong laser pointer.
So let's say you get a sufficient laser, you get a sufficient sample size of the surface, 25 miles. At 25 miles, there's supposed to be a certain curvature. So if you use a laser transit method, which is you get the difference from the beam to the ground, you'd be able to tell whether the beam is responding to the curvature by going away from the surface, right, or not.
Yes, this is correct. This is correct.
Right. So at Lake Idsil, which I believe is in Norway, I'm not 100% sure. The AFI Corps, the Field Engineers Corps, did a laser test at 25 miles and found that there was no curvature commensurate with a globe.
I would have to see the experiment and see the data. Because to be precise, we have to ensure that we're at the same height, at both sides of the lake.
Yep. Absolutely. The easiest way to do that is to just be at the shoreline, correct?
Yes, but your laser will get wet and dirty. Let's say 2 meters above.
Correct. That's what they did. It's approximately 2 meters above. And they were on the shoreline so they can see the water, and since we know water's level, then you're at the same level, right?
Yes. Because at the 25 miles mark, the curvature is not great enough to be 2 meters. That's like, I don't know what it is.
At a 25-mile mark, at the 25-mile mark, it's greater than 90 meters differential. So in other words, the laser, 90 meters.
300 feet. Are you sure?
Yep. Absolutely.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, it is.
Let me hold on.
So at 10 miles, it's 66 feet, right? Holy crap, bro. Yeah, so at 25 miles, it's 90 meters, bro.
Yes, you are correct. Can you provide the picture of the two laser sites meeting each other?
Good. We have for you that we can post here in the chat and you can look at later at your leisure, a documentary showing the whole setup and we have a published document from all the results.
No,
The one's a
I don't need
video.
the commentary. I just need the picture, man. It's all right.
Okay, so I'll post those things, and you can look at them because I can't peruse them right now to get you particulars out of it.
Okay.
So someone else will have to do it, but the data's there, the experience is there. They actually did more than one test. They did like 17 or more in different lakes, different bodies of water. Give me 1 second. I'll go over to my main server and pull all those links.
Najpierw musimy byli aktorzy założyć, po prostu tylko gdzieś tak coś na grupie widać.
Okay.
Ale tak jak nie, chciałbym to daję.
I posted in the chat the document and the video. And I'm also going to post here we have a wiki which has over 100 observations in there with where it was done, the images, the globe prediction, and the actual what happened data. In every case, it supersedes the globe geometry, in many cases by orders of magnitude. Right? So it's not the case that one should simply accept this concept of a model that makes claims about reality, about the nature of the curve of the Earth, when there's hundreds upon hundreds of observations that debunk it geometrically by orders of magnitude. Like, orders of magnitude debunking is like not something somebody should take lightly, right? You know, like if I'm trying to sell somebody a floor, you know, I'm a contractor. So when I make them a flat floor and they come in and the flatness of the floor is off by 2 orders of magnitude, they're not going to pay me, right? They're going to say, dude, I have to walk uphill to get to my refrigerator. So hopefully there's another homeboy in here that'll... go ahead.
Our friend left for toilet, so he couldn't hear you right now.
Okay, cool. So hopefully when he gets back, somebody will take the charge and talk
Russia
about
number
demonstrable
one.
surface tests. Yep.
Russia number one.
Yeah, he's back like in a 2-3 minutes, so...
Sure. So I posted all those sources there, and I mean, you guys could pull up examples out of those sources and talk about them. In fact, I'll post one right now. So the one I just posted from our wiki, which is just an example of the type of observations there, is a sailboat, right? Sighted at 27 miles away. The height of the sailboat is approximately 25 feet. The globe predicted hidden is 123 feet. So if the curve of the Earth should be blocking 123 feet, and the boat is only 25 feet tall, then it'd be impossible to see this boat. And this is just one example. Like I said, this wiki has 100 or more. So when you shoot a laser across water, it shows it's not curved. When you see things at way beyond this alleged hump of geometric curve that's in the way, that shows there's no curve in the way. So we got a problem here with the globe claim. And that's that the curvature didn't seem to show up. It's like it took a vacation. So I made my case, I posted the information, and I'm going to sit in the background, and hopefully you guys will go down that logic train and talk about the demonstrable surface, right? All right, I'm going on mute. Have fun.
Yeah, AI is correct. The gas pressure discussion seems to like never go anywhere, which is a shame, but that's the one that never gets resolved somehow. I don't know if that's anybody else's experience, but I hate it.
Well, it's not required to be argued. You just let them aware that the object in question is not arbitrated by the gaseous environment, and that they can't provide a demonstration of their claim. Right. So since they can't provide a demonstration, and it's even if they could, it's not contingent upon what the Earth is. Then you have a double sword. We just say, okay, now that you understand this is not relevant. Okay, you're taking it off the table of relevance. Now they might say, okay, I want to put it back on the table of relevance because I'm making a claim that gas pressure and the Earth are contingently linked. So if they make that claim, they have to bear the burden of proof. And then you just simply ask them, okay, prove it. Now they're going to come up with a bunch of theoretical nonsense. You say, okay, I don't want all these mathematical jargons, and since that's all you have and you don't have demonstration, let's just shelve that because that doesn't decide the shape of the Earth, and you can't prove it does. So now let's talk about the Earth.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, eh?
Well, yeah, there's also a simple, what is it called? Simple rubric you can do to decide whether the train of thought you're going down is apropos. Is you just take that word that you're talking about and put it into the title of our server. So, for example, 24/7 Neptune Earth. Nah. 24/7 Quasar Earth. Nah. 24/7 Gas Earth. Nah. 24/7 Flat Earth. Ding, 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 ding. The first thing you do is you destroy their logic that what they're talking about has anything to do contingently with the shape of the Earth. Remove that off the table, and then talk about the Earth itself. So it's not wrong to talk about those topics, but eventually somebody's got to skewer that vampire that keeps resurrecting through the heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I figured, we'll just go through the 3 points because nobody had any questions, and then inevitably, right, gas pressure is the one that you get stuck on. But thanks for breaking up the loop.
I think they might care about outer space even more than their ball.
Yeah, check this out. I had, so you know Yakubinite, right?
Who, sorry?
So he was in earlier, not here, but at the other server, basically saying, oh, what are you guys going to do in December when the final experiment, blah, blah, yada, yada. And so I just asked him, well, what are you going to do if you go there? Because he was supposedly invited. What are you going to do if you go there and there's no 24-hour sun? Guess what he said? Well, then the Earth's flat. Now, there's a problem with that. He was attempting to synergize his argument that the Earth must be a globe if there is a 24-hour sun by linking the sky and the Earth contingently, right? Then when presented with the idea that the 24-hour sun wouldn't be there, he immediately abandoned his claims about the Earth being a globe and said, oh, it will have to be flat. But think about it this way. We've all heard him make arguments about the Earth that had nothing to do with the sky in the past, right? At least a few. So there's at least some evidences that he believes in that have to do with the Earth itself and not the sky. So I asked him, okay, you have two things. You have the Earth and the sky, or the Earth and your interpretation of the cosmos, or your interpretation of the Earth and your interpretation of this cosmos. So now you have an anomalous data set within that. Why are you choosing to abandon your claims about the Earth shape rather than your claims about the interpretation of the cosmos? And his answer was, because the sky must inform what the ground is, basically. So yeah, it's the sky, the sky, the sky for him. It's all about the sky for him. His interpretation of objects he'll never go to, never be able to validate their location in free space relative to where he is his greater hierarchy of truth than the object he's tangibly able to access and measure. Does that sound right? I don't think that sounds right. Anybody else?
He sounds like an astrologer.
Maybe.
Trying to divine answers from the alignment of the sky stuff.
Yeah, but anyway, for anybody who's wondering, logically, technically, while there is a heliocentric paradigm which posits concepts that are linked to each other, they're not necessarily logically linked. So if you defeat the sky being an endless vacuum next to a pressure system, that doesn't ipso facto defeat the shape of the object you're standing on, right? So it's not the case that gas pressure requires a container, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. That's not a logical sequence that follows necessarily. So if you defeat somebody's infinite vacuum, all that you've defeated is their opinion of the Earth's location relative to the cosmos or a relationship with the cosmos. You haven't actually defeated the shape of the object itself, which you may go on to do. I'm just saying that's not a single defeater. It'll send ripples through their worldview, right? But that it won't defeat the object. So how about this? What if, rather than doing the quote-unquote 3 points, you do them in the opposite direction? You start with gas pressure, you then move to rotation, and you end it up with Earth curve. That way you can have 30 minutes or an hour talking about whether the Earth is curved or not, rather than whether gas does this or that. Wouldn't that make more sense? Seems to me it would.
I like the 3 points, but like I said before, it seems like the gas pressure one is the one that gets hung up on the most, at least in my mind. No, I agree. The only thing that it really is handy for is to cut them off at the pass if they're going to appeal to sky vacuum observations or satellites or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it is still getting away from the surface. I agree.
Yeah, watch how easy I can defeat all that nonsense. Check this out. So you tell me that the objects in space can't be there because the sky can't be a vacuum. I just return, it's not a vacuum. It's actually filled with an exotic superfluid. Now what? Oh, I guess your little pressure argument failed. Then you tell me prove the superfluid. And then I say I don't need to, right? And then you tell me yes you do need to, and then I say no I don't. And then you say yes you do, and then I say no I don't. You see how it goes?
Is it superfluid liquid helium?
No.
Oh.
That's just what superfluid liquid helium wants you to think, because it wants the spotlight, because it's selfish and naughty. And then you say, wait a minute, how can gases have sentient agency? And then I'll say, prove they don't. And then you'll say, prove they do. And then I'll say, prove they don't. Right? See how it works? That being because we can't access the exterior, right? Beyond our limits. So we can make whatever fanciful claims we want, right? On either side. So you got to just recognize if you're at an impasse and then go to something that can be demonstrated. Hey, you know what? That's what Phil Bell did. Dr. Phil there. He basically, when he was told, how do you have gas pressure without a container? He basically said, you can't. And then, I can't remember who was talking to him. He said, oh yeah, then how do you have this about the Earth? And you know what he said? The universe is the container. So there you go. Because the flat earther said you can have a pressure gradient in a container. Phil said the atmosphere of the Earth is a pressure gradient asymptotically all the way to the boundary of the universe. So he actually met the logical standard that the flat earther was putting to him. So now you have a perfect stalemate, right? So now that you both have arrived at a perfect stalemate, you only have one solution left. Is the Earth curved or not? Because that's the crux of the argument. So here's a self test. How many people here can argue the Lake Itzel test? How many people have watched the documentary? How many people have looked at any of the links in our wiki and actually know some of the observations, the distances, the metrics? How many people can explain that if you're making a claim to a geometric horizon and that's what cuts things off, yet I see things beyond it that I can see, and I see things before it getting cut off? How many people can link that to destroying the claim that the geometric horizon exists? Because yes, we all understand that the heliocentric paradigm has like an attempted synergized model of the Earth and the sky and the Earth and sky phenomenon, right? That's true. But for example, certain phenomena aren't necessarily contingently linked. They can only be presented in a logically fallacious form. So they can't arbitrate whether something is or isn't. So how many people know an argument that actually is capable of arbitrating whether it is or isn't? And if you don't know any, and you're a flat earther, it would behoove you to know one, at least one maybe. Maybe more than one, right? Let me tell you why. There's a synthesis coming in the future, maybe in the very near future. The fallout of the quote-unquote social experiment, known as the final experiment by title, right, has already affected a lot of flat earthers, where now they're second guessing themselves whether the sky is or isn't the arbiter of what the shape of the Earth is. So for years, they've been saying, oh, the sky and the earth are disconnected logically. Now they've been gaslit into believing that if I see something in the sky, I now know the shape of the earth. So the new synthesis coming down the pike is that observational acquired information, right, about sky phenomena is going to decide for people what they do going forward, basically. So flat earthers, now, months from now, they're going to be like, oh, but I saw this in the sky, so now the earth's a raptor.
You look pretty good down here, but you ain't really good. Mm, mm, mm.
Good afternoon. Anybody hiding around here?
Good afternoon, Overlord. Hello, hologram.
Yo, what's up?
You think you live on a ball?
I think I live on all the above.
What's that?
Everything exists. All the dimensions are true.
Is it possible you could be a brain in a jar?
Is it possible you could be stuck on being a brain in a jar?
I don't think so.
I mean, are you the same person that keeps asking that question anytime? Like, are you identifying with
No.
that question?
No, I just thought
Okay,
I'd
I
ask
mean,
it
that's usually
because you
when
said
people
everything
keep
exists. I was
asking the
just
same thing. I usually take that as like they believe that themselves.
they.
So
Who's they?
you're the one who's talking to me. You asked that question to me.
Well, the questions
Yeah, I
you
just thought
should
it was a
ask,
question.
check
You
and
said
see if you
everything
have the
exists.
mind virus. Because usually when people have the mind virus, they can't tell what's true or false. So the question is asked to identify if you know the difference between true and false.
What's the mind virus?
It's a conspiracy.
The mind virus is the idea that they can't know anything for 100% certainty. So that when you ask them, are you on Discord right now? They say, well, probably I'm on Discord. I'm like 99.999, and they keep repeating 9 until their heart's content. Percent sure that they're on Discord right now, but they can't prove it for 100%.
What?
And then anything that you pose to them could be possible. Like it's possible that they could gain superpowers and exit the known universe to see the known universe in its entirety.
What?
This is the thing. You believe that.
That
Nobody
sounds
else
like
believes
mental
that.
illness.
That's something that exists in your mind and nobody else's.
Like mental illness?
No, you don't have to label it mental illness. Like you just
That's
be present with
mental
where he's
illness.
at.
That's something mentally ill. Like you can't just say that. That's just like, dude, just like you're physically on Discord. There's no, it's 100%. Like I 100%, I know that I am on Discord and I'm aware of that. I don't
Dude,
think
you
it's
can't. If you can't handle the flat Earth dimension, you gotta. Yeah, you can't be literal. You can't be like a literal biblical person with like flat Earth dimension.
Bro, why are you strawmanning people in here with that? Did anybody say that, or are you just saying that because you've got hate in your heart?
Yeah,
I don't have hate in my heart. I'm just trying to like.
Well,
I think you have hate in
There's no
your
sense
heart
in calling
because
anybody.
the only people
There's
that
no
would
sense in
say
saying
that are
anybody
the
has
ones that
mental
have hate
illness.
in their heart, right?
No, there's no sense
Yeah,
in saying
so
anyone has
you.
mental illness. Like this is
Nobody
just.
here said that they had mental illness except for the gal that was just speaking up a moment ago. So nobody in here is saying that. He was asking you if you have the mind virus. Do you have the mind virus?
I mean, the mind virus sounds like something that's for you. I don't know.
See, and then you
Is
just
this
project it
the
right
mind
back onto
virus
us.
thing, or is this
I'm asking you a question about whether or not you have this. Are you on Discord right now, and are you 100% sure? We're just checking to see if you're a zombie or not.
He can't answer.
He can't answer, so he must be some sort of NPC or bot or
This is where the conspiracy
Maybe he's got the mind
comes in,
virus.
You know, it's like it can't
What
even happen.
conspiracy mind?
Still,
Yeah.
says who? Says who? He still won't even answer. He just went to something else. Hologram.
Right.
Are you on Discord right now? Unmute him.
You're going to be studied by conspiracies.
Hologram.
So
Are you
he's
on Discord right now? He left.
I laughed
He
so
left.
much when you muted him. Like what? Like what? I've actually debated with him in Christian calls before and everything. So it's like he's always around in the Christian calls, but you know.
Angelic. He couldn't answer if he's on Discord or not.
That is mental illness. I don't believe that is mind disease. That is actual mental illness and defiance and ignorance.
No, it's a mind virus. People have convinced you that you can't be sure of anything.
I think that is actual mental illness. That does exist. I don't think it's a mind virus. I think that's actual mental illness.
I know people with mental illness who tell me if they're sitting on
There's
a chair.
different types of mental illness. There's so many different types of mental illness. I mean, there's schizophrenia, there's autism, there's Alzheimer's, there's all types of different mental illnesses. So,
Yeah,
I
my
mean,
mother-in-law had Alzheimer's, and she could tell me she was sitting in a chair.
that has to be something like worse. But I believe like if you go on a hill and look up, it's round. The sky's round. I don't think it's a dome either. Like it's very clearly round. Our Earth is round.
You can only see so far.
I definitely think that we literally have so many scientists that's gone to space. I mean, it wasn't just fake every single time. We literally have drones that take pictures of our planet at this current moment.
We haven't gone to space since 1972. We haven't left the Earth's atmosphere, and it was only a few astronauts. And by what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, the people at the ISS, they can't see curvature from how high up they are. That's a scientist saying that. So that's not proof of curvature.
Are you proving the drones that are right up there right now?
There's no drones flying around up there taking
That's
pictures of the Earth.
believing, yeah, and they don't claim to take actual real pictures of the Earth. The only picture that they claim is real photo is the 1972 blue marble, and it's not. It doesn't have any. It's not an oblate spheroid or anything like that. They admit, and NASA deleted this off their website, but I have an archive of it. They admit that they wrap satellite photos around a globe in like CGI and Photoshop it. I mean, and then that's what they put out as globe pictures on the front of the iPhone and stuff like that.
It's still on
It's
NASA.
not actual photos.
They still have it on NASA. They still reveal the truth. Everybody reveals the truth.
Oh, they put it back? I thought they deleted it. I have the archive of it.
Yeah, that link, or somebody posts that link, you can go to it. I found
Okay.
it recently.
Oh, I tried to find it on their site and I couldn't, so I looked up an old link and archive it.
You gotta.
Oh, okay.
You gotta use DuckDuckGo or something.
Oh, okay. Anyway, they admit that their pictures aren't real. They're not photos. They're photoshopped. And even that,
images. They're composites. That means
Yeah.
they've been put
Yeah.
together. They've been composed as one composition.
hmm and Milky Way, the pictures of the Milky Way, we don't have any actual pictures of them. Like, we have the telescope pictures that we get from here, but all those like detailed pictures, those are all photoshopped, and they don't lie about that. They admit this is what we think it looks like.
The proof that the Earth is round is why is every other planet round in our solar system?
That's not a proof.
Why would it
Hey,
not
hold on.
be?
Let her straight and let her know about that we're not a planet floating in space either.
What?
Yeah, space is not what we think. But they say it is. The whole entire don't picture a flat plane it's floating around in space because we don't think that.
What? Bro, okay.
Pretty much.
Buy
The ground that's under your
telescope.
feet.
I want
Ma'am.
you flat earthers to buy a telescope. A
You
really good
have one.
telescope.
Pay attention
I
for
have
a
one.
moment. and stop
I have
telling me what
one.
I need to do. I
You
have
don't.
one also.
Yeah,
No, listen.
I used to have a telescope. I used to have a telescope, and looking up and seeing something. If I were to put some projection of some stars and some things if I were on my ceiling, I would not look up and think that my room is a globe. That's just what you see up there, and we don't know what any of these planets are made of. How far they are. We don't know any of that.
They study it. That's what NASA's job is as
Yeah,
scientists.
but do you know how they come to the conclusions that they do?
They usually send drones. I mean, they literally sent
No,
drones
they
to Mars.
They don't.
We have a drone on Mars at this
That's
current
not how
moment.
they come to the conclusions about these planets.
You're begging the question. You're using the story to try and support the story, right? If you're going to put a satellite in space, you got to know the radius of Earth. If you're going to send an object to Mars, you have to know the radius of Earth, the distance Mars is from Earth, the trajectory of Mars, so you can send it out to it using
And
the
the radius
You're
of
radius of
Mars,
Earth.
You're
and the radius
roboting.
of Mars, and its atmosphere, and we need to know its gravitational pull. We need to know all that if we're going to launch a rocket off a round planet spinning that has gravity and atmosphere going to one that doesn't. We have to account for all that. You can't. I've asked people, it makes them spiral. I asked them to pull it up, how they did it, how they went to Mars. Go to NASA and find it. They won't tell you anything.
How can we
You
send
need to know the
out?
radius of the Earth.
Yeah, and
So
how can
the
we send
question
out
is,
any?
how did they measure, ma'am? Please. The
Sorry.
question is, how did they measure the radius of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm not.
Okay, so you
I'm not
believe that the Earth
extremely
is
studied
a ball.
into this conversation. I just know that there's a lot of proof that the Earth is round. I know that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
That I've
You
seen.
have to
I can
believe.
just, as I said, I can go look at a telescope, and I don't think that they
Sorry.
put fake stuff into my telescope because I can use my telescope on Earth. I don't have to use it like in space.
Wow.
And know
Right.
that
Your telescope will be
Dude,
pointing up at the sky, correct?
I can either put it
The
up to the
telescope
sky
is
or
not
I can
telling
move
you
it to
anything
the
about
ground.
the ground.
So
The ground underneath your feet is going to tell you whether the Earth is a ball or not the telescope looking into the
yeah, and
sky.
I think that it's a ball because I've sat on a hill that I have in my backyard, and it is round when I look up.
It's round. What?
It's not flat; it's round completely.
Sorry, what's round when you look up?
The sky.
Okay, that's the sky. Are
The
you talking
sky
about?
and everything around it is pretty round when I sit on a certain
Yes.
level, and it's always round. It's not like
Yeah.
just flat
That's-
up. It's not square.
Sorry,
It's round.
sorry. I get what you're saying. You're misunderstanding what's going on. This is
Uh-huh.
your circle of vision, 360 degrees around you. That's the circle.
It's called the shape of Earth.
No, it's the right. You're making
It's
some
the
claims.
shape of Earth.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's always
Hold
it's
on.
just there.
Hold on.
It doesn't usually get that either when I'm just like walking or anything. But when I'm actually sitting at a certain angle, it does look that way. And I
Okay.
think it's
It
because
looks
the Earth is round and it's been round, and every other planet is round, and so it would
Okay.
make sense that Earth is round. I think scientists with those things are correct. I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
I don't think they would just do that.
Sorry.
Can you let Jedi get a
Especially
word
putting
in,
their
please? Can you
research on
please
that and then
hold
just
on?
lie
Hold
to us
on,
after we have
Ahmad,
so many
dude.
pictures of people
Listen,
actually going.
dude. Stop talking for 1 second. Ahmad's trying to talk to you.
I have been not talking.
You've made a lot of claims and you've gone straight past what I've told you. You've got a misunderstanding. You're saying that your circle of view, the limitation of your view across the surface, is the shape of the Earth.
I never think it's the shape of the Earth.
Okay, that's a
That's
circle
enough because
around
if
you.
I don't have circle vision, like I don't when I look straight forward, it's side to side. I don't see anything circular. It's not like a circular vision. I'm not like an animal or something with certain visions. Like
yeah, you don't understand. So when you're at the beach looking at the horizon, you see a
when I
horizontal
do
line.
look around, like right now outside.
My God, woman, can you thank you? trying to help you understand something, and you won't let me get a word in edgeways. It's really confusing. So, if you're looking at the horizon from the beach, I don't care if you're standing on a fucking cliff. When you look at the horizon where the water of the earth appears to meet the sky, that's a horizontal line. What I'm talking about is if you were out to sea in the crow's nest of a ship and you had 360 degrees around you, that's your circle of vision. Can I mute the child now? It's not the shape of the earth.
You had to type everything. She couldn't even listen to you. She had to start typing.
Seriously, are we dealing with one of these people? You didn't listen to a word I said, did you? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the earth?
When I'm at like the when I'm at like the beach, right? And I'm standing there and it looks like it just goes on and it's a flat plane, I can get why people say that the earth is flat because of that. And
You
so
answer the question, yeah.
But if I laid on the ground, right, and looked up in the sky at a certain angle, it would look round from above. And
Why couldn't you answer the question he asked? This has nothing to do with what he asked you.
Okay, that's fine. What the person is describing as perspective. Do you know what a protractor? Sorry, do you know what a protractor is? You find them in geometry sets. You measure angles with them. If you wanted to measure two lines 90 degrees, you'd use a protractor. You know what a protractor is, right?
I just said no.
Okay, well, I'm trying to describe you to jog your memory because everybody knows what a protractor is if they've been to school. You know, in your stationery set where you have a ruler and a pencil, you'll have half a hemicircle, one straight edge and a curved edge on a piece of plastic, much like the ruler. And you have little lines coming out from the middle point, 90 degrees, 80 degrees, 70 degrees. You use them to measure angles. You don't know what I'm talking
about. Know that.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. This is how you see the world. You at the point in the middle of that protractor at the bottom on that horizontal plane, and when you look up, because of the way you view the world, it looks like a hemisphere. That's how we see the world. This is a part of perspective. So it looks like when you're looking down the earth across towards the horizon, that the sky is arching like a dome. But this is because of perspective.
That's because the world's shaped that way.
No, the horizontal plane that you're the horizontal plane that you're standing on is much like the horizontal plane on the protractor. And when you look up above this horizontal surface, say to stars and stuff, this is how they present themselves to you. It's like looking down a corridor, and when you look down towards the end of the corridor, it looks like the ceiling is getting closer to the floor.
Why can't I get a telescope and I look in that telescope and every other planet's round?
Okay, that's
like how the scientists say.
That's an interesting claim. But the point is that when we measure the Earth, we don't measure the Earth to be a sphere. We measure the Earth to lay horizontally, specifically the water.
Because are you trying to measure it horizontal, like from the ground?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth, primarily mean sea level, the water.
The thing is, we're on Earth, but it's basically we're bending, but it's like straight for us. It's basically how I would explain that.
It's bending, but it's straight for us. So between 2 points across the distance of the Earth, when we measure those
when you walk in a straight line, we're basically
talking
on the
about
face
walking.
of Earth, and we're walking that straight line, but it is technically round. We're walking on a round.
Walking about walking.
Yeah, just walking in a straight line. If I walked from here to France,
I'm not talking.
it would seem like a straight line.
I'm not talking about walking. Why did you bring it up? I'm talking about measuring between 2 points and to see if there's a deviation from horizontal.
If it's flat Earth, then why hasn't anyone fallen off Earth yet?
Okay, why are you now bringing it into the edge of the Earth? Why are you now changing subjects?
Yeah, I'm saying, what's the edge of the Earth? Like, where does someone fall?
No, mate.
Someone fall off? Do boats fall off? Like, I've never seen recorded things of any boats falling off into the galaxy.
Earth's not floating in space, remember?
I don't want to address this.
You don't believe in this space? Crazy too. Like,
no, there's no space.
Like,
Jedi, can I say something?
gosh.
Angelic Christian, when you think of flat Earth, and I'm only speaking for myself, nobody else.
Uh-huh.
Don't picture. So the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the Earth to bring light on the Earth for days, seasons, and signs. But the Earth is not up there with them. So when you picture flat Earth, don't picture it up there with them. And when you say that
Why would
you
it be different?
see, hold on, one more. When you say that you see all the stars or planets, whatever, as round, you
Yeah.
should say spherical. But if you was to look at a pool table, all the balls on it are spherical. Does that mean the pool table's spherical? Because that's the logic you're using. Go ahead.
That is the most stupid analogy I think I've heard yet.
True.
And
It's
I'm
true.
sorry. That was
It's
that's retarded. That was
it's true.
that was table analogy. That is
It's
actual
true.
pure
You're
retarded.
making it's true. You're making a declaration.
Oh,
Your things in the sky are moving spheres. Therefore, the Earth that I'm standing on is a moving sphere. It's a declaration.
he just made a pool table, which a pool table's different
Analogy. What are you talking about?
than the spheres.
Right,
Sorry,
you're standing under the stairs, lady.
It's what we're talking about at all. I don't know why that every other planet is round, and we can study that and know that it's round, and there's proof
Because
of
you're
it.
underneath
But
them.
then Earth is flat. Like, bruh.
Yeah,
why is
you're
it
underneath
so
them.
flat?
It's measured flat. You keep walking past this by talking about walking.
Oh gosh, bro.
You know what?
Angelic, do you
No wonder I didn't
understand?
join this.
Do you understand that?
Wonderful. I'm so glad I'm not ever joining this call again.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you understand
I'm
what
done, bro. I'm done.
Okay,
You can't
all
if you
right.
can't see telescope. If you're literally disproving a telescope, you are literally.
You don't see Earth in a telescope, lady.
Talking about
It's gone.
delusional character.
Boy.
All right.
Another
let's just
NPC fucking freaked out.
let's set a stage. Okay, so her metaphysic is a Christian worldview. In the Christian worldview, it defines a difference between the earth realm and the heavenly realm. That the earth realm was given to man, and the heavenly realm belongs to God. So, at least within her own metaphysic, there's a reason that the earth and the cosmos are different, right?
Exactly. If I tell you about earthly things and you believe not, how is it you believe about the heavenly things? That's what Jesus said. But
Wouldn't you think that if you go on a rocket, then you're going to heaven then? If that was her?
Who knows, man?
I think she thinks that trillions of times larger Beetlejuice is going to fall to the earth too.
Yeah, so the question, why would they be different, has a counter question, which is implicit in the question, which is why would they be the same, right? And there is assumptions, right? So why would they be the same? Well, because in the heliocentric model, you have like this concept of gravity and other types of forces being responsible for the formation of all the celestial bodies, which includes the Earth. But in her metaphysic, she actually has a specific agent that's responsible for the creation of the objects in the cosmos and the creation of the Earth. So that again, in her own metaphysic, I've now given her two reasons why they could or would be different.
well, she also keeps claiming that when she looks to the stars, they appear round. And I don't get that. A pizza is round. A dinner table could be round, but it's still flat.
She had
And
failed logic.
Like Jedi was saying, it's the perspective. It's your 360-degree field of view.
She said if I'm laying on the ground at a certain angle, I can see that Earth is circular from above. That's what she said.
I know she was weird.
She
Glyph
was
of the
totally
week or
set in
what?
her. She was set in her ways. There was no change in her mind. That's for sure.
I like it when you hear something new. It's always good.
Well, that's why I used the pool table. I can't believe she didn't get that. That every ball on the pool table is spherical. That does not necessitate that the pool table itself is spherical, but that's the logic she was using.
Oh yeah, that's pretty well worn path, that argument. But we don't see them as spheres anyway, because the telescopes are just 2D. We only see them as circles. But I don't know. We don't know if Earth is a circle. Can't really prove that, but someone made a statement the other day, and it was like, it's kind of begging the question. But he said, in the moon mission, if you were just like 1/100th of a degree off, just would have shot out into space and just never came back, sort of thing. How the margin for error wouldn't have been very high, I guess.
Well, even the so-called scientists that tell you it's a globe, they'll even tell you that you cannot see it with your own two eyes. But here she was trying to tell us she could see it
From a hill, or when she lays on her back.
or even just looking at the stars.
Yeah, telescope.
It's an absolute religion when you think about it. I mean, even the way the people act when somebody goes against the spherical Earth, it's like somebody going against Islam, Buddha, Christianity. They literally they go berserk.
It's like blasphemy. It's like, how dare you say such crazy things?
Yeah, the attitude is similar. It's an absolute religion.
We both learned this from our preachers. How could you say he's wrong?
Like even
Yeah.
Christians
Sorry, go
that
ahead.
claim they're Christians anyways, even people that claim they're Christians, they believe the ball earth more than Christianity. It's absurd.
Yeah, they believe dudes over the word.
And it's definitely a belief because they've never seen it with their own two eyes.
Yeah, like I'm a Christian, right? So I believe that there's a physical realm, and then there's a spiritual realm, which we can't see, which is separate, like space-time, if you like. And the claim of me is that like things in the fourth dimension affect things in the third dimension. You know, spiritually and stuff. You can be influenced by it. It's like I can't prove it, but it's just like that's my faith. But that's gravity. It's like something in the fourth dimension affects reality in the third dimension. And it's the same kind of thing. So yeah, it's very religious kind of, like it's gravity is some sort of deity.
Well, I believe Christianity has mountains of circumstantial evidence, but there's no smoking gun. So, but for most people, the spherical Earth, there is smoking gun evidence, even though there's not.
Exactly, they believe it wholeheartedly, and it's very difficult to move them out of their belief system.
It's an absolute one world religion. I mean, it you can tell by the behavior, attitude.
I was in an atheist chat, and this dude was saying, "Oh, Genesis is all bullshit." So I just sort of hit him with all the, the gas pressure and the Earth measured flat and stuff, and he freaking lost his mind. It was pretty cool. But I'm sorry, I forgot my point.
Well, if somebody knows something is true, they're not going to waste their time arguing against somebody that's defiant of that truth. They're only going to do it if it's a belief. Nobody's going to argue day in and
But I
day
told
out
this,
that 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? They won't sit here and argue. Like if flat earthers said 2 plus 2 actually equals 4.5, nobody's going to argue with them day in and day out. They're only going to do it if it's a belief.
well, yeah, they'll only argue if they think they have some doubt in their mind. Like people will come in and say, "Why would they lie?" So they're walking along thinking, "Oh yeah, they're not lying to me," and then they hear all this stuff and they think, "Oh, why would they lie to me?"
Well, I don't want to be muted for another stereotype. Would it be a stereotype if shit, I don't want to say it, but um a lot I can't say it. Never mind.
But I told the atheist how the heliocentric model was based on, it was the Copernican model. He was a whatever Jesuit priest and stuff. And he's just like, no. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
So are you talking? Were you guys talking about the beliefs of Glover or not?
Well, we observe the earth is flat. I mean, if you're standing at the beach, you look at the horizon, it's absolutely flat.
You're talking about how gravity is kind of like religion.
I was asking about because I think you guys were talking about why people are defiant of someone else's truth. Correct me if I got that wrong.
No,
Why people?
I said I didn't say it. Hold on, I didn't say of someone else's truth. I said of the truth, and I used 2 plus 2 equals 4 as an example of the truth. Nobody's going to sit there day in and day out arguing against somebody that defies 2 plus 2 equals 4. They're only going to do it if it's a belief.
What about that guy? What's his name? Terrence Howard. He's like proposing. I forget exactly what his position is about like multiplication, but I think it's basically like one times one doesn't equal one or something like that. And there's just like mathematicians arguing with him that he's wrong and stuff like that. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about truth, man. What's true? What we know to be true. We'll only argue on things that are subjective. We won't sit here and argue day in and day out on things that are objective.
So Terrence Howard popped in here and was like, "Hey guys, the one times one equals two or something." You wouldn't say anything to him.
So it's interesting.
I would say it's no different than your alphabet. Math is just another language to describe things, right?
Yeah. So no, one times one does not equal two. That wouldn't be the response to that question. What?
No, it equals 1. but it's still just describing. It's a way to describe. It doesn't explain things. Just like language, it describes things.
Math absolutely does explain things. There's a process to math which explains the results that you get.
Give me an example that math explains things, not describes.
Well, have you ever taken, or do you know what algebra is?
Just don't ask me a question. Give me an example of how it explains things, not
All right.
describes.
So if I want to solve the equation 5x equals 10, how am I going to do that? And the steps that I take to do that explains how that answer is true, how it can only be true one way. There's an explanation behind the processes you do in mathematics, like algebra.
Or mathematical proofs.
I mean, yeah, mathematical proofs as well, but just beginning with algebra, you don't have to get to mathematical proofs. Just the concept of algebra in general.
Man, we screwed up. You were basically asked to explain something, right, with math, and your response was an explanation of math.
So, for example, I'm looking at a tree. Use math to describe this tree.
I can describe the dimensions of the tree.
No, everybody stop. We got another screw up on the table. We're talking about explanations, and you just said use math to describe a tree. Descriptions and explanations are different things.
I can use math to explain how photosynthesis works.
Go ahead, shoot. Let me hear you.
Do you know the equation? Well, the stoichiometrical equation for photosynthesis. You have to balance the.
But that explains what happens. Will it describe what happens?
So
it does
without
explain what happens,
mathematics, photosynthesis could not work.
Couldn't be explained, yeah.
No, it could be described, but not explained.
Holy crap, dude. Okay. So what happens is the sun emits an energy that's received by the plant that it uses to metabolize stuff that it already possesses that it got from the ground, and then it uses the post-metabolized product as its food. Oh, wow, I just explained it with no math. Oh, that was hard.
Product is math, man.
Dude, even the greatest mathematicians
Holy
will
crap.
tell you that math
Okay.
describes things.
Okay, cool story, dude. So you're harping in on a word, right? And because the lexicon of mathematics uses the term product, and I use the term product, you're now saying they're equivalent?
Yeah, you're using equivalencies and products, man. You can't do that.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yes, you are.
That would be a lexicon. If you're telling me that I'm using the term product as in the sense that it's used in math for what I mean by product, then you're committing a lexical fallacy.
Hey, do you
Okay,
just
so let me tell you. Yeah, so
Oh,
check
go
this
ahead.
out, friend. Words are token meaning pairs. One token product can have multiple meanings.
Wait, one? Hold on. No, we can't explain. That's math.
Let him
That's
finish.
a sum of something.
The identity of a numerical accounting value is not mathematics, dude.
So how do I explain that without using mathematics, though? How do I write down one and then say in your own words? How can I what you just described? How could I explain that without using mathematics? You're discussing quantities in it. You're discussing one.
Oh, so wait a minute. I thought you said explain, but now you're talking about describe?
You can do both.
He switched up.
What do you mean by explanation? Are you just asking for the why question instead of the how question?
Yeah, math can absolutely explain why 5 plus 5 equals 10.
Yeah, and so does linguistic with language and topics and meanings.
All right, describe how 5 plus 5 equals 10 using only language and without using any terms for mathematics at all.
Well,
Holy crap, dude.
yeah, I mean, this is pretty easy. You describe one thing that is an object or whatever you're referring to, and then put it together, like counting, you know? It's like you put in visual perspective if you can. Otherwise, you just repeat a word that amount of time, for example.
Hold on a second, guys. When he said 5 plus 5 equals 10, right? I'll bet you if I asked him, he could do it. He could write that and post it in the chat in English. 5 plus 5 equals 10. But if I asked him to do it in Chinese, he couldn't do it unless he copy and pasted it. Now, the reason is because math is a language.
What do you mean you couldn't do it in Chinese? Because 5 is an Arabic.
Yep. So we got something simpler. We got something simpler, dude. So here's what you do. It's very simple. You look up the definitions of description and explanation, and then you put a math-only structure underneath each that satisfies the definition of both words, and then you've met your burden, and that's very simple. So I would say do that rather than trying to have a discussion about it where nobody's going to concede.
Well, the letter A is a symbol and the number 1 is a symbol. They're both languages and must be dealt with in their language.
Yeah, 1 is like a discrete value.
Yep. So you made the claim that math can explain, and that explain is different than describe, but math can do both. So get the definition of both terms, put them on each side of a paper, draw a line down the middle, draw a T, and in the bottom left quadrant, put some math that meets the definition of description, and in the bottom right quadrant, put some math that meets the definition of explanation. And then you've met your burden.
All right, I will do that.
I bet you won't do that.
I will. I'm not a flat earther. I'll actually do stuff. I won't run away.
Well, it's not that you won't, it's that you can't.
Well, he
Don't
said
tell
he's
me
going
what
to
I
try,
can't do,
so
man.
we'll see what he comes up with. Then we can scrutinize it. But until then, he really just has an empty claim.
I mean, also we could argue when God dispersed Babylon and basically made the 70 languages, how would they then determine what sounds look like, right? So how would they symbolize it and agree in unity otherwise afterwards? I mean,
Look, all symbology and tokens are arbitrary, usually, in a language set. And then you associate a meaning with it. That could be gesticulations like sign language. That could be phoneticizations like spoken words.
yeah,
Or it could be
the collective
symbology like
agreement.
it's a convention. So you can use pictograms, letters, acts, colors, shapes, spoken language, gesticulated language. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Spoken utterances, right? Because spoken utterances aren't necessarily language. And then gesticulated gestures or hand motions, body motions. So you can use any of those things to represent a concept.
I mean, one funny thing is when you flip someone off with your middle finger, right? How is it that multiple cultures, even though they usually don't agree with cultural meanings of this, how is it that we collectively are being pissed off when someone does this to us? You know, it's like someone who has never seen it, and you do it to him, he automatically gets angry.
Oh, that's because the psychology of the human individual is based in intuition. And intuitively, we have an innate understanding of the physiological drives and attraction between the sexes. And the phenotypical expression of the male genitalia is iconographically encapsulated and semiotically represented by the middle finger being erect and the shape of the outline of the two testicles on the left and right. So you're basically forcing your genitals into their face.
Oh wow! I
And
didn't know that.
nobody needs to be told the genitals have this effect, because intrinsically, when humans come through their stages of development, they have an aversion or an attraction to genitals, correct? Innately, nobody teaches them it. Think about it. If the opposite sexes didn't have an innate attraction or aversion to genitals, right, then you'd have a problem, wouldn't you? Because you'd see a naked chick, and instead of being attracted to her, you'd be like running away, like you're scared for your life, like you just saw a bear or a lion snarling at you. So it's
Right,
obvious
it's
that
like
these
intrinsic
things
stuff.
are they. Yeah,
You
it's
said
intrinsic.
intrinsically? Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
5-year-old daughter, and she runs around naked around the house. She doesn't give a damn whether she's naked or not.
I know, but she will. Notice how when
Yeah,
I
I mean,
parsed
I
it out,
did
I
that
said
too when I
develop.
was
Hold
younger.
on. When I parsed it out, I said developmental stages, right? So children go through developmental stages, and at each stage, they develop new things, right? That come online that weren't there before.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, I
Leon.
don't disagree with that, but like, why do you say intrinsic? What do you mean by intrinsic?
Okay,
Hold
when
on.
when your daughter grows up, there's something inside her that will express herself that's innate within her. You don't teach it to her. Like you don't teach your daughter the primary biological directives, right? Nobody has to teach anybody that, right? They're instinctual, intrinsic.
Oh, you're talking about like I don't know, like shame or something like that. Is that what you're talking
Well,
about?
shame could be part of it, but also attraction, right?
Why did the chicken cross the road is a question with explanation. Now, I want you to give me that in mathematics.
What?
The chicken represents 5, plus represents the road. 5 represents the other side of the road. Equal represents the chicken on the other side of the road. There you go. I win.
But that's description. But that's description. You're using the 5 descripting the word, not explanation. The reason we use words, sentences, instead of math is because we're explaining things, whether it's the question or the answer. Do that in mathematics.
It's not
Because you could
impossible to
use,
develop the concept of 5.
but it's the same thing as language. That's what I'm saying. So you could use 5 as the symbol of a triangle, right? It's the same thing. You're never going to be able to explain things, only describe.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the combination of multiple languages together, or the meanings of it. You know,
It's a language, man.
double meaning is also a part of this. You know, when you say one thing but you mean another thing, but you still claim that you said one thing, but you know You meant the other?
I think the simplest way to put it is it's a language because if you're English, you're going to do 2 plus 2 equals 4. If you try to do it in Chinese, it's still going to equal 4, but you're not going to be able to lay it out on paper because it's a language.
I mean, what I mean when I asked my physics or my chemist teacher in university how to actually realize the formulas into reality, like he couldn't give me an answer. Neither could my colleagues. So it still begs the question for me how they describe models based on a thought process, put it into a formula, and then say, yeah, this is it. This is how it works.
There's many mathematical equations that I would not be able to figure out in English.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
I mean, this is
that doesn't mean anything.
testing reality is a due process. You have to do something in order to gain something, to realize that this is how it works, this is how it reacts. Like chemistry is the best example for this.
Well, you could use mathematics. There's no question you could use mathematics and chemistry. There's no question. But first, you must have the so-called problem. In other words, okay, if I pour this amount of nickel with this amount of gold, so there's your math, right? That amount of nickel, right? But you see what I'm saying? You must first have the hypothesis.
Yeah.
Before the math. The math in science comes after or within the solution or the hypothesis. But you must first have the hypothesis in order to start getting your variances of the amount you're going to pour.
So, what are you looking for exactly? And for y 2 plus 2 equals 4 or something?
Can you repeat that? You muffled, roboted.
Are you just looking for an explanation for why 5 plus 5 equals 10? And emphasis on why?
Yeah, describing something that is a one language, which is mathematics, describing it only in words without using those languages.
The original challenge was to explain something with mathematics alone.
Yep.
I mean, we could reverse it. It would be the same issue.
No, it's not. If you're describing and explaining things within mathematics, right, then that's just internal. You have to apply it external from mathematics to reality and explain something in reality with mathematics alone. That was the original challenge.
Okay.
Based on the
What's like
assertion.
the first? So
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, I mean, because like in some cases you can use explanation and description interchangeably with one another, but it seems like you think there's some further information that you can gain from explanation over description, and I'm not sure what that is.
Well, 5 sticks in one hand, 5 sticks in the other. So you got 5 in the math, right? 5 in the math. But does math explain sticks? No, it doesn't. You can't use math to explain sticks. So you got 5 sticks in one hand, 5 sticks in the other. But you need sticks, the word sticks, for your reference, for whatever it is you got 5 of. So you can have the math, but it doesn't, it just describes, it doesn't explain.
Well, it explains how many sticks you have. I don't know that it explains what a stick is, but it seems like it does explain how many sticks
Well,
you're holding. Yeah.
Well, tell me how many sticks I'm holding using math. Like you couldn't do it. For one, what if I'm not holding
Didn't you
sticks?
just say 5?
I mean, we have basically to refer to something that we all have in common, which the baseline would be just look at your hands and use one finger, one thumb, and whatever, in order to describe something and how many it is. So this would be a way for someone to actually see for himself what numbers are or how many it is, essentially, if you describe it well.
Five describes how many I'm holding in each hand, but sticks, right, explains what I'm holding. Get my point?
Yeah. Yeah, it's impossible.
I think okay, explanations. Maybe I don't know if you've ever looked at what are those things called? I forget what they're called, but there's like sort of like an algorithm. I can't remember what the name of it is, but if you're looking at it as like a 3D model, it takes a shape, and I can't remember what the name of.
You
Okay,
mean the
explain. Hold on.
algorithmic equation.
Explain 3D model with math. Don't say 3D model. Explain it with math.
I think he talks
Why?
about the Buddha-like math that comes out of it if you put it into perspective. I mean, this is complicated even to describe. That
You're not talking about
the image that goes into infinity and sees its own picture over and over wherever you zoom into.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
called the Mandelbrot set.
Yeah,
It's called the Mandelbrot set, or
There you go. That's the word. Thank you.
fractal geometry.
Yeah, Mandelbrot.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so you can convert a geometry, right, into a repeating, I don't know, 3D. It's a model, I guess, but that's not quite what's going on there. So we have to get like down to the brass tacks of the terms that we're using. We have to know what describe means. We have to know what explain means, like AI said. So typically explanations deal with how or why. Descriptions are about what is, right? So even math is insufficient at describing certain things. I can tell you how many sticks you hold, but I doubt anybody could actually describe what a stick is using mathematics. So it has its niche in the realm of describing to people or to creating an idea or concept or construct to how we could describe things. But how or why, I don't think numbers or mathematics are sufficient to do that. Usually, if you use an equation, you are describing a scenario that you've quantified, and then the conclusion that you've come to with the descriptions of the amount of things that you have at the end of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
if
mean,
you read a lot of the ancient Greeks, right, like Aristotle and such, they didn't write out mathematical formulas.
I was just curious, like, what the point of all this? I mean, I guess a math can describe the shape of a stick. It can show you what it looks like if you just use math. You can
I'll tell
grasp
you
the
why,
visual
brother.
shape of it, but that's probably about as far as that goes. But like, I don't know what the broader point is.
I'll tell you why, bro. Here's the problem. Mathematical computations, calculations, and any type of thing is not necessarily correlated with reality. So you can create a set of accurate mathematics where all your equations are correct. However, they don't correspond with anything in reality. However, you then use a trick with descriptive and explain, switch it halfway through, and attempt to validate something in reality by the accuracy of your math computations. And then you commit a logical fallacy.
Which fallacy?
Yeah, but I agree. But also
Reification.
But it's
Yep.
also
I mean,
depends
so you
on-
have a computer game, right? And it can simulate the world around you. But the only difference is you're Superman and you're flying in it. It's built with math.
Isn't that what models do, though? They explain things, like mathematical models, or like, I don't know, just scientific models generally. Isn't that what their purpose is, to explain things?
Yeah, cool story. So listen to what you just said. Can you create a mathematical model about how Superman flies? The answer is yes, you can. Does that mean Superman exists? Does that mean Superman flies? No, it doesn't.
Okay, so
Now let me ask this question. How does Superman fly?
I don't know. He's a fictional character. I'm not too familiar with Superman.
Ah.
Right. So it doesn't matter how elegant my mathematics about him flying is, because he's not real. And if I say my elegant mathematics prove he's real, I'd be committing reification.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
why storytelling is so
You could just-
powerful in the kids of minds, in the minds of kids, especially. This is why they do those things to make superheroes and what they can do and how they explain things, you know. And kids actually believe this stuff to some degree. I did too back then. But the older you grow, you know, this is impossible. But the reason you may gain or may never gain in your lifetime anytime.
How's that any different from saying, like, using, math is a language, right? Somebody said, I agree with that. How's that different from saying, like, somebody using the English language to describe what a fictional character does? How's that any different?
It's not based on reality.
Like stories about the
All right,
fictional
so
world.
all I did is a quick Google search on, does math explain things or describe things? The first thing that popped up, let me get you the source, is ResearchGate. So it's not Wikipedia. I don't even know what ResearchGate is. Just the person that popped up from reading. So it says,
Is he roboting for anybody else?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
roboting.
It's really obvious if you read like Pythagoras or Archimedes or Euclid, they didn't have formulas. Like I said earlier, they described their concepts using language.
To the gentleman that
And a
said,
system of
how is
logic,
it different than somebody using the English language to create a fiction? It's not different. You can use each language that describes. You could also create a fiction with these languages.
Yeah, but like, see, the thing with like the English language, for instance, can also be used to describe true facts about the world.
Right, in the same way that mathematics can do that.
Yeah, well, English you can describe, you can explain, and you can describe true things.
Right.
Why is that not true for math?
Okay, well, tell me how.
We forgot.
Just like you can tell a lie, doesn't mean it is true just because you hear it or you can understand it or whatever the meaning of it is that you're told, but you know it's a lie. You know, this is the same for mathematics. You can make up a construct that is mathematically absolutely correct, but it isn't representative of anything that is being told or the meaning of it.
Math is
Do
a
you
language,
think mathematics?
Right? Same thing as English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So how could
Not
that be
the
like,
same. It is a language, not like English.
language is just a tool we use to communicate, and we can communicate.
Okay, in mathematics. Right. So in mathematics, can you explain to me why I'm so hopeful?
Well, you would probably use a different language for that, right? I mean, because you
Right.
wouldn't use, wouldn't use just the English language to try to describe 5 + 5 = 10, would you? Can you do that with just the English language without math? I think so.
Yeah, I've got all the words for that. 5 + 5. I can write that all out. No numbers required, and I can describe it to you, and I can explain it to you.
Sorry, 5 is a number though.
you remember the
It
original
is,
point?
and I can write that out.
Do you remember the original
Yeah, it's
point?
still a number.
Okay.
If you write it in English or you write it as an Arabic numeral, it's still a number.
Plato described the phi ratio, which is 1.618 to 1, using only words from Plato's Republic, and also the whole Fibonacci series. He said you take a line and you divide it by the extreme and mean ratio, such that the segments are proportional to each other.
Yeah, you need math. Like division is a mathematical
No.
word.
I have to listen to him what he said. He actually described already how visualization in terms of reverting it into math works.
Well, the question I was asked was, can I use math to describe, I forget exactly, to describe any motion that I have? I think that was the question I was asked. And I flipped that around, and I don't think you can use English alone to describe, how 5 plus 5 equals 10 without using mathematics.
Explain. That's the word.
Okay, well, how do you explain 5 plus 5 equals 10 without using mathematics?
No, the question is not about mathematics. It's explaining the physical world. Remember, math describes. We're talking about explanation. I've been listening to you guys for like the last half an hour. You keep getting confused. You keep switching the describe for explains and explain for describes. But I think Sezu pointed out really well just a moment ago.
Well, we went over that with the English language. You can use the English language for explanations and for descriptions, both of them. And they can be either true things or they can be false things. And I think the same is true for math. I don't really see the problem here.
Can you answer a why question that's not about the subset of mathematics itself, but about external reality beyond the concept of math, with math, and only math?
A why question? A why question with only math? I don't think so. I think you'd have to use English or some other language at least. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe in some weird way, computers work that way. I don't know. That's just speculation.
Ooh, sweet, just found my original real estate license. Ooh.
Can you explain how you found your real estate license using math?
Yes. -1 real estate license plus +1 real estate license equals I found my real estate license.
See, that's the whole point, is you can have mathematics that describes the actual and real world in the natural world, but you can also have mathematics that describes things that are not true in the natural world. That are false things. I.e.,
So they can have minus. Sorry, go ahead.
i.e. the Superman scenario.
Well, you can have -5 apples in math, but you can't have -5 apples in reality.
Or you can bend and warp a 4-dimensional coordinate system using mathematics based on the equations that you say have rules, and because of those rules, that 4-dimensional space-time can be distorted. You can reify that into existence if you've got the mathematical model that says that you can do it. If you give the mathematical model the ability to do what you want it to do.
All those terms like space-time and 3D or or dimension. These don't make sense without mathematics.
Yeah,
At least
no,
I can't make sense of those.
it's exactly what it is. It's a mathematical construct, right? Deeper than that. It's a coordinate system, 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions when you include time. So it's a Cartesian coordinate system that's got curved lines and not straight ones, which is a bit weird. But ultimately, because of this geometry, because we say mass can bend and warp these lines of time and these lines of space, these dimensions, because in the mathematical model we say that the mass, whatever the fuck that is, this magical property that we've got, can distort them, then yes, it does. And we can use that idea to explain things. Or, sorry, describe things. There we go.
No, you were right the first time. You use those ideas to explain things. Yeah, that's right. Just like holding 5 sticks in one hand and 5 in the other. Explain. You can use that as an explanation for why you're holding them.
But it doesn't make the 3 dimensions. I won't speak about the fourth one time, but that's slightly different. But it doesn't make the 3 dimensions physical, does it? That's just a coordinate system. Height, width, depth, X, Y, Z.
I agree with that.
Cool. So this is how you can reify mathematics into reality. This coordinate system can be bent because there's mass in this coordinate system. Because of the mass that's in the coordinate system is distorted, stretched, or compressed. Like the fabric that you drop a ball onto, and it sits in the middle of the fabric whilst distorting the fabric so the ball goes down a bit. That fabric that's distorted.
Huh, that's kind of interesting. So my phone is 6.1 inches in height. That's what it says on the spec sheet for my phone. And do you think that is a true statement about reality, that my phone is 6.1 inches in height?
Yep. Apply the 5 questions to it and answer all of them. The 5 questions are who, what, when, where, why.
You cannot use mathematics to explain the
Hold on. Hey, dude, shut up. Thanks. There's already a question on the table, dude. That wasn't your cue to jump in and mumble over the guy who's supposed to be answering. Thanks.
Sorry, I asked a question. I don't know what your 5 questions have to do with what I said, with my question.
Yeah. Who, what, when, where, why.
Oh, I just asked, is it true? Would it be true about reality that my phone is 6.1 inches in height? Would that be a true fact about reality?
Did you measure it? I mean, if you didn't measure it, then we just have an assertion. So how could it possibly be categorized as true or not? So did you measure it?
Let's say I did.
Okay, so if you measured your phone to be 6.1 inches, then it is 6.1 inches.
Okay, so it's a true fact.
Okay, perfect. We'll keep it right there.
Describing a true fact about reality. Right?
Okay, cool, sure. Now, which category of the standard 5 questions, who, what, when, why, who, what, when, where, why, does it satisfy?
I don't see the relevance. Can you explain?
Oh my God.
Okay, I'll explain. 5 plus 5 equals 10.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
I rest my case. Now that we've demonstrated that math can't explain things, okay, can you tell me which category, who, what, when, where, why, does 6.1 inches satisfy? Is 6.1 inches a who? No. Is 6.1 inches a why? No. Is 6.1 inches a where? No. Is 6.1 inches a how? No. So the only one it satisfies is what? So 6.1 inches answers the what question category.
Oh,
Now,
you
can you
answer the
please
how
use
question
6?
too.
Yep. No, 6.1 inches doesn't answer how.
Yeah, it does. How tall in height is my phone?
Holy
6.1
crap,
inches.
dude. Wow.
Is that wrong?
Wow. That's
Yeah,
painful.
that's wrong because it's what it is. 6.1 inches is what?
Not how it is. It's a question of
How is the process? Like, how do I put my foot in my shoe? What is my foot? What is the shoe? How is the process of combining? Right?
Yeah, so we have an idiomatic expression, how tall is, how big is, but that's not an actual how question. Yeah, the token is there, but the meaning isn't there. There's a problem when people conflate tokens and meanings across categories and commit lexical fallacies. They end up making erroneous conclusions.
So in reality, it's what is the length of the phone?
Bingo.
And it's just a description.
Let me do it a different way. How is the length of the phone? Purple.
All right, I think I dropped out. My bad. I'm back though.
Okay, so let's ask another of the questions and apply it to the phone. Why is the phone 6.1 inches?
I don't. The manufacturers wanted it to be that high. I suppose.
You're wrong. You're wrong. The correct answer is because 3 plus 3.1 equals 6.1.
All right, fair enough.
So you recognize that just providing arithmetic isn't sufficient to answer the why. Because when I'm asking why, you understood that I'm talking about the reasons, not the computations. They're different.
I
So for
agreed with that
example,
earlier.
yeah, absolutely. So for example, Steve Jobs is famous for a very important why when he designed his iPhone being a particular size. When people said, why is your phone not bigger? You know what he did? I'll tell you. He went on a commercial and he held his phone in his hand and he took his thumb and he moved his thumb around the screen, showing that he could access every point of the touchscreen from a single hold without having to manipulate the phone. And he said, this is why my phone is this size. My phone is not this size because 7 minus 3 equals purple. My phone is this size so I can reach every spot with my thumb.
Okay, he's using a different language to describe why.
No. Are you listening?
Yeah, he is. He's using English to describe, why his thumb reaches all.
No, the reason is a need for how something was designed.
Now consider an intelligent designer for the universe.
Well, guys, we've landed at a problem where this guy will superimpose the word explain and change it out halfway through a logical string to the word describe and think nobody will notice. So we've reached an impasse.
That's correct.
He clearly doesn't understand how words work, and there's no purpose in talking any further. So I would submit to move on the topic because he's not capable of grasping how words function.
What are you talking about? I agree with you that there are things that math doesn't explain. I said that like 3 times.
No. Give me anything math explains. One example.
Oh, anything? I don't know that it explains anything. I think it describes things.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, I said that like 3 times. So what's the issue?
Yeah, why
I don't know.
do you propose such questions?
Maybe we mistook you for somebody else.
Yeah, there's been a few people.
You definitely articulated it better than I was doing, but you still don't get it. That's what surprises me.
That's I think I asked that question a couple times. Like, what is the broader point? I think you can let me know if it's wrong, but it was that math doesn't explain reality or something like that. Which, if that's true, then that's just true for every language, which seems kind of silly.
Yeah, math is insufficient as a tool to explain reality itself, right? It can describe portions of reality, which you can use as part of your explanations, but it in itself isn't up to the task. The same way like math can't create causal force, right? Like the laws of mathematics can't make an object move. It could describe how an object moves. It could describe the amount of force that you need to move a particular object, but it can't actually move the object.
Well, that's true for probably all languages, I guess.
Problem is that in this arena of flat Earth versus globe Earth and the paradigms associated, there often is claim that math explains reality or somehow has any causal power within reality or somehow gives rise to portions of reality.
I guess it's better, it's more appropriate to say something like E equals MC squared describes something rather than explains something. I think that's more accurate to say it that way. So I agree with you.
Is it describing Superman's flight? You know what I mean?
But that's back to the problem with all languages.
No, it's not a problem with the language. It's a problem with what's empirical.
What do you mean? I mean, because people use English to say all sorts of fictional things that aren't true.
Right.
And
Right. So
also
how
things
is
that
energy
are,
and mass equivalent?
what?
Yeah. How do you substantiate the claim that E equals MC squared?
Nuclear reactors.
Oh, that's just what the scientists say.
Oh, nuclear
I'm not
reactors.
saying that's true. I'm just giving an example of mathematics. That
Nuclear reactors, nuclear weapons.
Okay, use math to describe nuclear reactors and weapons. Go ahead.
I already
Sorry,
did the proofs for
explain.
description.
Explain.
Yeah.
That's not what was asked, though. What was asked was, how do you validate that energy equals mass when you accelerate it to the speed of light? Well, first you have to substantiate the speed of light, right? You also have to substantiate what mass is. So you have one concept being mass, and you have the speed of light, which is in contention.
The speed of light is not in contention.
Sure it is. Show me a one-way measurement.
I don't need a one-way measurement to verify something's speed. What the hell?
Well, that'd be a direct measurement, because the best you have is a claim of a two-way measurement. So show me a one-way measurement, directly measured speed of light. The answer is it's never been done, and that's demonstrably true.
Burden of proof. That's like, just because you want it done that way doesn't mean you can do it two-way.
No, this has never been done, and it remains a big problem in physics.
According to you, it does, but not to everyone else.
I mean, you don't have to believe me. You can go Google this yourself, kid.
Except for the fact that we use the speed of light in nuclear physics all the time, and everything works out fine.
Yeah, well, there's a pragmatic fallacy. Good job.
Yep, people make nuclear reactors and nuclear weapons, and they use...
Yeah, you have no idea how these work. I mean, did you have a Sinwity clearance?
I know you don't.
You know? Oh, you really think I don't?
I know you don't, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you have no idea who I am. And I'm surprised that you just, let that Sinwity thing roll off your tongue right there. Like, oh, you know exactly what that is. I'm surprised you do, kid.
Why are you surprised that I know?
Oh, because you said you're 18 years old.
Oh, well, 19.
And a very naive individual at that.
19 now.
Yeah, there's no way you know what Sinwity is.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Just mic check real quick.
Yes, we heard you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Point being, kid, you can't validate what you just said about nuclear weapons proving this.
Why can't I?
Because critical nuclear information is highly classified, very need-to-know basis. You will never encounter this in your entire life, statistically speaking.
Never encounter what? Do you want me to send you? Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he
Claims.
wants you to send him the information that's behind the top secret clearance. Go ahead.
You realize that like nuclear physics isn't like you can.
You have no idea what you're about to babble on about. You should probably just concede now before you embarrass yourself.
So true.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for
hold on. Let me ask
Fission
this.
products are
I
going
keep
at
getting
X
interrupted.
speed. Then you can figure out how much kinetic energy they have, which gives you the majority of the like reaction products.
Great. Why don't you go ahead and build a nuclear bomb in your backyard and validate that, kid?
In order to detect
You can just do simulations.
in order to detect the speed of light, you need something faster than the speed of light. Otherwise, it's gone and you wouldn't detect it.
What is this guy talking about? What's with this weird burden of proof that they think is?
Every measurement has a margin of error, which is above and below the stated, what is stated to be measured, right? So that he's right, and that you basically need a way to measure something faster than the speed of light, as well as a way to measure something slightly lower than the speed of light in order to validate the measurement of the speed of light. So can you measure anything going beyond the speed of light?
Or maybe
For the police radar to detect that you're going 60 mile an hour, the radar itself has to be able to detect something faster than 60 mile an hour. Once you exceed what the radar can do, it's gone before it even detects it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can claim that he can measure something faster than the speed of light.
No.
Or he can claim that the speed of light's at the upper end of his error bar.
Maybe it's that coincidentally everything that you measure stuff with is limited by the speed of light, because the speed of light governs how you can measure things, because it's quite literally information.
That's a tautology. Good job.
Yeah. Here we go. Look at the link I sent in the chat. Are you gonna cry about that being, against nuclear secrecy? Really? You could design a bomb with all these information. 100% you could.
So a bomb detects the speed of light?
Yep, but you can certainly predict how much energy you're going to yield from the detonation. Yeah.
How do you measure the energy that's yielded by detonation?
You can do it many ways. The easiest one is
Nah.
thermal. You do it from seismic.
I got a question for the flat Earth believers in here. If you guys, that's right.
What?
Go ahead, shoot.
So you guys, I don't mean, like, what is the shape of the Earth? Is it like
We don't
a
know.
rectangle, or is it more like
We don't know.
more like a CD or something?
We don't know.
No, Earth is not an object to be studied. Next.
We only describe the surface. The surface lays horizontally. We don't know the shape of the Earth.
What's the shape of the universe, like of space? Did you say it's expanding? It's constantly expanding something? So is it like a blob shape, or do you know?
Maybe it's shaped like an octopus.
And if you believe the Earth is flat, but you don't know what the shape is.
Yeah, you don't know what the shape of the universe is either. So there's that.
Okay, sorry. You understand that flat is a surface description, right? That's the claim that we're making. The surface description lays horizontally, flat, level, whatever. We're not and can't make a claim to the shape of the Earth. It's not the same.
So it's like, okay, I guess. Well, maybe you guys can relate. I mean, this is Discord, but I play video games pretty regularly, a few times a week, and I live in California. I have a couple friends that I play with regularly who live in the UK, and a few days ago I asked, we just got together and party, and I asked him, "Hey, what time is it over there?" And he said it's just after sunset, and he didn't give me like an exact time, but
Sounds like Miller time.
Sunset. So he, right. So, but the question I have is like, well, he couldn't see the sun anymore, but I'm in California, and at the time I asked the question, I was looking out my window, and I could see the sun, the entire sun in the sky. But he couldn't. For him, the sun had set, but for me, I could see the entire sun, the whole circle of it. How does that? That doesn't seem to make sense if the Earth is flat. The sun would never be. If it was set, then it would set for the entire Earth.
No.
Surface of the Earth.
The sun has just left him and went to you.
Yeah, the
So it
sun's
doesn't actually set to the ground. It's just a visual thing.
Sorry, dude.
You can't see.
Sorry. It's all right. The sun's between the two observers, right? I'm in the UK. You're in California. As the sun leaves my location, it appears to descend on the horizon, getting to a point where I can't see it and it can't cast its light. And for you in California, it's come up from the horizon because it's getting closer to you. The sun, the object, is moving between the two locations.
Okay. I don't get it though. Wouldn't we should both be able to see the same?
No,
sun?
the reason you don't believe it or don't understand it is because you think you can see forever. You don't see forever. When something's far enough away, it appears because of perspective to merge into the vanishing point. This is exactly what's happening with the sun. It's moving away from your location or moving away from your friend's location in Britain, and you can still see it in the sky. They cannot because it's far beyond their limit of their vision perspective.
The porch light that lights up your driveway, does it light up your neighbor's driveway a mile away?
I can understand where he's coming from though, because like if he's thinking the sun is the size that he's told, and the distance away, and yeah, if you folded the Earth back so it was flat, you'd think something that big and that high. Possibly you could see it everywhere. I don't know.
No,
but
I'm with.
It's obviously not that high.
No, I'm with you. I agree with you. You're absolutely right. You have to start dismantling every preconceived notion about what the fuck is going on when we're looking at the sun, what the sun is. Some people still think that the sun is, like you said, 93 million miles away and massive, but the Earth's still flat. All right, so how does that work then? No, it's different. The sun's not what you've been told. Hard to break down. You're right to point it out, dude.
I guess it's important. I dropped out, so maybe you didn't get my question. I didn't hear everything you guys said, but I guess the sun would have to be pretty close to the Earth in order for my friend in the UK for it to disappear below the horizon, but still be fully visible in from my point of view in California.
That means the rays from the sun are less parallel.
You are right when you say. You are right when you say the sun would have to be closer. So you're right to assume this is what we were talking about when you got cut out. The idea that the sun is 93 million miles away and massive, but the Earth is flat underneath this 93 million mile away massive sun. How does that work? You're right to point out that this probably isn't what the sun is. The sun would have to be something different. And that's what we suggest. We suggest that the sun is not what we've been told. It is something different. It just moves across the Earth, giving its light where it is over, leaving other areas in darkness. We call this night and day. And it appears to go up and go down towards the horizon or away from the horizon, but that's just perspective. That's things above your eye line appearing to go downwards towards the horizon or rising upwards from the horizon. Doesn't mean they've actually changed that actual altitude above the surface. It's just perspective when we see this. So you're right to point that out as well, man.
Okay. I'm still thinking about. Let's see. So I'm standing on the sidewalk, and a car appears really far away, and it's driving towards me. And then it's really small. As it gets closer and closer, it gets larger until it's at its largest, which is right next to me. And then it moves past me, away from me, and it gets smaller and smaller, away from my vision. And that wouldn't happen for things that are really close to me. So if the sun were really close and it rises in the east at like 6 or 7 a.m., maybe something like that, and then it travels towards me over, across the sky, and then it will be at its largest. It should be at its largest size at like 12 around noon, and then it would get smaller and smaller as it moves towards the sunset, towards the evening. Like I don't know, I think 7:30. It's about around 7:30 is sunset over here. So it would have to be small in the morning and then large around noon, much larger around noon, and then it would get smaller and smaller towards the sunset. But the sun seems to stay the exact same size all throughout the day as it travels.
Kind of.
The sun does actually change its angular size, but it's not a lot. The main problem is that when it appears to go down, it's just the angle. The limit of the angle is too small. The depression angle. Do you see what I mean?
He is right to point out that the sun actually appeared to change that much in size, and you did kind of answer that question. Yeah, it does when you look at it through solar filters and so on. The claim that the sun doesn't change size is kind of a misnomer. We can clearly demonstrate that depending on, say, your altitude, how dense the atmosphere is, the temperature of the atmosphere, your location on the Earth, whether it's summer or winter, whether you're in a rainforest or whether you're in the desert, whatever it is, the sun will change its size, or sometimes it won't. It depends on atmospheric magnification and all of these different types of things, making the sun look bigger. Sometimes the sun looks massive on the horizon, but that's because we've got reference points, a tree, a building, or whatever. So when it's up in the sky, we don't have those reference points. But when we study the sun with solar filters, it does change size.
Well, if you picture like a 50-mile clothesline and you're standing in the middle of it, right? And the lines are stretched so tight that they're, let's say, 1,000 feet above the ground the entire 50 miles, right? You're standing in the middle of it. So if you have a light bulb, somebody brings it towards you, it's going to look like it's rising above you. It's going to look like it's going from down to up. And then when it gets to you, it's going to look like it's going from up to down. This is just perspective, right? You get my
Yeah, but the
point? You're
light bulb.
standing in the middle of it.
Yeah,
And it's
I
only
totally
taking
get
the
it.
light. It's taking the light with it, just like a porch light on a greater magnitude.
Yeah, but the light bulb would be small, and then it would get big as it gets closer, and then it gets smaller as it moves away. Same thing with the car.
Yeah, but if you point to that light as it's coming towards you, and as it gets above your head, you're going to be pointing straight up, and as it goes away again, you'll end up pointing straight in front of you, like below your eyes, but it's not actually gone below you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
The size bit that you're worried about, isn't it?
I don't know what below or above really matters. I don't know why that matters. I'm talking about is like size. It would be at its largest when it was right next to me, and then as it moves away, it would get smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, if you look in desert climates and dry climates, you will see the sun dramatically in comparison to other climates. In dry climates, you'll see the sun dramatically shrink as it goes away from you, or as it's coming towards you, it also starts small and gets big. In dry climates, deserts, stuff like that. It's absolute. It's far more dramatic than any other climate, dry climates.
You have to remember from a flat Earth point of view as well, we don't say that the sun that you're observing is actually a physical object. It might be, but there's no way that we can prove it. It doesn't appear to be. It appears to be an apparent location. Trying to triangulate the sun from many observers on the face of the Earth is kind of hard to do. The triangulation doesn't point to a sun being at a point, it points to an area where the sun is. So it's kind of hard to isolate the sun's exact location. We can use it, of course we can, for celestial navigation and timekeeping and stuff, but where the sun actually is, I mean, I can give you images of the sun being in clouds and we see this phenomenon all of the time. It's kind of a deceptive thing, the sun.
You can also get, and I hate to use the term atmospheric, I hate to use that term, but you know what I mean when I say it. But in atmospheric terms, the sun can also magnify and other objects as well. So you get magnification instead of decreased. I don't know how to use that term, but decreased magnification.
So does the guy think that the Earth is a globe because of the sun size, or what's his argument about the sun and the Earth being a globe?
He thinks that if it's flat,
are you guys
he
just
thinks that
talking
if
about
it's
the sun?
flat, he thinks that if it's flat, it would magnify the whole Earth and everything would be in light.
Oh, so
No, that's not what I mean. I was trying to make sense of this if the Earth were flat.
Well, before you did, but you might not now. But before you did.
Hey, if you want to make sense of the globe or flat, it's really simple. You have to look at it from the perspective of wanting to know whether or not the ground is curving away from you at a drop over a distance. Does that make sense of what I just said? Like, if you wanted to know that if the ground is curving, you'd have to figure out if it is or not directly. Does that make any sense to you?
Directly? What do you mean by directly?
Yeah, of course. So, if you wanted to know the shape of the size of something, you would directly measure the thing, right? Like, if I wanted to know how big your foot was, I would directly measure it. But does that make sense to you or no? Directly measuring something?
You mean like take a big old tape measure and wrap it from end to end?
If I wanted to, okay, let's take this really slowly. Let's say you wanted to buy let's say you wanted to buy some shoes, right? And you didn't know what size shoe you needed. You would go to the shoe store and they would measure your foot. Now, once they measure your foot, they know, aha, you wear a size 11 shoe. So because your size of your foot has been measured, they can now put you in the size of a shoe that will fit you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now take, for example, the Earth. Now, if the Earth is a specific size that they tell you that it is, well, all you would need to do is to measure the surface curving. Now, if the surface was curving, you would be able to directly measure it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Where's the measurement for the flat Earth?
No, okay,
How
so
long is
do
it?
you think you just asked a question that was direct to the flat Earth, but did you even question the fact that if the Earth has been measured already for the Earth being a globe?
Whether it's been measured.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could take a long tape measure and wrap it around the Earth. I don't know how that would work.
Okay, well, see, that's the problem, because they're telling you that it's already been measured, and the other issue is that you don't know how it's been measured. So there's a problem, right? It's maybe a gap of information that you don't have. So if you really wanted to know, do you think you could?
I suppose you could measure it with like flight data. That could be one.
Yeah, but that's not what I was asking. What I was asking is, if you wanted to measure or find out if the Earth had been measured, could you find that information out? If you wanted to know.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could try flight data.
Okay, so if you think it's possible, and I know that you're trying to say something, but I really want you to focus. How is it possible that the Earth, prior to the advent of any type of technology, right, back in the old days, right, long time ago, how did they figure it out? Because we have this information pretty much solidified from ancient times. Wouldn't you agree?
That the Earth is a globe? Yeah,
Yes.
I
Okay.
agree with that.
So, right. So now we're in agreement that we both heard some type of narrative that the Earth has been already measured. So let's see if we can figure out who has measured it in history. Now it's important, right? Because you and everybody else in the world is basing their assumptions that this has been done. Now, by what method or who has measured the Earth's surface to be curving? Do you know?
Measuring curvature. I mean, I guess it doesn't. Let's say nobody has ever figured out or directly measured the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth or curvature of the Earth. Say that's never happened.
Okay.
I think there are experiments like the one you're saying from. I think it was like with sticks and shadows and the sun, something like that. So like I don't know. It's been a long time, but I think that was like one of the earliest measurements or something like that.
Okay.
Where people figured out that it wasn't flat.
All right. So you think that somebody figured it out already? Sounds like.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Okay. And what method do you think they got the drop over a distance? Because let's say you're standing at a point on the Earth. I'm standing at a different point on the Earth. We're like 30 miles apart from each other. If I wanted to know how much curvature there is between you and me, how much drop over the distance would there be between you and me? Being on an Earth that's the size that they tell us that it is, would you be able to figure that drop over the distance out?
I suppose in principle, yeah, but I don't directly know
Awesome.
how to do that.
Well, I think that's the most important part because they're saying that the Earth is a geometric shape. Now, for you and I to assume that it is without any information, it's just speculation. But once we actually start to do the work and figure it out, we do the research, we figure out how they did it, then we have knowledge about how it's been measured. Now, we don't have that, or at least you don't have that right now. And you're going off this speculation that you think somebody's done it. You know, some guy with sticks and whatnot. But you don't really know how it's been done. And I think that you're supporting a claim that doesn't have, in your particular mind, a way to back it up with the evidence. And it's
Okay,
a problem.
but why would measuring the size? I'm trying to figure out why why the size of the Earth would be important or relevant to the shape of the Earth.
Well, it's the particular small sample set that you would use. Let's say you don't have to go and measure the entire Earth, but you could say from a certain part of the surface, I know that if I have a small portion of it, I would then be able to complete the rest of it if I have just a small sample set. So let's say, for example, if the Earth is a giant sphere, if you measured a small sample set of the Earth, then you can complete the rest of the sphere, right? With the small sample set. Is that reasonable?
You might be able to extrapolate like maybe like an approximate size, but I don't know that measuring size. I don't see how you get the shape from measuring the size.
Yeah, well, not it's the amount of drop over a distance. So the curving surface that you're standing on would be able to be measured from a specific small sample, right? So you'd say the small sample could go anywhere from between 20 to 30 miles, 40 miles, whatever it is that you could get. That would be conservative. You don't get too crazy with it. But then you could extrapolate farther and say, well, because we measured a small sample set of the Earth, we can then complete the circle with all the little segments of the sample that would make a sphere, thereby concluding that I measured a small sample set to complete the entirety of the Earth being a ball of a specific radius, diameter, and circumference. Am I making sense so far? Being reasonable and such? Not getting too crazy with it, right?
I'm following what you're saying, but I don't get how measuring the shape is going to tell you what measuring the size is going to tell you what the shape is.
Well, you see, a sphere is very specific in the fact that you would say, I know that it's a sphere, a globe being an oblate spheroid and such. we would be able to say that it's a specific geometric shape. Now, a specific geometric shape would denote the consequent of the surface would be such that it would be arcing over a specific point A to point B, segment. So if you take 2 points on that sphere, you could say that surface is arcing over those 2 points, which means that there's a sagittal in between the 2 points. So you could say that in between me and my friend, there's a hump of Earth curvature that would be obstructing the view of me and him. Is that fair? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and I hear you now. Go on.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, like a mountain maybe or a hill. Yeah.
No, those are fine. That's normal topography, right, on the Earth. But what I mean is the actual Earth itself being curving away from your position. So land topography, that's you can account for that. Of course, everyone can. But what I mean is the actual Earth itself being a spheroid, you would be able to measure a small sample set of it because of the fact that it's a sphere, right? The natural consequent of a geometric shape would be such that it would be curving on its surface, a spheroid. Is that fair?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If you can measure, so if you can measure like 1/4 of a ball, then you should be able to figure out the other 4 dimensions, right? That's what you're saying.
Excellent.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that. But I'm glad that you kind of completed, the understanding on that. So, like, what we're saying is, in this conversation, we're getting people to realize whether or not that they have the claim that the Earth is a globe that could be verified with a small sample set. I guess most of the continuing argumentation for us is that we can actually get people to think about this specific point. Is it possible to measure that small arc segment between point A and point B on any given distance on the Earth, specifically, to find out if we can complete a geometric shape, such as an oblate spheroid, to be complete? So, this is the most important part, right? This is the crux of the argument, the reason why we're all here. Is it possible, I'll say it again, to measure a drop over a distance between point A and point B directly?
Directly. I guess you could do it in principle. I mean, I'm not a scientist or anything, but I'm sure there's probably some method.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could think about it like that, but
Not a mathematician or anything like that.
that's fine. That's fine. But do you think some genius could have put some kind of paper to pencil and kind of work this all out and figured out if it's possible that we could then go outside and take that that information that we have, that curving surface, and then see if we can verify that that surface is indeed following the math? Sir?
Holy shit, it's actually quiet in here.
Sir,
hello?
Did you hear what I said?
Me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we did. I didn't hear you before, but go ahead. I hear you now.
Sorry. I was just saying, like, I googled the shape of the Earth, and Wikipedia just says it's 3,958 miles in radius. I guess that would be that. That would be a measurement of the shape of the size of the Earth.
No, sorry.
What's the issue with that?
So you can have a radius on a circle. That's a 2-dimensional planet object shape, circle radius. You can also have a radius on a sphere. The question is, how do you turn from a circle measurement into a spherical one?
Yeah. So
radius is a straight line.
Yeah. So once again, if it's possible, sir, that you could measure between point A and point B, an arc in between those two people, I think that would be the most important place to start. Because in history, I would say, has it been done that people have verified this within history? The context of what we understand, people have attempted to do this.
Well,
Does he keep dropping out or just going silent?
He might be dropping out. I don't hear him anymore.
Does it sound better? It might
He
be
might be
my
researching.
set.
Yeah, we hear you now, but we didn't hear like 2 seconds ago if you were saying anything.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know how that measurement is done, but there it is.
No, that's the claim. That's not the measurements. Those would be the dimensions of the claim: radius, diameter, circumference. We're asking, obviously, because we can't measure radius, right? That would mean digging down to the center of the Earth, and then diameter. Well, I'll come back again. I'll go straight out the other side. Circumference is probably the best thing, but that's just going round in a circle. So what we're looking for is the drop from horizontal over distance.
Yep, drop over distance. It always comes back to that, sir. Every time.
Okay. What? All right. Well, what's the what is the length of the Earth according to you?
No
Well,
idea.
no.
It does a curve, right?
This is this is the problem, though. See, when faced with this fact that I just told you, I laid it out for you quite succinctly. Now you understand the problem, the issue, sir. This is it right here. It's staring you in the face. Now, whether or not you choose to do something about it and figure out or do some more research, that is up to you. Now, right now, you're going to start asking us questions, but you don't even realize you don't have an answer to the one I gave you. So in
What do you
this
mean I don't
particular,
realize? I just said that I don't know.
I
said
know,
I don't
but
know, and
do
that
you
there is a
understand?
measurement of the radius of the Earth. I
Yeah, but
acknowledge
you
that,
said
and I just asked
you
you
said
the
there,
same question you asked me.
yeah, but you said there is a radius. No, there isn't a radius. There's a claim of a radius, and there's a claim of a circumference. There's a claim of a diameter, but those claims haven't been met with evidence.
Okay, I'm not a geologist, so I don't have like specialized information like that. I'm just a
That's
regular
fine.
dude.
So what do you think about the whole issue of not being able to kind of rectify the glaring issue that the Earth cannot be measured, or at least by your understanding, that you don't know how it's been measured?
Well, because I don't know the methods, that doesn't mean that it can't be done.
Okay.
You just said that it cannot be measured, and how do you support that?
Yes. Show me the evidence that it has. That's the support for what I'm saying. If you can do so, then you have debunked what I've said. Please provide the evidence that it has been directly measured, the drop over distance. Once you do, then Bob's your uncle.
Well, I just asked you. I don't think that like showing that the Earth is not a globe shows that it's flat. Right?
No. Yeah, I understand, but this is the first step. This is the first step because once you understand the Earth has not been measured as an oblate spheroid, you can then entertain the fact that it could be something other than a globe. And then your mind is opened enough to hear any response about how it's observed, measured, and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. So do you understand when you don't relinquish the fact that it cannot be measured, you hold on to the fact that it could be by some genius out there somewhere measured as an oblate spheroid, and any information we give you is thwarted the effort because we're not going to be able to tell you anything that you don't already want to say. That's foolishness, because we know the Earth's a globe. Some genius out there I'm not a genius. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a geologist. But it's been figured out. So there you go, flat earther. So do you understand the problem that I'm telling you? Once you realize and understand that the Earth cannot be measured as an oblate spheroid, you can then open up your mind to realize, hey, could possibly be flat because I haven't measured the Earth to be a oblate spheroid. What I'm asking, sir, is that you recognize the fact that any information that's given to you, because I know that's what you want to hear, how is it flat? That can be easily demonstrated. No problem with that. Remember, I said 3 things: observation, measurement, and practical use case. So the Earth as a flat and stationary plane has always been observed, measured, and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Always.
Okay, can I talk now?
Sure.
You said a lot of things, and it's hard to keep track of all the different things. But one of the things I remember you saying was that the Earth cannot be measured if it's a
a sphere. Why?
Because it's not.
He said
Because
the
it's
Earth
not.
cannot be measured as a sphere.
Oh, you said
Can't
twice
or
that
can't?
it cannot be measured if it's a sphere. Why
What
is
do you
that?
say?
You said that it cannot be measured if it's a sphere, and I'm just wondering why.
It's not a sphere. That's why.
Well, that's a claim.
Tell me how
I
you're going
know.
to measure it. Go ahead and tell Alpha how you start measuring Earth to be a sphere, because I'm going to go outside with my phone, get on here, and start doing it live on camera.
Yeah.
Well,
Just tell us how to do it.
that's his
No,
burden
it's
to
not
meet,
his.
not mine.
It's
I
not
didn't make
my
that
burden,
claim.
sir. Sir, the claim has been made by those who say that it's a sphere. Now, did you say that it was when you were born into this world? You came into the information just like everybody else in this call did. We were told that it's an oblate spheroid, sir. You don't know that it is
Yeah,
one.
I mean,
You've just been told
I
that it's
acknowledged
one,
like
just
twice
like everybody else.
that I don't know how they did the
All
measurement.
right.
I said
All
that
right. So
twice,
now
and
the
then
burden.
I asked
Listen,
you,
hold on
and
a
then you
second. Hold
asked
on.
me, "Can I
No, wait a
finish
minute.
this?"
No, the
And
burden.
then
The
you
burden.
said,
Yeah,
then you
you're
said
getting it wrong
twice
right
that
now. Oh, you're getting
can
it
you
wrong.
just let me finish? Is that
No, you're getting it wrong. You're not going to continue for getting it wrong. You're not going to continue for getting it wrong.
I mean,
That's the
if you're
problem.
being kind of rude, I've been kind of,
It's not rude. It's the
reasonable with
fact that
you.
you're gonna persist. Listen, even if I give you the floor, you will persist to say that the burden will be mine. It's not mine. It is still the one who made the claim. It's not you. You didn't make the claim that the Earth was a globe. You're advocating for the position that it's a globe. The one who actually said, "Hey, this is a globe." Whoever said that, the burden is on them to provide the evidence that it is, because we do not experience in observation, measurement, nor practical use that it's a globe. And you persist to say it's my burden. It is not. Stop
Well, let me make
persevering
myself
to
clear
say that.
so that I don't get misunderstood. What I heard you say twice was you said that if the Earth is a sphere, that it cannot be measured. And I'm just asking you why.
It's not a sphere.
Yeah, dude. Sorry,
That's
that's
why.
not what he actually said. I've been listening for quite some time now, and what he said is it cannot be measured to be a sphere due to the fact that it's not a sphere in the first instance.
Okay, why is that?
Why is it not?
Because it's not. It's not. Oh, shit.
Because there is no measured drop over distance between 2 points to show that it's a sphere in the first instance, which is the question that Alpha asked you. Who in history has ever measured this drop over distance between 2 points that would be required for a sphere?
I guess those people, wherever those people, the Wikipedia people's sources are, those people?
So who are they, and what did they do?
Wow.
You mentioned
Did
one earlier.
he just conjure up magic people?
That's never been measured, and so I don't know. Are they just BSing, or I don't get it?
No, let's try and be more specific, because, like I said, you mentioned one earlier. So when we go to Wikipedia and ask the question about how did we discover the Earth was a globe, we get a few famous faces pop up. You mentioned one, Aristoteles, right? You mentioned him about 20 minutes ago or so. And you kind of said that, yeah, he proved that the Earth was a ball. You were quite confident in that statement.
The guy's name with the sticks and the shadows? Okay,
Yeah, that's it. Aristoteles, the sticks and the shadows, and you were very confident that with this method of sticks and shadows, he demonstrated the Earth was a sphere.
Well, I said it seems like.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Yeah,
he doesn't know.
Okay.
And furthermore, because you don't know, then you think the burden would be on those who made the claim to provide the overwhelming evidence of, like, substantiating the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid to you, so that you can carry the knowledge as to a truth in your life that the Earth has been measured as a globe, an oblate spheroid with drop over the distance. But that's not. You can never measure a drop over the distance on any part of this Earth, as in the measuring to be the size of the Earth being an oblate spheroid, the size that they say that it is. So that's the issue, right?
Like, if you're saying that, if you reword my question to what the other guy said, that it cannot be measured to be a sphere, let's say that that's what you said. Let's go with that. Then that would mean that you would have some, like, I don't know, evidence or something, or some facts that would back up.
Yes. Yes, we do.
from this that
Yes,
show
yes,
that the
we
Earth is not a
do.
sphere.
We do. We do. That is why I'm saying that when I gave you three things. Now you got to remember these three things. And I say them, I'm going to repeat them over and again. Observation, measurement, practical use. Three things, three categories. Observation, measurement, practical use. Each one of those categories can be met substantially by the Earth's flattened stationary claim. Substantially, with overwhelming evidence.
I don't understand. Practical use? What is that about?
That means that if you're going to attempt to navigate across any part of the surface of the Earth, you're going to use it as if it's locally flat. Practically. Everybody knows this. Everyone knows this. The fact that you don't
Locally
is...
flat.
Yep.
Not sure.
Oof. Okay.
So, I don't have too much time, but if you're going to travel from one point to another, the surface of the Earth, being that it's not an oblate spheroid and that it is a flat and stationary plane, will be traversed across as if it was a level surface, a horizontal plane that extends outward.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no is that the way that pilots do it? I don't know what you mean, like transatlantic flights.
Yeah, pilots, mariners, people that drive vehicles over the surface of the Earth, they're not traversing over, or they're not negotiating, over any amount of drop over distance. Now, if they are negotiating over any amount of drop over the distance, that's probably because they're going over a hill or a mountain. But it has nothing to do with the actual Earth being a curving surface. It has more to do with land topography. And when in the case of people in the ocean, no negotiation over curvature. And if you're flying a plane, no negotiation over any curvature. So you're traveling over the Earth in all instances as if it were a flat stationary plane. Practically used. Everybody on the Earth.
Practically mapped. Practically navigated.
A flat stationary plane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm looking at the stars from California and
oh my God. No, wait. No, don't get into looking at the sky anymore. You did that earlier when I came into the conversation. We're looking at the sun. We're looking at the Earth, the ground that you're walking on top of. So if that is curving on its surface, sir, don't look at the stars, the sun, or the moon. Look at the Earth. That's the most important thing you need to focus on. Now, if you're not looking at the Earth and figuring if there's a drop over distance, you're not doing justice to figure out if it's directly measured. And that becomes your problem when you start stargazing. We're not concerned with what the stars are doing. We're concerned with if the surface is curving or not as a consequence of it being a geometric shape.
Okay, now why would we just throw out perfectly good evidence that we can see with our
It's
own
not
eyes? Why would we do that?
evidence. The stargazing that you want to mention has nothing to do with the surface having a drop over the distance, does it? Answer, please.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Oh my God. So stargazing is not going to tell you that the Earth between point A and point B is curving on its surface, is it?
I think it does.
Okay, tell us exactly how it does then, right now.
You're looking at the fucking stars, moron.
Just
how the
tell
fuck
us
is
how.
that telling you? How the fuck is that telling you that the ground is curving? Please don't shut the fuck. Dude, I don't care. I don't care. Right now, you need to realize one thing. You're talking absolute nonsense. What are listen to me very carefully. What is looking at stars going to tell you that the Earth is doing? Answer me that. What is looking at stars going to tell you that the surface is doing?
Well, I'd rather talk to the more reasonable fellow.
More reasonable. So we're just going to bypass the fact that stargazing is a great way to tell you how the surface is curving from point A to point B. Yeah? We're just going to let that go. We're just going to act like it didn't even happen.
Yeah, so do just like I asked then. You provide us the actual evidence that shows that stargazing or looking at the luminaries proves that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. I'm going to hand it off to
tell us
Jedi or
exactly.
someone else. I'm going to hand it off to you guys.
Yeah,
Can I-
then
I don't
you
know that
wanted
I have
someone. Listen,
proof,
you wanted
but
someone more reasonable.
it is
Hold on,
kind of interesting.
Elliot.
Like,
Hold on. You wanted
sorry, I
someone more
was in the middle of
reasonable. I'm reasonably asking you. Then show us the proof. How exactly does looking at the stars, the sun, the moon, or the planets show what the surface condition is? Go.
Well, the fact that there are different constellations in the sky depending on your location on the Earth, I think that shows that the Earth is not flat, because we would see all the
No,
same
you still haven't
constellations of
connected. You
stars.
still,
The
I'm
Earth was
stopping
flat,
you
right?
because you still haven't connected the two. You're still looking up at the stars. Now you're stars. You're talking about constellations. How does that exactly relate to the surface of the Earth being any shape or not? You have to show, you logically walk us through it because you haven't done that so far.
Well, I mean, let's say hypothetically the Earth is like a basketball or a circle
Hypothetically, no,
or a
we're not
sphere or something
talking
like that.
hypothetics.
Let's just say hypothetically that's the case, and like,
I'm stopping
then
you.
it would be
I'm
true
stopping
that
you.
the
No, as soon as you say hypothetically,
you're going to talk while I'm talking. I can't hear what you're saying.
yeah, I'm
So you might
stopping
as
you
well
because you said hypothetically. We're not talking hypothetically. We're talking about for real. So if you cannot tell us logically how looking at the stars, sun, moon, or planets shows exactly how the Earth is curving, as in a sphere, you need to logically connect the two. So you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. If the Earth is a sphere, you'll see different constellations in the night
Doing the
sky,
same thing
depending on
again.
your location.
Now
on the
you're
Earth.
affirming the
That wouldn't
Now you're
happen on
affirming the
a
consequence.
flat Earth.
Sorry,
Would
I
it?
do apologise, but you did exactly the same thing. You just swapped your hypothetical. So this is, you're now begging the question. So as
Well,
soon
let me
as you
rephrase it
assume
then. Let's say we have a
as soon as you assume an outcome,
that we can. And we want to know what explains this. We want to know what explains that. And there are two models. We have the flat Earth model and we have the globe model. And we're trying to figure out which one explains which one better explains why there are different constellations in the night sky depending on the location you are on the Earth.
Dude, you just keep talking no matter what, don't you?
Let's see
Dude,
the
no matter
models.
what, you keep talking.
If we look at the models, that might problem solve the situation.
Sorry, what? Go ahead.
Let's see the two models you're working with. Let's start there. Are these even valid questions or hypotheses inside the models you present? It might be like what you call like like abuse. Like here's a model that demonstrates X, and then you ask a question, not X. Then when you get not an answer, then you say that model doesn't work.
Well, I mean, can we at least agree that there are different constellations in the sky depending on your location on the Earth? Do you at least agree to that much?
Models.
Yeah.
Let's see models.
No, that's maybe.
Sorry, was that a yes? It's multiple people talking.
Yes, you can go north or south of the equator and see different constellations. Yes.
Okay, and so we want to try to figure out. We have a question like we ask ourselves, what is the shape of the Earth based on this information? And we can just create a model. And if the Earth is flat, then we should see only the same constellations, no matter our location on the Earth.
Stop right there. So this is your model, and according to your model, you're saying that according to your model, we should see all of the stars from all vantage points on the Earth. But this is not how we perceive reality in the first instance, right? We're talking about what's above our heads in different locations, and when we go to different locations, there are different things above our heads. Doesn't mean that we can see the entirety of the ceiling in this instance, the things above us up in the sky, the stars. We just move to different locations, and they're different at different locations. North or south of the equator in this instance. That's also derived from one side of the star field to another side of the star field. It's just it's different.
In the first instance, how did you verify the models that you're proposing?
do you because
How did you verify the models you're
global
proposing to be correct?
shape of the Earth is explaining because of the shape of it. So how do you do
But you
that with
proposed the
how do you
model.
explain the different constellations from a flat Earth perspective?
Yeah, just go use Stellarium or go to one of those indoor observatories. There you go.
An observatory? I don't understand.
Sorry, not an observatory. A planetarium. Thank you, Brett. Yeah, go to
A planetarium? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. How does that explain different constellations in the night sky on a flat Earth?
That's a model. So you're on a horizontal plane. It's kind of based on the celestial sphere, where you reside on a horizontal plane. And as you move along this horizontal plane, your arc of vision or your dome in the sky changes. It changes dependent on what's in the sky, dependent on your location within this hemispherical dome of vision. You can move it in two ways. Either you can move or the stars can move. In this instance, in the planetarium, you're sitting still when the stars move.
Well, I've been to planetariums, and it doesn't matter where my location is in the planetarium, I can still see all the exact same, no more and no less amount of stars and constellations on the ceiling. They don't change, but when we go outside and you look at the real night sky, they do change depending on our location on the Earth.
Yeah.
I've never been to a planetarium, dude. You've never been to one, then?
Yes, I have. There's one in Sacramento.
Dude,
Near
they
where I
show
live.
you where you're at. Oh, we're here today. This is our position. We're going to show you what's in the sky tonight. That's it. If we go, let's see if we're in Italy. They'll say if we're in Italy, boop, 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 punch into position. This is what they're going to see tonight. You've never been in one, or you're going to call me a liar.
Okay, well, I still don't know how this answers my question. How does the flat Earth explain the fact that there are different constellations depending on your location on the Earth?
No worries, if I may. This is akin to asking this question. In one part of the Earth, I look up above me and I see pine trees. I move to another part of the Earth and I see palm trees. Does that dictate what shape the Earth is?
Palm trees?
Yeah, I see different types of trees in different places. Does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
I think stars do.
I'm asking you about the trees.
Yeah, you haven't connected the two yet, still.
I'm not asking like why trees are different.
No, that's not what I'm asking either. I'm asking you if I see different things in different places, does that have anything to do with the geometry of what's below my feet?
Yes, the stars do have something to do with the geometry below our feet.
Okay, and why is that?
They can give you an inference as to the shape of the Earth.
So this is not about proof, this is about inference. In this inference, are you begging the question that these constellations are stars in the vast parts of the galaxy in 360 degrees around a ball?
I don't know.
doesn't
I
want
just
to
know
say
that there
angle.
are points of light in the night sky that don't, and there are different stars depending on your location on the Earth.
That means nothing. That's like me saying over there there's pine trees and over here there's palm trees and therefore I'm on a ball. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the fact that they don't move doesn't matter to you.
It's like
stars don't move?
It's like saying you're underneath a light, and then 5 minutes later, when you walk away from being underneath that light, you look up and you see another light, and then you say that the surface you walked across is a ball.
Well, you guys are different from the other fellow. The other fellow I was talking to said that he agreed that there are different constellations in the night sky, depending on your location on the Earth. I was talking to that guy.
Well, that was actually Jedi. That's the guy you were just speaking with, dude.
Yeah, that was me.
He doesn't want to admit angle. You guys should get him with angle because he don't want to admit angle.
Well, first of all, you're begging the question, yeah, because you have stated that you believe stars have something to do with the globe, yeah? So how did you verify the globe in the first instance? To verify
Sorry,
that
there's like a lot of people talking. I don't know who I'm having a conversation.
Well, Jedi, you were in there. Jedi, you take it, mate. Go
Well,
for it.
I agreed on the premise that you go to different locations and you see different stars when you look up into the sky. So I agreed to this. But just because you go from being underneath one star field and then standing underneath another star field doesn't mean that the surface is curved. It just means that you've moved from one location to another. And when you look up, there are different stars there.
Right, but I guess, and you can, I don't know what your idea of but my idea of a flat Earth is that if it's a flat surface, just like you said in the planetarium, or somebody said, then when we look up, no matter our location, we would see the exact same stars, no more, no less. Do you agree with that?
No.
And
That
so
would have
what?
All
to
about
do
your
with your field of
perspective to the angle.
You
It's
still
all
have
That would
about
have
your
to do with your
perspective to the
field of
angle.
view, yeah? Like Jedi tried to explain, this is all based off the celestial sphere. So the celestial sphere that encloses the Earth has no defined shape, and the observer on the Earth is at its center. So as the observer, you would have a particular view of the stars based on your location, like you stated. Yeah. And like Jedi stated, as you move away from certain stars or certain locations, they're going to appear to be at a different location, or you're going to be looking at different stars. So, as someone else just brought up with angles, as you move away from something, the angle decreases until eventually it's on your horizon where you can't see it. You're just moving away and looking at different stars due to the angular view that you're viewing them at. You have an
I don't see why it
azimuthal
even needs
dome.
explaining.
You have an azimuthal dome of vision, yeah? So you have a horizontal field of view. You have azimuthal. Who is that?
Dude, keep your mic closed. Keep your mic closed.
No, it was somebody else that came in.
Do that, and they're gone.
So you have a horizontal
saying
field of view.
horizontal
You
field.
have azimuthal angles. You have a vertical field of view, and you have your elevation angles. So when you combine these horizontal and vertical fields, you have a full dome of vision, which is called your azimuthal dome. It's very simple, dude. You're just moving away.
Yeah, let's say you put a smiley face cookie on your ceiling. As you move to different locations in the room, the smiley face is going to become different. It's not due to the cookie itself.
What?
It's due to your location of the cookie. So if you put a
Yeah,
smiley face on the ceiling of your roof, on your ceiling, you look up at it and you see a smiley face cookie. When you walk to the
that's
other
not
end,
exactly what he's talking about, though.
it's going to look upside down, but it's all because your
That's for something.
perspective
How did we get onto upside down?
angle
What he's talking about,
of,
James. It's not what he's talking about, James. It's not redressing his point. That's a different point that he hasn't made.
Okay, so at 11 minutes past the hour, there's the celestial sphere. Try and give an example. In this celestial sphere on the right-hand side, we can see that there's the North Star. Now, if the observer was closer to the North Star, it would be directly above his head. Yeah. Now, as he moves away, the angle is going to decrease. Now we can see the Big Dipper below that until eventually that star is on our horizon. It has to do with our angular field of view. Yeah. Azimuthal field of vision. So when we move, we're just looking at different stars.
So when you talk about when we go south of the equator, I see a different star field when I look up. That's because the equator is derived from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. When you're directly underneath Polaris, it's 90 degrees at your zenith. 90 degrees, straight line down from when the star intersects the Earth at the ground position and the horizontal plane of the Earth. As you move backwards from that star, measuring the angle up to it, you'll notice the angle decreases. The equator is the minimum elevation, so you can't see Polaris anymore. And when you go beyond that, well, look out, there are new stars in the sky. You couldn't perceive them because you wasn't in that location earlier.
Right.
Remember, you're at the
It's
center
a
of the
good
observation.
explain how something above me can appear in a different location, or there be a different thing above me when I change my location on a plane. I mean, that's ridiculous. Why can't things above you appear in different positions and different things appear above you depending on your location on a planar surface?
He couldn't get away from stargazing, could he? I know he couldn't
That's
resist
so
that.
freaking impossible to conceive, dude.
Never did get away from it. You're right.
No, so at the moment, you're just begging the question, dude. So in the first instance, you would have to verify that it's a globe if you weren't to beg the question. You keep coming out and saying, on the globe, stars should do this. On the globe, stars will do that. The stars are directly tied as a correlation to the globe. So how did you verify that the globe is the antecedent for these stars and where we see them?
I'm just saying that it makes perfect sense why we see different stars depending on our location on the Earth. If the Earth is a sphere, it explains it perfectly. But
So you
it
don't
seems like
agree that it would make
there was
sense.
well, let
So
me just
what?
finish up because there was a.
Hang on.
I did hear
Hang
an
on a second,
explanation
dude.
about like your horizontal and vertical. I think you said azimuth field of view. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you do have like an explanation for this, but it feels it doesn't feel like as like I don't know what's the word efficient or it doesn't like I mean the globe version like perfectly explains all this stuff.
Hold on. So you see the image that AJ posted with regards to the celestial sphere, and the one just above it that Does Studios posted at 11 minutes past the hour. Now, I wanted to jump in with a slight smile on my face. This is where your globe comes from. You notice that all of the measurements are taken from a horizontal plane. The elevation of the star above the horizon, 45 degrees in an instance, right? Between above your head and the horizon, right? 45 degrees. That's a flat Earth measurement. To get an angle description of the star in the sky, 45 degrees, we need a horizontal plane, that's the Earth, and then an imaginary line between the observer and the star. This is the premise of celestial navigation. This is the premise of cartography. This is the premise of our longitude and latitude systems, dividing the Earth into meridians. This is the premise of time zones. They all come from flat Earth measurements. You notice in the depiction that you've got a dome with the stars in. This is where the sky turns into the ball Earth beneath you because of the hijacking of perspective. The declination and elevation of angles above a horizontal plane, they look arced. So we can turn that arc into a sphere, and we can declare that with this, even with this model of the celestial sphere, that the Earth is a sphere. But all the measurements come from a horizontal plane. You're going to measure a flat Earth from this point onwards to get your ball. I know that you say that it's, it sounds perfectly logical that the Earth is a ball and it explains where we see the stars. There's another way we can model it, and by modeling it, we can turn it into a sphere.
So let's see, like say I got a telescope and I'm looking at a 90-degree angle, like straight up during in the night, and I see like one constellation, and then let's say it's like 3 a.m. or something like that, and then I look again in the telescope later at like 6 a.m.
90
or
degrees to what?
I should
90
still
degrees
be able
to
to
what?
see that same constellation. If
90
the Earth is
degrees to
flat,
what,
then
dude?
I should still be able to see that constellation no matter where I
Oh
am on
my
the Earth.
goodness gracious me.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, you
totally
don't.
bricked at this point.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah, 90
measure.
degrees from what? I agree. That needs to be stopgap right there. 90 degrees from what?
I just mean straight up vertically. That's all I mean.
Yeah, 90 degrees from what?
No,
Yeah.
no. 90
Well, the
degrees.
other guy, he brought
So,
up the 90-degree thing, so I was speaking to
I
that.
did. 90 degrees isn't straight up. 90 degrees is a perpendicular to vertical, straight up and down, and horizontal. So this is the thing. As soon as you mention an angle, you're measuring from a horizontal plane. That's the Earth. 90 degrees. 45 degrees if you want to talk about the star move or the sun, for example, moving a few hours. And now you can describe it as 45 degrees above the horizon because you've stayed in the same location, but the sun's moved. That's an elevation angle. That's an angle measurement taken from the horizontal plane of the Earth. From this moment onwards, after you've taken your flat Earth measurements, you can turn the Earth into a ball if you want to, but you're still taking flat Earth measurements.
Yeah. There's no
Okay.
going
Well,
around
I
it.
mean, we should still be able to see every single constellation, and there should
No.
be the exact same amount of
No.
constellations in the exact shape and arrangement. There
Do you
shouldn't
remember
be
what?
different
Do
ones.
you remember what?
Why are there different ones?
Do you remember what I told you? What the equator was?
I understood what you said. It seemed like you were saying, let's say if you move from like above the equator towards below the equator, that depending on your field of view, the stars will be like smaller or larger, and they will move depending on your position. I think that's what you were saying. But if that's true, then we should
No.
still be able to see them even with a telescope.
No, that's not what he said at all. That's unbelievable. You missed it completely.
Yeah.
Oh well, correct
Where,
me out.
where,
My bad.
where do you think the equator comes from, by the way?
This is what I told him.
Where does the
Yeah.
equator come from?
Yeah. Where does that designation, the equator, come from in the first place? How did they get that?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
You were
Yeah,
already
I know.
given the
Are
answer.
you even
I
listening?
know
You
you
were
don't
given the answer,
understand.
and you walked right over it and didn't even listen to it. So how
It's
would you
based.
know?
Yeah, it's based on an elevation angle, just like Jedi said, from the horizontal plane. That's also where longitude, latitude,
Elevation.
and
Okay.
your GPS all come from flat Earth measurements based on elevation angles from the horizontal plane.
Okay. So let's see. So the horizon. I mean, not the horizon. The equator has a higher elevation. Have I understood that correctly?
No.
No,
Listen, dude. You understand how angles work.
I guess so.
Okay, so if we were standing at the North Pole and we were standing directly under Polaris, it would be at above our head at our zenith, yeah?
Okay.
Now, as we move away, that star is going to appear lower in the sky. The angle is going to decrease, yeah? So if we had the star at our zenith above our head and we had a horizontal plane, it would be 90 degrees between the vertical and the horizontal. Now, as we move away, that degree is going to become smaller. When we get to the equator, that would be 0, where that star appears to be on the horizon. It's lowered itself in the sky due to our position. So the equator is that location where the angle is decreased down to 0. We can no longer see it or measure an angle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but see, if you have a telescope, you can still see it.
We're
It
talking
shouldn't be
about
out of your
measuring
field of view.
angles to stars. We're talking about the angle, yeah? Not a telescope, an angle.
I think where you're losing him, guys, is when you say as we move away, when really you can stand in one spot and the
Pointed that
star
out.
moves away.
Pointed that out
Well,
earlier.
what we're trying to describe is how they've come up with these measurements for the equator, yeah, where the equator is, the equidistant line around the Earth. Now, these are from angles measured to Polaris. And as we move
But when
away
you
from
say,
Polaris, the angle
but,
decreases.
but as you say, as we move away, he's interpreting that as him standing still and the earth turning, making him
No, I
move
meant like
away.
if you're like
No.
walking or moving or something or in a plane or whatever.
You
Well,
don't get that?
Yes. So, a very easy example, yeah? If we've got a street light directly above our head over a flat surface and we physically walk away from that street light, is going to appear lower in the distance. The angle to that street light is going to decrease.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
But
agree with
you
that.
should still be able to see it with
Okay.
like,
Okay,
As
so now
opposed to
the
the
equator,
stars.
like a telescope or something. You should still be able to see it.
Should
it's got
still be
nothing to
able
do with it.
No,
Oh man,
no.
go Jedi, sorry.
No, it's fine. This is the bit that he wants addressing. So the reason why we can't see Polaris anymore when we go beyond the equator, you don't need to bring your telescope into it because that's not going to solve the issue. This is because Polaris has gone beyond the limitation of your view for the star field above you. So we understand with the celestial dome model, if you were to move underneath the field of stars, stars that you couldn't see eventually would start to come up from the horizon. They would go over your head as you carried on going in a direction, and then they would go down towards the horizon. Now, the stars actually haven't changed that altitude above the surface. This is just that arc of perspective at play. And we use this arc of perspective to measure the Earth and navigate the Earth. The equator, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, is 0 degrees. This is a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. All latitude from inside this equatorial line is a ground position around that point. That's where we get our latitude.
I think I understand. Like, let's say, okay, so if I'm physically moving my location on the Earth, then the stars will sort of like move towards one horizon or the other, depending on which direction I'm moving in, and they'll sort of get like because of my perspective, they'll become like sort of squashed together, like at the horizon. Am I getting that right?
They don't see. It's kind of hard to see stars directly above the horizon. They don't usually pop up until about 5 to 10 degrees above. It doesn't appear to be any type of parallax because of the field of the stars. This is something that we don't observe with the stellar objects.
Well, if that's true, then like if we just look at the or like 5 degrees above the horizon, then we should see then it would be our vision would just be playing a trick on us, and we would see like a consistent night sky if we look through the telescope.
Yeah, this is it. We're using vision. So we're using the rules of vision to demonstrate how we can measure using those rules. This arc of perspective is called the celestial sphere because it's how we see the world, especially above the sky, right? The stars. It's our perception. It's not actually reality. It's like the horizon. The horizon doesn't exist in physical reality anywhere. It only exists in optics. It's an optical phenomena. Same with the stars and how they appear to be higher or lower to the horizon. That's an optical phenomena.
Yeah, but let's say you got your let's say you're moving pretty far, and some of the stars like they move towards the horizon, and they get like I don't know. Your perspective makes it look like they're getting sort of compressed. I guess the stars are getting compressed together or something like that. If you pull out like my wife has like one of these like crazy new phones that has like I don't know, like 120x zoom magnification. I don't know, it's kind of crazy. So if you have something like that and you just zoom in on the horizon, you should still be able to see all those stars, right?
Off into the distance. If you had the technology. No.
I think you can. Yeah, that's what like telescopes do. Like
When the
camera lenses do that stuff.
So you think we can see indefinitely? We can see to infinity? Is that where you're going with your thought here?
He's forgetting about the
No,
atmosphere when it's moving horizontally.
well, the other fellow was saying, let's see. So if I say I go from north to south, and I change my location on the Earth, and that explains like how the perspective of where I am changes where the position of the stars in the sky, and explains why I see different stars in one location versus different stars in another location. But with a telescope, we should still be able to see the exact same amount, no more, no less, and identical number of constellations at any given point, at any location on the Earth. That should be the case, but
That
that's
would be
not.
a perfect world, wouldn't it?
How does this have anything to do with establishing the equator? Because this was the question that you asked to Jedi, and I don't think you're understanding it, yeah? The telescope
I
is
don't
going to
think
have
so.
nothing to do with this.
Why is the equator important to this?
Here, let me try something, Elliot. Celestial navigation is about finding your location on Earth so that you can navigate from one place to another. Now, celestial navigation is done by looking at elevation angles to stars at a particular time, because there are certain stars that are used in celestial navigation that have what's known as a GP, a ground position, where at a particular time, a particular star in a particular constellation is 90 degrees right above a particular location. And knowing the particular location, you can then take measurements from it from a known position on the ground. And that's how you figure out where you are at. So the point is that the stars move in the sky. And yes, there are different stars over different parts of the Earth. But the equator, which we're trying to get you to figure out, is when you have moved so far away from Polaris that you're no longer underneath it. If you were at the ground position of Polaris, you would look straight up and it would be right above you, right above you. And if you move away, it starts to drop down towards your horizon. And when you get to the point where it just disappears on the horizon, where you can no longer see it because it's on the horizon, that's the equator.
Oh, so you're saying like the equator is relevant to your position on the Earth? Is that what you mean?
No, it's relevant to the... Dude, have a look at what Daz Studio has posted at 28 minutes past the hour. He's posted a picture of a protractor with the sun with a 90-degree zenith. Can you see that?
I can't see it, but I am sort of like operating with the idea that the globe is like a disc.
So the equator.
Hang on. You're still operating with the idea that the globe, yeah? You're completely confused. Can you have a look in the chat?
I meant my like when I'm talking about the equator, I'm imagining in my head like that the Earth is a disc, or maybe like a pizza, and I'm moving around on it. That's what I have in my mind.
No, not moving around. If you can just have a look in the chat at 28 minutes past the hour, I think that you need a bit of a visual. Can you see that image that Daz Studio has posted?
It's in the chat.
Yep, 28 minutes past the hour.
Got one for a negator. I see some protractors. Let's see.
Now you can see the one that Daz Studio posted. And he has the sun.
Yeah, I see it here today at 4:28. Okay. I got it.
Okay. So now if you were the observer in the center of that protractor and you were to move closer to the sun, eventually when your location is underneath that sun, you would be at 90 degrees. It'd be above your head. Now, as you move away on that protractor, the angle is going to decrease, yeah? So at the moment, that angle is showing about 145 degrees, or on the top scale, it's about 35 degrees, yeah? Now, as he moves away from that sun, the sun is going to appear lower in the sky until it eventually hits 0 degrees, which means it's now on the horizon. So when we're measuring from Polaris, the Polaris would be at our 90, and as we move away, eventually it would hit the horizon, or 0 degrees, and that is the location of the equator. Now, we're not saying that if you had a strong enough optic you couldn't bring it back into view. We're talking about measuring angles. Now, as you can see on this protractor, the first requirement of measuring this angle is to establish that horizontal baseline on the surface of
I
the
think I
Earth.
see. I think I see what you guys are saying. Like
Yeah.
I was looking at this with that the equator was like on a globe, but the way you're saying is like the equator is the edge of the Earth.
No,
No,
the equator is the equidistant point. Yeah.
the
From
equator is
Polaris.
just the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. So when you move away from Polaris, this is why we keep bringing this up, and you're measuring an angle up to it, it will decrease the more south you go. Eventually it'll hit zero. This will be the equator. You can keep going beyond the equator, but the equator is just 0 degrees of elevation to Polaris. The latitude of 45 degrees is the 45-degree measurement of Polaris above the horizon. It's an angle measurement. Needs horizontal line because it's an elevation above that horizontal line to the Earth.
Okay, so let's see if I move still on this picture. If I move the furthest distance away over towards like the other side, yeah, like opposite where the sun is, it would be a pretty extreme angle, right? But and that would mean that like for the stars, they would just be kind of at least the stars that are on the other side of the other half of the planet, they would be sort of compressed into what looks like one position. I guess you're saying based on perspective. Is that right?
You're assuming light travels forever, and that is not the case.
As you move away, eventually that angle is going to be 0. Correct?
Yeah, like all the stars would be on like one half of the 90 degree, the
Okay.
other side. They would just be all sort of compressed at the horizon.
What do you mean
That's the
all
way
the
I'm
stars?
understanding this.
What do you mean all the stars? We're just talking about one.
Well, I'm
Polaris.
talking about the constellations and such like that in the night sky.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to regurgitate this again for like the third or fourth time. If you're still talking about why there are different stars south of the equator.
So let's just put it this way. Let's just say we're looking at this sun. Let's call it a star. You're directly underneath it. It's 90 degrees. As you move away, the angle decreases. We can see here we've got an angle of 36, 37 degrees. As we back away, it's going to eventually be 0. We're not going to be able to see that. It's going to be on the horizon. It's going to be compressed into the horizon, this single star that we're viewing, right? Now, if there was another star then that was above us as we're moving away, it may be directly above our head at our 90. Yeah, and as we move away from that, it's going to decrease in angle. Do you understand? Now, the actual point of this is that you can't measure or establish any of these angles for navigation without utilizing the horizontal flat baseline, just as the base of this protractor shows. You cannot establish an elevation angle to a celestial body from a curved surface in the first instance. You require a horizontal plane of reference, which is the surface of the Earth.
I don't think it requires it. That can be done with a sufficiently large enough ball. I think that explains that too. Would you
Okay.
agree to that?
How?
No.
How would you say that a large enough ball explains a horizontal baseline?
Well, I mean, we're if everything that the scientists are saying is true, then the Earth is enormous in relation to
I knew it.
humans, and it would just be humongous.
The distance between the ground position of Polaris at 90 degrees latitude north and 0 degrees at the equator, that's a quarter of your sphere. Half of your sphere if you want to talk about the total circle of equal altitude. But if we just look at it orthographically, it's a quarter of your sphere, quarter of the Earth's curvature. It's not because the Earth is so big, and eventually, because it's so big, we don't have to worry about the curvature.
It's just flat.
It has to be a flat horizontal line. If it's a
He's saying
curved
his
line,
globe measures flat, Jedi.
yeah.
Well, like, see, my problem is like, if what you guys are saying is true, that like, you know, say like the sun and all the like so the stars in the night sky, they would move towards the horizon based on my position where I am.
Hey, dude, you know how you said the Earth is really, really big? That's why it looks flat. And then you ask, how big is flat Earth? It's really, really big.
Well, that's it.
He's stuck on repeat.
Then I was going to finish what I was going to say. Like, if all those the sun and the stars and such get compressed at the horizon, they should still be visible with like a telescope.
I didn't want to bring this up. So, because of the attenuation of light in low altitude of atmosphere, so down at ground level, relatively, the attenuation of light is only about, I think it's about 500 miles before you can't resolve light anymore, depending on the power of the light. But when we're talking about stars, if we're looking at them horizontally through shut up. Thank you. If we're trying to look at the stars horizontally through the thickness of the atmosphere, then we've got a maximum attenuation value that unfortunately we have to resolve, and we can't. It's about 500 miles. Trying to look down to the bottom.
How do you know that?
Because
you can only
if you
see
try
light for 500 miles.
Well, let's put it like this. You understand about light attenuation and diffusion. So, for example, trying to look through an opaque surface, if you were to stack many, many, many panes of glass on top of each other, eventually you wouldn't be able to see through the entirety of the glass from one end to another. Like trying to look down to the bottom of a pool of water, eventually the light won't get through the water, so it's dark down there. That rule.
Well, I know that, when the rays of the sun hit the surface of the moon, or like the surface of water, like the ocean or something, that they change angle. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the attenuation of light through a medium, how that light will lose power, to use really simple terms. Eventually, because of that medium, it will stop the light moving through it, because the light's getting weaker and weaker. Have you ever looked at a scenery between the foreground, the big ground, and the background? And have you noticed that the things in the background appear to be slightly bluer? They've got a blue haze around them when you're trying to look at mountains, right, in the far, far distance. The green on those hills or mountains in the far, far distance doesn't look as green as the green right outside on your lawn or your garden or your park. It's because of the attenuation of light. Eventually, the distance through the atmosphere will stop the ability of the light to go through it. You can't resolve it anymore. Same with stars. There's a point of light. You're trying to look through it horizontally across the Earth. We don't see stars above 5 degrees. Sorry, below 5 degrees. And if we do, it's fucking...
Because they move beyond 500, they go further than 500 miles from us?
Well, you got to think about the entirety of the atmosphere between us and them. Especially when we're looking horizontally, primarily.
So if there, let's see, Polaris is directly above me, and I walk far enough, the Polaris moves towards the horizon, and then it fades from my view at the horizon because that is beyond 500 miles. Right?
Well, if we're talking about the measurement between the ground position of Polaris and the equator, well, where'd you get your radius value from?
You said 500 miles. I don't know.
Yes, it's not that. It's obviously further, right? The distance between the ground position of Polaris at the North Pole and the equator, that's thousands of miles.
Okay, so I mean, if we can only see light from up to 500 miles away, that would mean that all the stars that we can see, and including the sun, are 500 miles or less distance away from us.
No, through the attenuation of the atmosphere when looking horizontally, not when looking at an angle up through the atmosphere. Like I said, it's very rare to see stars on the horizon. You only see them about 5 degrees above the horizon. But and I will give you this: my maths doesn't quite work out when I speak about the attenuation of light with regards to a distance of over 4,000 miles. But the whole premise of measuring an angle to it demonstrates that the Earth has to be flat. The latitude system, the equator circle around the ground position of Polaris, is a circle, horizontal plane within that circle.
What does attenuation mean? I don't know what that means.
Okay, so diffusion might be a better way to explain it. So when you pass light through a medium, the light is going to lose power through that medium. Light loses power with distance anyway, right? That would be the inverse.
Yeah, like the rays, they like bounce off of the molecules in the water, and that's why the ocean floor is dark.
Yeah, diversion of angles and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's like the photons are, bouncing off of other molecules, and they don't actually reach the seafloor in some places.
Yeah. Same with the atmosphere, right? Eventually, with distance, you're going to build up so much atmosphere that the light is going to have to pass through. That atmosphere is going to be too thick eventually. The light's going to be diffused, diffracted, moved around so much by the atmosphere, it's going to get weaker and weaker. Same with the water, same with the planes of glass, same with any opaque medium.
So, okay. Well, when the sun rises and sets, then there should be like like an angle of black line between the Earth and the sun. When we look at a sunset, or like when the sun is like halfway over the horizon, it should be like a big black line or something that light can't pass through.
Yeah, no, I'm missing a number within my calculation, so it depends on the strength of the light as well.
But overall, you've got many issues occurring there. You've got your angle of view. So obviously, as you move further from the object, the angle which you're viewing it is going to decrease. The lower parts of the object on the horizon, merge with that horizon or the ground in your field of vision, which makes them appear to disappear from the bottom up. It's very difficult then to resolve those objects that are merging with the ground. You have your visual resolution limits, and then you have your atmospheric effects and atmospheric perspective. Okay, so there's many things that are coming into play here. You've also got surface irregularities, waves on the ocean, and other surface irregularities.
I guess if we look at the horizon, then there should be like a consistent line of darkness, just above the horizon, before, like in between the Earth and the sky, there should be like a black line all around the horizon.
Why?
That light doesn't get through. I mean, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what Jedi is saying. Like he said, in this equation, there's the distance to the light, and then there's also the strength of the light. Yeah. So it's going to depend on the strength and the distance. What we see is that the sun appears to move further away above our head. It decreases in angle until eventually we can't resolve it due to our visual acuity limitations and how our perspective, it appears to be merging, yeah? And then we've also got the issues of the atmosphere. But no, we shouldn't be seeing any darkness or black line below the sun, as you're trying to describe it.
So the sun is less than.
I don't know what you just said. Sorry, can you repeat that?
The one thing I really understood was that, like, beyond 500 miles, light can't reach us, depending on.
Not exactly 500 miles, yeah. Now, Jedi was just giving an example. But again, it comes back to the actual strength of the light and then the distance, and there's an equation to work that out. Now, at the end of the day, as Alpha stated in the first instance when you were having your first conversation, the Earth is utilized as flat and measured as flat and viewed as flat. All right. So if we're measuring and utilizing the Earth as flat, it doesn't matter what the sun, moon, and stars are doing above our head. They can be doing anything. If we have direct measurements, as we've shown here in the chat, when we're measuring angles, we're utilizing a horizontal baseline on the surface of the Earth. From that point, whatever everything else is doing above your head, it's doing what it's doing, yeah? And unless you're willing to beg the question of the sphere in the first instance, this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, let's say everything you just said is true. Say all that stuff is true. The globe still better explains the different constellations of the night sky. I'm not saying that you don't have an explanation. I heard all of it. Most of it I understood.
I can explain anything to you, dude. We don't want an explanation of what the globe tells us, yeah? Because the globe is based off these observations, right?
I'm just saying,
we don't need an explanation. We don't need an explanation. I can give you an explanation on anything, and there's no way that you can verify it. I can tell you that there's magical unicorns pulling the sun across the sky. There's my explanation for how the sun moves, yeah? It's just an explanation. However, what is not an explanation is that we have the ability to measure the surface of the Earth, and it measures to be flat. Fluid dynamics and pressure states that water will always find its own level and form a flat surface unless acted upon by another force such as wind. We have 70% of the Earth as water. Right? So whatever explanations the globe gives to explain it away, we're not interested in those explanations. We're interested in facts and direct measurements that can be taken.
Well, that's fair, but my point there was that if you just look at these ideas that explain things like why the sun moves across the sky, stuff like that, or why there's different constellations, stuff like that, the globe has it explains it better than a flat Earth does. I'm not saying it does; it's not explained on the flat Earth, but it's explained better on the globe.
You're missing.
You haven't demonstrated that, yeah? We've given you many examples. Sorry, Jedi, go ahead.
It's missing the point. We can come up with explanations all day, but it's what we practically measure that's important, and what we practically measure is a horizontal plane.
What's the distance, or like what's the length of the Earth?
What, the entirety of the world?
Yeah.
I don't know the entirety of the world.
Okay. But there's a measurement on the globe, right?
I just know that mean sea level throughout the known world is a horizontal datum. It's not a curved datum. Lines of longitude and latitude are placed on the surface of the Earth, and they are also horizontal datums. Vertical datums, if you want to talk about altitude or depth, but this will always be taken from a mean sea level. That is a horizontal datum.
I mean, yeah, that works if the Earth is flat, but I mean, yeah, the globe also has, there's reasons why there are the longitude and latitude lines. There's reasons why they are where they are. That's explained just fine.
Which was just explained to you. Elevation angles to Polaris, requiring a horizontal level baseline. So at what point is a horizontal line going to curve?
Yo, hello, can I just make sure there's no swearing?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just making sure nobody's gonna swear.
Yeah, please no swearing. Like I mean, like on the flat Earth, the yeah, you can totally make sense of like the longitude and latitudinal lines. Sorry, you can do the same thing on globe Earth, no problem. I don't
No,
see
you
where that would be an
couldn't.
issue.
No, you couldn't, because you can't measure an elevation angle if your baseline is curved. That's the point. Can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. If you're making an elevation angle measurement from a surface that is curved, you're not going to measure an angle.
Well, let's see. Think about it like this. I'm thinking about a basketball rim, the rim of a basketball hoop. Let's see if you, and let's say it's just on the ground by itself, and you put your head like right up to the rim, and so that it's like less than an inch away from your eyeball. It's going to look straight. It's not going to look curved to you. But the further away you get, it's going to start to bend towards a circle.
Okay.
Right?
One of the ways that we measure elevation above mean sea level is trigonometry. You know what trigonometry is, right?
Yeah, but I'm not a math guy, so please don't go
Cool.
there.
But you understand that trigonometry is going to be dealing with triangles, right?
Not really, if you say
Cool.
so.
Okay. So you understand what a triangle is, don't you?
Yeah.
Cool. So it works on the premise of a 90-degree triangle. For example, we can figure out the height of a mountain or a distance to the mountain just by measuring the elevation above a horizontal line. Now, the thing in question is, underneath the mountain, where it intersects the Earth, is a 90-degree angle. You can have this with a lighthouse as well. Works with the same type of thing with celestial navigation. You need a 90-degree ground position. Between that ground position and you is a horizontal line for you to measure an angle up, because all of the interior angles must reach 180 degrees. You're not going to have 90 degrees underneath the ground position of the mountain, lighthouse, or star, and you're not going to have any angle on a curved surface if that line between you and that ground position is curved. It's not a triangle anymore.
So you're just like denying my basketball hoop thing?
Because you're talking about getting really, really close to it.
If you were
Yeah,
to get
I mean,
close
there-
and look at your basketball hoop, it may appear to your eye to be flat or horizontal. Yeah. What happens when you measure it and you put this protractor on it on the side of the rim that we've shown for these angle measurements? Is it still going to show that it's flat, or is it going to show that it's curving and dropping away from the horizontal?
I don't think we have a 4,000-mile long protractor that we can use.
Well, what we do when we do celestial navigation is we're using an instrument that basically does the same thing, yeah? And we're measuring a horizontal at sea level to the horizon, the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet the Earth. The first measurement we do, we have to then account for our height of eye above sea level. And we adjust our eye height down to sea level, down to a 0 elevation above the sea, to establish that horizontal. And we then establish circles of equal altitude, just like Jedi's explained with the equator, and these can be over thousands of miles. Now again, simplest one out of all is that water will always find level, and we've used water levels for thousands of years in all these instances. So again, my question would be, at what point does horizontal, because the definition of horizontal is a line that does not deviate from 0, a curved line does. At what point is horizontal going to curve in your view?
Well, if you have a large enough curved surface, there will be some part of it that is
But that's
a perfect 90-degree angle. Yeah.
But that's not describing. Well, no, it can't be, yeah, because any type of curvature at all, you're still going to have a curved baseline. You're not going to have a horizontal. And again, a horizontal line does not deviate from 0. It has no curve. We're establishing a horizontal. So in your worldview, at what point does a horizontal line curve? It can't.
What do you mean? Yeah,
Would be my
of course it can. if you
Circles have
take
infinite angles.
say you take a protractor
No.
that's like I don't know, a half an inch or something like that, like a half-inch long protractor, maybe a small one,
So
and you put
your
it right
belief is
next
that a
to
horizontal line
put it on the
curves.
basketball,
Are you aware of
it'll
the
be flat.
slope-intercept formula?
What's that?
Are you aware of the slope-intercept formula? In some
No, I don't know.
countries, they call it the equation of a line. So when we talk about horizontal, so when we talk about
The
horizontal,
equation of the line that I'm snorting? Is that what you
yeah, if you
that's
want
what
to,
you mean?
sunshine, whatever. So when we're talking about a
Okay.
horizontal line, that's a rate of change of 0. No numbers applied. There's no change. It's horizontal. For something to be curving, that is a rate of change of the slope of that line given by a number 1, 2, 3. The rate of change of that slope from the horizontal. So horizontal lines by definition can't curve because they'll no longer be horizontal.
Are your lines horizontal?
Yeah, boy.
What? Yeah, you just said yeah, but I don't even think that was the guy who was talking. Come on now, dude.
It's a bit of a silly question, yeah. Are our lines horizontal?
Yeah, no,
Bit
I'm just
malformed.
asking.
Bit malformed. What lines of ours would you be talking about when Jedi's just describing the slope intercept formula that states that there is going to be no deviation from 0 for a horizontal line?
Because the line of the water, we're mostly water, so of course I meant, what we're most of, we're most water. So I was just talking about the water in the ocean, you know what I mean? So that's why I was mentioning
Oh,
people.
cool.
Of course.
Okay, you ready? So from pre-K physics, water will always find its own level. That is one of the realities of life. Since water, second one, where is my pre-K one? Here we go. Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. And I have from Pressbooks Physics. One of the consequences of liquid pressure is that water always seeks its own level in a container. If you've ever taken a container of liquid and tilted it, perhaps you've noticed this. So water establishing level, horizontal, or a flat surface is something that you should have learnt in pre-K, primary
Exactly.
school.
So how many flat earthers do you think are on the school board in your county?
Completely non sequitur to the discussion.
Well, no. You mentioned you teaching it to pre-K, so I wanted to know.
This is in the
Well, I'm not
textbook.
teaching it to pre-K.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. This is already
I
in the
mean,
textbook.
AJ's
Hello,
in the gospel of
hello,
flat Earth. I want to
hello.
hear more. I'm
This is
interested.
this is already in the textbooks. AJ's reading from those textbooks. This is what he's taught.
This is what it's taught.
Yes.
Okay. So, I have a question. What else y'all teach besides flat Earth in it?
What? Dude, you need to
You said that this
seriously
is a
form your questions a
textbook.
bit better.
This is a textbook. What other textbooks are you putting in these schools?
We're not putting any textbooks in any schools, dude.
Well,
Right
you
here.
said it. But if I
In
recall,
the
you said
chat.
you're putting the flat books,
In the chat.
the flat Earth textbook.
In
That's
the
what you
chat
said you
on
were.
the hour from Science in Pre-K. Science.edu. Water. Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. Nothing to do with us.
So that's proving that wind is not flat. So wind's not flat. Therefore, water
What?
actually might not also be flat.
Dude.
What? You were saying that
Wind is not.
is wind flat? Wind's flat. Yes, it is. We can prove that it's
Yeah, I
flat.
gotta go, guys. It's nice chatting with you.
Wind is flat.
That's why it's
It says
curved. It's flat because it's
water.
curved. Because it can be flat and
Water.
it can be curved. So it's actually curved.
No. It needs to be
Yes.
acted. It needs to be acted upon a force to make
No,
it
it acts
deviate.
upon. No, it doesn't need to be act upon. It acts upon.
No,
Tornadoes don't need to
Mr.
be act
Citation.
upon. They act upon you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, do you understand the citation? So water will reach an
Do you
equilibrium.
understand your ass getting picked up by a F5 tornado, and you think that you're going to be able to fight against that? I don't think so.
Motherfucker, I'm already beating you. You just don't understand what's happening. So you understand
No,
that
I don't think you understand how tornadoes work. But go
we're
ahead.
we're not talking about tornadoes.
Yeah, but
are we?
tornadoes can't happen if there's a flat Earth.
Yes, you're going to need a flat Earth.
No.
Yes, you've
That's
got
how it works.
contained
That's
gases.
not how it works, my friend.
Right? Are you going to be an idiot? Are you going to address the conversation, or do I need to mute you? I'm not running away. I'll engage you, but for fuck's sake, act like a fucking adult.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay, it's all good, dude. Let's just
Okay,
take a little breather.
What AJ wrote out about the dynamics of water. It lays flat until acted upon by another force, correct?
Yeah, I mean, AJ's a knowledgeable guy. Okay.
Awesome stuff. Now I'll give you the wind might make waves. That's awesome, but the orientation of the water is horizontal, correct?
Yeah, and also, wait. I just have something to say with that. The moon also causes the waves, also. But what causes the waves to the moon? And how can it bounce off of them? Because the Earth would have to be round or closer to a cube.
Dude, I asked you not to do this. You're running off into a complete red herring. This is non sequitur to the point. We're not talking about this. We're talking about the orientation of water.
Yeah, it can't deflect off the water, and it can't control the tide if it was a flat Earth. It couldn't do that if it was a flat Earth.
Tide is just water going up and down, high tide and low tide, as opposed to mean sea level. Okay?
Yeah, but the moon also has to do with that.
I need to be talking about the moon. Just need you to understand that we're talking about sea level. It's a horizontal dating, right?
The moon affects that, though. I think we can agree on that. You learned that, dude. You learned that in second grade, dude. You learned that in second grade.
I concede just for this fucking argument. I don't know why that the moon makes the water move around a bit. Awesome stuff, but it still lays horizontally. That's how we reference that it's moved around a bit. It's gone up a bit.
Not when the moon's moving it and stuff, but besides then.
Okay, so the water still lays horizontally then, apart from those forces.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
It does. But how is that? How's it gonna move like that when the moon's always affecting it? Because the moon's always around us. Even if it's not directly in front of it, it's always around it, and it always has the magnetic cheese pulling it. The force towards it. So it's always going to be pulling the water. You know what I mean? So
you're claiming we don't ever have sea level?
Sea level, dude. The sea level is actually. Why would you want to live on sea level? No, bro. Nobody's living at sea level. Like, come on. What is that question? Of course not. Come on now.
Who said that we were living on sea level? You're stating that
No.
is moving
Sea
the
level.
ocean, therefore
Sea level can
the ocean cannot be level.
Yeah. No. Sea level can be multiple places. It can be different at multiple places. So that just proves that it's not flat.
You have a mean sea level, which is a horizontal. Yeah.
You know what's being said to you when we say mean, right?
I don't think he does, Jedi. My phone's just about to die too, guys. I'm going to have to dip out in a minute and get it charged.
Wait, go ahead. Hold on, I was talking to someone. What did you say?
You know what we mean by mean is in regards to sea level, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's the average between the tides that you want to keep talking about. So the average level of the sea. That's level.
Yeah. There can be an average when it's, rocky and shit. Like that doesn't average out the whole sea, parts of the sea.
It does. So this is why it's called mean sea level. It's the average between high tide and low tide. The bit in between?
Yeah.
Good. So that's horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So being as 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, oceans and seas and so on, and that is a horizontal datum, then the Earth can't be a ball.
But it's also measuring it in vertical length. What do you mean?
In vertical length for altitude and
Yes.
depth. Yeah, so we have topography like a mountain. Let's say the mountain is 500 feet above sea level or 5,000 feet above sea level. This will be from sea level, which is a horizontal plane, and this elevation is taken from that horizontal plane. Same with the depth of the sea.
That's not topography, because also when you're outside on top of a large building, right? You can literally see around the globe. You can see the bend in the earth. I can, at least. I don't know about y'all, but maybe that's because I'm tripping. Maybe that's because I'm tripping. I'm just so high, dude. I'm just seeing the
Two
edge.
things.
But dude, I'm being serious.
I know. So two things. I know you think you're being serious, but
No, I'm being serious.
I know. So one, when you say you go up to the top of a building and you look around 360 degrees, you're not going to see the curvature of a ball when all you have is a 360 degree circle of
No,
vision
I've
around.
seen it. I've seen it, bro. I've seen the whole curvature.
Point number two, you at the top of a building or at the top of a mountain, and I grant you, even the top of like in an aeroplane at 35,000
I feel
feet.
like a top of a building would be better than a
Well,
mountain. Though. It would be pretty similar, though. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it'd be higher, it'd be further away, wouldn't it? And you'd get a better vantage point, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. But you're still not high enough above the surface of the Earth, mathematically speaking, to perceive that type of curvature, left to right. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Well, I can.
Well, then there's a problem, because you have to be further away than the International Space Station to see the curvature of the Earth, left to right. You
Well,
don't have a vantage point, my friend.
well, maybe I have a sixth sense. Maybe I can just see it. I'm being serious. I've seen it before.
Or you need to go to a doctor
I'm
immediately.
going to maybe point this out to you. All right, hold on to your hats there. So hold on. Maybe it's because you think that the Earth is a ball, because you've been programmed all of your life that the Earth is a ball. This is what you got taught at school. This is what happens when you turn on the TV or the internet. Right? You watch films about the Earth being a ball and space and stuff. That when you look at the horizon, you think that's the horizon, the curvature of the Earth. So in your mind's eye, you perceive that horizontal line as curvature, because that's what you've been programmed to believe.
No, I see the curvature.
Again, this might just be your programming. You've been
This might
taught
just be my programming.
might be.
I don't know, man. I guess I'm programmed. My reality is programmed differently, I guess.
Tell you why. Because I can provide you images of at any altitude where the Earth still appears to be horizontal, not curving, higher than you've been.
Oh, you mean like the fields and stuff? You look at like the hay fields at the haystack?
No,
Oh
nothing
yeah,
like
that's a really elevated place,
No, I'm talking about high altitude photography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you do it, start at like a flat field, it might be better for your experience. Your experiment,
You could start
it'll
at
be
water.
better, bro.
You could start at water.
Then you start watering in your pants. Why?
No, you
Oh,
can make
you're
you can
no
make
way.
your
This guy, he's
observation.
pissing his pants,
Now
maybe
you're just
shitting and
acting like a
coming.
child
Come
again.
on, dude.
Now you're acting like a child again. That's weird. Don't need to do that.
Dude,
You're better.
I'm sorry, dude.
I believe that you can do better.
Dude, I once saw this kid, and he was in need of help. He was a special needs kid, and he said this inspiring quote. I've held it with me my whole life. He said, "A wimp. Touched my heart when he said that.
I'm glad to see that got exactly the reaction it deserved.
Well, I entertained it long enough. I didn't really have anywhere else to go. Kind of forced my hand on that one. Sorry, mate. I had to mute you. I mean, if you want to unmute him, heretic, then please feel free to do so.
That doesn't sound worth it.
Was he high? He said he might be.
It was definitely something, Matt. Definitely something.
Concussed.
Maybe dealing with a severe issue with the program that he's received. He's thinking he's seen curvature when he shouldn't. Poor lad. Feels sorry for him.
Must be really difficult being muted. This channel.
Mm.
What's the subject?
The
Flat Earth.
Oh wow.
Okay. And what does it say underneath?
You're gonna have to
Ask
speak
me
a little bit.
anything or make claim to debate. Okay. Can I really ask you anything?
Holy shit, dude. You're about ready to go to sleep.
It's another genius.
Slurring words much?
Whoa, I try not to.
It's the 160 IQ gang.
Go lay down. Go to bed already.
It's okay. It's okay.
Have we spoken to you before?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. I'm going to take that as a yes, just because I believe we've spoken to you before, and you came in much the same condition then, and you are now.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Would that
I like it.
Yeah, maybe you need to sleep it off.
I do like odds when 3.5.
Bunch of. Okay.
Did you want to ask something, my friend?
No, just here, listening.
You're just existing, are you?
Oh, not existing, but more like being.
Figurative. All being, I like that. You're just being. You're sharing in this moment, whatever this moment is. You're along for the ride.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. What do you think the Earth is?
I think it's like a sphere.
Why do you think it's like a sphere?
Because I've got a brain.
Okay. Is that a derogatory comment, or is this going to go somewhere?
Do you
Because you've
mean,
got a
are you
brain.
expecting me to say something intelligent?
Let's expand on this. Because you've got a brain interprets information, doesn't it? You receive information, your brain interprets it. From that interpretation, you have an understanding, or not, depending on your mental condition. But that's what the brain does, right? It receives information. What information has your brain received that tells you that the Earth is obviously a ball?
Well, do we need to talk about Noah's Ark?
Probably not.
Noah's Ark?
Yeah. I can start from there.
You're going to start from Noah's Ark.
Well, yeah, I could if people want me to, but
no, we don't want you
would
to.
rather not do it.
I guarantee you this, that your information that your brain has perceived about Noah's Ark is just a story. We're talking about how you perceive the Earth to obviously be a ball, and now you're going to take us, 6,000 years?
Oh, yeah, sphere. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So a large boat with animals on it, that equates to a globe. How?
You've triggered Sonny. Don't know what to do now.
It's the large boat. You gotta get on the large boat. Or else you're fucked.
No, I want to know the answer now. Sonny's piqued my interest too. Noah's Ark, ball, go.
Did you?
Yeah, come on, follow along here. Noah's Ark equals globe. Why? How?
You invited us to take you back that far.
I think the drugs finally took over.
Bloody hell. So would you like to try again, Sean?
Yes, please.
Always wait.
Was that a yes, please? Okay, try again besides something
It
besides
certainly
Noah's
was.
Ark.
It certainly was. Okay. Focus Jedi.
Okay, let's help you out here because I think you need some help. So the Earth is you perceive information with your brain and you perceive it to be a globe. How?
With which part of my brain again?
You said that the Earth was a globe. Obviously, because you've got a brain, I've asked you what information has your brain received to obviously point out that it's a globe.
Alright, understood. Anything else?
Yeah, the answer to that question.
Don't leave me with something to prove. Oh no.
What?
He fell asleep in the middle of his sentence.
He did, didn't he? Oh well.
How
Could have
about
been.
that?
Oh, bang.
Oh, that's a bit toxic.
Don't drink it then.
Yeah, you've either trailed off to nothing. Is there something wrong with your mic? Because we can't understand what you're talking.
He said that's a bit toxic, but I'm suspicious that maybe he imbibed something toxic a little bit earlier himself.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm thinking I'm completely sober.
Okay,
Really?
so
Can you count
Maybe.
backwards from 5 down to 1?
Of course I can. Should I demonstrate?
okay, let's try the 5 to the 1 first, and then we'll move on from there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay, you passed that particular test.
Well, he went one. He said 6 numbers, but there you go.
Well, I still passed the test. Fuck you.
Oh, that's twice now. Okay.
Oh no. I have to be careful.
Now, do you want to move on to how your perceptions concluded that Earth is a globe? What information did you receive that tells you that Earth is a globe?
That it does not look like a pancake with sugar. I put a sprinkle of sugar and some lemon
Oh dear.
in it as well. Like
Did you say it doesn't look like that apparently?
pancake.
I don't think we've ever had that response
Why
before.
not?
Yeah, it's rare to get a unique response. He said it doesn't look like a pancake with powdered sugar and lemon.
Oh, a pancake.
That was bizarre.
Okay, but we're asking you specifically, how does it appear to you to be a globe?
Oh, who's the globe?
Okay, I can't hear you. When you're answering, I can't hear you.
Oh, that might be a problem.
Oh my God.
This isn't going to work out, is it?
I've got you to 200%. I still can't understand what you're gibbering. Is that a word? Gibbering?
Fuck you.
Yeah, it's gotten worse by the moment.
That's a bit toxic.
Poor Jedi. Jedi's really trying to we're trying to reach these people here. It's not. Okay, Sean, speak up a little bit louder if you can, like as if you're talking to somebody across the room, and tell us how your perceptions conclude that Earth is a globe.
It's not flat. It's a sphere. It's a globe.
Okay,
It's a
but
planet.
how is it a globe?
Like,
What information did you receive that
not
tells you it's a
flat.
globe?
Fucking moron.
And you called me a fucking moron.
You are. No, but you asked me to tell you, so I did.
No, you just restated the claim. You just trying to tell
Fuck you.
this conclusion,
and you keep saying "fuck you."
Never. No, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah, but you haven't told us
How do
how
you know
it's
it's really true?
true.
It's
Like
not.
talking to a drunk guy in a bar, just repeating
Yeah,
himself.
exactly.
It's kind of fun to poke him though. It's amusing.
Jesus Christ.
Where?
Well, he's religious.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure he existed.
Yeah, but you can't tell the
I
globe.
learned that the other night.
Coming back soon.
Mm-hmm. But fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Well,
whenever you're ready, for fuck's sake, tell us how you know it's a globe.
Because it isn't a pancake with
That's not an answer to the question.
lemon.
Can you try to answer the question directly? The information you've gotten, you concluded it's a globe. What information was that?
yeah. Don't tell us what it's
My
not.
own information that might or might not exist.
Oh, God's sake.
Yeah, you're completely sober in a pig's eye.
Well, I've never tried that because I don't know. I don't really want to eat a pig's eye, personally.
Okay,
Or
maybe you
pay
just talk.
money to eat a fucking
Maybe you just talk that way. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess Heretic doesn't buy it, or Radwin.
No, he doesn't.
Radwin's not buying it. I'm not either.
He's been in here before, just like this, saying he's drunk and all kinds of shit. So we know who he is.
Yeah, that's the best globe proof we have today.
Well, they get depressed and they start drinking because they think they live on a ball.
Yeah, what happened to Elliot? Anyway, did he ever stop stargazing? Did he ever get away from that?
And he eventually had to go because of the interception of this. Sorry, the idiot before the last one. So there's been two idiots since earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
Both of them were completely off their fucking rockers.
Pretty poor showing.
To be fair, that other guy did interject when we presented the water, yeah, and the first guy, he sort of went a bit quiet after the water citations. This guy Gazer.
Yeah, flat and level water everywhere we look. Just one example of antipodal water, like level water upside down. Show us that. One example.
You don't want a raindrop or something like that, no?
No. No, I don't. You are correct. I don't want that.
You know what these people are like? That'll be the first fucking thing they say. Raindrop.
Raindrop.
Go collect the ball because raindrops.
Test tubes.
Yep.
What would be a proper analogy for saying that a raindrop is like a water sticking to the outside of a sphere? It'd be like saying someone says rabbit and another person says carrot. As if the carrot has something to do with a rabbit. But the Globers would say, oh, but the rabbits eat carrots. Therefore, Earth's a globe. That's about the same amount of sense that they make.
Hey, I'm Shoshi. I'm a Glober. I just wanted to say real quick, fuck that guy that was talking before me, like the other Glober. I want to distance myself from that person and disassociate them and basically disown them from the Globe Earth community. Just FYI. Yeah, that was an embarrassment. So I actually apologize for him.
No, he's okay.
On behalf of the Globe community.
Hey, listen. No, the
Yeah,
guy
sorry,
was
but-
okay. Listen, okay? He's on his own path. And it wasn't toxic or abusive. He's just really stuck on this concept of models in the sky. And just talking to him to see where he's at or why is he there. That's
Well,
different
as I
than
recall, his justification was because I have a brain. And although I think that was not a terrible justification, just he was kind of a mess, kind of probably was drunk like the other guy was accusing him of. So that's the part that I want to disassociate myself
Oh,
from.
okay. I thought you were talking about the guy earlier, not the last one who was
Just the last guy that was kind of drunk.
Oh, yeah.
I missed the guy earlier. I don't know about him.
Yeah, he's pretty. The one just now was pretty. I really didn't count him. That doesn't. When someone's that intoxicated, they probably don't even remember they're on Discord.
Yeah, just my condolences. He's going to have a talking to.
In that case, do you have anything logical that you could put forward in support of the globe?
Yeah, it just seems to be the case. So that's my logical argument for Globe Earth for sure.
So, what observations or what do you see that makes you come to that conclusion?
Well, it's not. I think that there's been actually that was part of the last conversation. Like you can't see it, but you can infer it. So that's those are the justifications. Like if you looked out at the water or at the land, you would see flat because of the size of the globe. We can't actually perceive it. So you can't observe it. You have to infer it.
So yeah, it's big.
For us on the globe, basically. You have to go in outer space, I guess, to see it.
Okay. So we can't perceive the curvature of the Earth. It's locally flat.
Observe, yeah.
Yeah,
I think you can perceive it because you can infer and then have a perception.
Okay, so if I can't see the curvature of the Earth, how do I perceive it?
Inference, inductive inference.
Okay, example, please.
Seems to be the case that the Earth is a globe. And then the true part is all the evidence that you can find online about globe Earth.
Okay.
And then conclusion, I believe it to be true, justified true belief.
Okay. But that would be an affirming the consequence formal logical fallacy. Because the Earth is a ball,
no, it's not.
Said, hold on. Let me explain it to you. It's got form. So I'll explain the form to you and you demonstrate the form, so maybe it'll ring a bell.
Can you repeat what you just accused me of? Like what fallacy you accused me of?
It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So the form is if P then Q, Q therefore P. If P, and you declared the Earth's a ball, then
I
Q,
do know what affirming the consequent is, and I didn't say that. So you can
Yeah,
explain it, but
I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished. You said the Earth was a ball.
yeah,
And
I
there
know what
is,
affirming the consequent is. Yeah.
yeah, good. So the Q statement, if P, the Earth is a ball, which you said, then Q, I will see evidence for it. I see evidence for it. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
So I didn't say if P
Stated it
then
in
Q.
that form.
That's funny that you would accuse me of that because I didn't even say that.
You
I
did.
said
You
there's a
clearly stated
justification.
it in that form.
Okay, fine. Talk over me, whatever. Like,
But
I
you
didn't even
clearly
say that. Like, I actually
you
am a
did.
little bit upset because that's a straw man. I didn't even say if P then Q. What the fuck? I know what affirming the consequent is. I'm being
Okay,
good
so
faith here.
did
Why
you
the
say
heck
the
are you
Earth was
trying to
a ball?
come at me like this with some fallacy shit? Fuck that.
Did you say the Earth
I
was a
said
ball?
I have a justification, and then you match it against the correspondence to reality truth, and then you
Did you
believe
say
it, and
the
that's called a justified true belief. So I didn't make an argument, actually.
Did you say the Earth was a ball?
So I don't. I said it seems to be the case. That's my justification.
Okay,
And then
so
if my justification corresponds to the evidence, then I have a justified true belief. And so because that seems to be the case to me, that's my logical argument. It's an inductive inference. It's not if P then Q. It's not a syllogism. Thank you.
Then that brings me back to my
Please don't
first
put words.
question. If
Please
it's
don't put words in my mouth. I don't
no,
appreciate
that
it.
brings me back. That brings me back
Oh,
to
can
my
you
first
please not put
question.
words in my mouth? Are you going to apologize or anything? If not, I'm just going to like go back on mute because I'm not interested in having a conversation with somebody who's bad faith.
no, and
Shut up then.
if you want to take that crack in the door, no, I'm not going to apologise to you because that's what you stated. You know, justified your statement as this is the way that you're going to prove this to you in your logical syllogism. That's form. That's what I pointed out. The form of your syllogism. You said that the Earth was a ball, and I see evidence that the Earth's a ball, and because I see evidence the Earth's a ball, that the Earth's a ball. You haven't provided any other evidence. You haven't suggested anything. You haven't based an observation. You've affirmed the consequent in the most broadest possible terms I've ever heard someone do.
Jedi, do we have people in here inferring things so they can convince themselves that they live on a ball?
All the time.
Yeah.
Well, this is bringing us back to the first question. What evidence did you have to infer the ball in the first place before you went and looked for the evidence from mainstream academia? Nope, not going to answer. Oh, nothing then.
Who was that you were just talking to?
So that's I can't see because I'm on my phone. It's the dude in the very bottom left corner. He's got a girl as his photo with a cowboy hat on.
Oh, okay. Never heard that person before. Seen him here. Never heard till now.
Yeah, I just can't see his name. Every time I tap my screen, my controls come up over him.
Well, that was a clown show.
Upside down.
Another clown is back, Mark G.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, he just
You
got
answered.
timed out. He came
He
back
heard
after he
clown and he went, "What's up?"
He's dedicated. Yeah, he got disconnected by accident.
Yeah, it was an accident, I'm quite sure, yes.
Weren't you spamming something over and over?
I posted exactly one. Well, I guess I posted something, deleted it because it wasn't formatted correctly, and then reposted it. One thing.
So you posted it, it got deleted, then you formatted it differently, and it got deleted.
I deleted it myself because I looked at it and it wasn't clear. It wasn't readable really because the paragraphs ran together. So I deleted it myself and then
No,
reposted it.
I deleted the first one and I deleted the second one. Then I
Okay.
disconnected you and typed spamming.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get it straight.
Okay. I meant to delete the first one because it really wasn't readable, and then after the second one, you
So
you
you're
may have
telling
deleted
me
it.
all the stars should be visible from wherever you're at because you know this how.
It fits the globe model better. Would you like?
No, it's
I'll read.
not a globe thing. You're gonna tell me how it's not a flat Earth because you can't see all the stars. So on a flat Earth, you should see every star. Tell me how and show me an example of this.
I posted the argument to the chat if you'd like to read it.
No, I'm not going to read it. Answer my
Uh,
question.
Okay, so I'm going to read it to you then. So, if the Earth were flat and Polaris were at a finite distance above the North Pole, the angle to Polaris would not exhibit a linear relationship with latitude. It does exhibit a linear relationship with latitude. That is only indicative of a round Earth.
Mark, why is it that you guys continue to strongman our position?
I'm not strawmanning anything. I'm saying that this is indicative of a round Earth. If you would like to, I wasn't done talking. Was I done talking?
In your
Yes, I wasn't
premise,
done talking.
excuse
I'd like to
me, in
explain
your
why the
premise,
sign.
yeah, I'm going to point out the fact. Yeah, no, I don't do any of that. I'm going to point out the fact that you said the flat Earth position is that Polaris is a finite distance from the Earth's surface. Who here claims that?
I said, and a finite distance. I'm setting out the premise, right? If you'd like to disagree with the premise, you can do that.
Right.
Right. What we're
Is
doing
that
here,
our
what we're doing is
position,
we're
yes or
evaluating.
no, Mark?
I can finish, or are you just going to talk over me and not listen to
Mark,
anything I say?
I'm asking you a very pertinent question about the way that you sort of basically described our position. Who here claims that finite distance?
It's a premise. If you'd like to disagree with the premise, you can do that and present a
Right.
better understanding.
So then you went ahead and strawmanned us in your premise, didn't you?
I'm strawmanning anybody that has, or wouldn't be strawmanning anybody that holds this premise. If you don't hold this premise, that's fine.
Oh, so that
what I'm doing is I'm
would
presenting.
be nobody here then,
All right, you're
right?
going to talk over me. You're going to let me explain what I'm doing here.
So nobody here actually claims the thing that you're bringing into the conversation. Yeah, I don't want to talk to assholes that strawman people, right?
Not strawmanning
Did he
anyone.
bounce? Did he leave?
Presenting the inductive argument.
So who here? Yeah, who here claims that?
I have no idea who here claims that, but this is not that. It's not about.
So why'd you bring it up?
This is because this
Why'd
is
you
a
bring it up?
comparative. No, this is easy. This is a comparative analogy, or excuse me, a comparative analysis between two models, right? I'm saying this.
So
this
false dichotomy then.
No, it's not a false dichotomy. You can have any number of models you want.
Ah, terrific, great. So then you will be showing us the globe Earth model, right?
I'll be explaining you why it matches better, right?
You will be giving us the globe Earth model right now.
I will be. Okay, hold on. I'll find a link to it and I'll post it.
Okay.
Yeah, we need the complete.
Finally, everybody, we got that globe Earth model.
Says who?
Yeah.
Says who? You're
Finally.
amazing that you actually found a globe that's finally going to give us the globe model.
Yeah, we need the complete globe model. The complete
I was
one.
just
Yeah.
gonna welcome him to flat Earth with his linear and angular measurements.
That's a good point.
Oh
Yeah, he did say linear.
Wouldn't be getting any angles off of a sphere now, would we?
I just posted the Khan Academy course on the solar system. There you go. Go through that and then let me know.
No, I want the globe Earth model. Mark.
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah.
I need the globe Earth model, please. Is that what this is?
That's what it is.
Okay, so where did the value for the radius of the Earth come from?
You're changing topics now. You want the model, or do you want the actual?
No, we've got a model. Terrific. So the model would be based on values that we've gotten in reality, right, Mark?
I'm glad you accept my model.
I need the value for the radius of the Earth. So you created this particular model, unless this is all based on fiction. Is this based on fiction, Mark?
Okay. So on a globe Earth, right? Does the measurement?
Which globe Earth would you be speaking of? Do you have the radius value? Where did you get that from?
Does the measurement of Polaris
Mark, buddy, I don't want you to really run away from the questions that I'm asking you. Where is the value derived from for this model?
You wanted me to explain about the observation of Polaris. That was your
No, I didn't ask you, but is really? Okay, so go back in the stream and find where I asked you for the position of Polaris. I didn't ask you for that.
You wanted to explain how it demonstrated a flat Earth versus a globe Earth, right? You accused me of strawmanning.
No, I did not. No, see, now you've all of a sudden strawman me something different that I didn't say. Number one, I asked you why you were strawmanning the flat Earth position when nobody in here is claiming a finite distance or any distance to Polaris from the surface of the Earth. Then you talked about the differences between the two models, and I wanted to see the globe Earth model because nobody in here is claiming a model, and you provided me with some kind of solar system bullshit. And I thought, well, if he's claiming solar system bullshit, maybe we should get the radius of the globe Earth that he is claiming and where that value came from. You did not provide that. So now you've created another straw man about things that I did not say. Does that kind of sum it up, Mark?
If you'd like to present a better model that I wouldn't strawman,
I need the values of the globe Earth.
Because I
the
strawmanned you,
right?
would you like to provide a better explanation of the flat Earth?
Explanation of what? Explanation of the flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Hold on
what
one
explanation?
second.
If I'm strawmanning you, I don't want to strawman you. I'd like to correct my arguments.
Mark, listen. You said, I'm going to go get you the globe model. You did not do that. What happened?
I posted a link to the Khan Academy, which goes through it in great detail.
You wanted me to go read some shit.
I know it's kind of complicated.
When you present
the words, they just flow together.
When you present your globe model, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions about it, and you're going to be able to go turn it this way, and then you're going to be able to flip it upside down and point, and volcanoes will appear when I say, and thunderstorms and all that shit. I need to see your globe model.
Yeah, go ahead and read the Khan Academy. Then anything to say is not clear.
Okay, so no worries. So the link that you provided, the heading is Unit 4, Our Solar System and Earth. About this unit, billowing clouds of matter spun around and around our young sun, gradually forming just about everything in our solar system, from meteors and asteroids to all the planets and moons. One planet in particular would enable the creation of even more remarkable complexity. Is this your model, Mark?
It's part of it.
Part of it? Which part?
I think the part you just read was talking about the formation of the solar system.
The formation of what? Oh, okay. So how would we empirically validate this formation?
You can observe it, and you can test.
Where did we observe that at? Great. So where do we observe this at?
Well, you can observe it in the cosmos from gas clouds, and then you can deduce.
Gas clouds. That all sounds like a bunch of begging the question and affirming the consequent, doesn't it? Or baseless assertion.
It's
It's
an inductive argument and affirming the consequent.
I see. So we induce by baseless assertion.
Not an inductive fallacy.
We can induce by baseless assertion, right, Mark? I mean, we can both talk at the same time, or I can just mute you because you don't want to listen to you. So what are we inducing? Where would we be inducing this? What evidence would be inducing this from, Mark?
Okay. How does scientific models get preferred over another?
So scientific models, should you go ahead and give us the actual definition of what a scientific model is, and then we'll go from there.
You usually have to have.
Would you like a definition of the scientific process?
No. Obviously, I asked you point blank the definition of what a scientific model is. Very specific and very concise. Get it for me.
I take that to be a
I take that to be, I'm not going to get it, so I'm just going to make some bullshit up on the spot, right? Unless you're going to get us a definition of what the scientific model is, right, Mark?
It's a synonym for hypothesis.
Okay, so a synonym for hypothesis now all of a sudden is a scientific model. You can go ahead and cite that for me since that was your claim. Until you cite it, I'm not really interested in talking to you because you kind of gish gallop, move the goalpost and ultimately just make shit up. Isn't that right, Mark?
Talk about moving the goalpost. You're all over the board, dude.
Really? I'm asking you a very specific question about claims that you've made, because I'm not going to talk over you. I've asked you specific questions about claims that you've made, citations for the claims that you've made, and you have yet to provide them.
Oh, are you done muting me? Because you're not doing.
No, I'm not done muting you, Mark. I'll do this all night unless you provide citation for the things that you've claimed. Number one, we asked you for a model. You didn't provide it. Number two, we asked you to provide the definition of scientific model. You didn't. Instead, you said it's equivalent, apparently, with hypothesis. I'll get a citation for that one too, right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
Great. And it will say, scientific models are the same as hypotheses. Yes?
Yep.
While he's getting that, says who? Can you read that story again? I was starting to fall asleep.
Oh, yeah. We'll get you the story again.
Yeah, what citation said
A long, long time ago, a bunch of things flew around in a circle.
This is the link that Mark provided. Unit 4, our solar system and Earth. Billowing clouds of matter spun around and around young sun, gradually forming just about everything in our solar system, from meteors and asteroids to all the planets and moons. One planet in particular would enable the creation of even more remarkable complexity. Sounds like just a made-up fairy tale. Anybody else asleep?
I'm going to ask because that they no longer believe in the Big Bang. What caused the billowing clouds?
Good question.
Is it air pressure?
Well, what is a cloud, right? Where would you get a cloud? In a pressurized system or no? I would probably say yeah. Pressurized system.
Yeah, it's got to be pressurized because I cannot. If I pull a vacuum on my vacuum chamber, just nothing in it, clouds do not appear.
Okay, Mark has posted a hypothesis becomes a model after some testing has been done and it appears to be a valid observation. So a hypothesis is actually not the same thing as a model. It becomes one. They're not the same. So Mark failed. Mark, you want to explain yourself why you provided a citation for something that doesn't back up what you stated?
A model is a confirmed hypothesis. So there are synonyms.
Is that what it says? Is that what it says, Mark?
A model is a confirmed hypothesis.
Is that what it says?
Yes, it's what it says.
Okay, so a model is a confirmed hypothesis. Let's just read it. Can you read it out loud for us, Mark?
A hypothesis becomes a model after some testing has been done and appears to be a valid observation.
So it's not a confirmed hypothesis. That's not what it is. So
really?
It's not what you said.
Would you like to say
really?
That it's a valid observation, it's a valid hypothesis, not to be confirmed?
Are observations hypotheses?
Observations can lead to hypotheses.
They can lead to it. How would they do that?
You base the hypotheses that you create based on your previous observations, and then you predict.
Okay, and what is?
And then you predict observations that you'll see, and that's
what is a hypothesis, Mark?
Yeah,
what's a hypothesis, Mark?
Hypothesis is simply something stated about the universe that you can falsify.
Oh, let's get a citation for that. Perfect. Thank you. Get that one.
Was the most
a hypothesis is something about the universe That's great. So a hypothesis is something about the universe. How did he say it? That you can state? How did he say it? That was interesting.
He said that it was something that you could falsify.
Oh, falsify. Something about the universe that you can falsify. So the solar system that he brought up earlier, that was a model, that he says is apparently a hypothesis, which is a statement about the universe that you can falsify. How can I falsify Jupiter being a gas giant?
Hypotheses.
Okay, so Mark,
you could read them if you like.
with your big diatribe about what we can falsify, which you mentioned, how do I falsify that Jupiter is a gas giant?
How could you falsify Jupiter's a gas giant? Well, you could fly.
Yeah, why don't you stall and ask the question again, right?
I'm trying to understand the question, what you're saying. Well, you can do all sorts of things. Spectrography would be one, analyzing the light coming off of it.
Spectrography? What's a spectrography?
Spectrographs, right?
Spectrograph, right.
Right.
So what would you do? How is spectroscopy done?
Spectroscopy, thank you for the right word. It is done by taking light reflected off the material and analyzing the light that should be absorbed versus what is actually absorbed.
Is this done in the lab, or do you just take pictures of shit and then declare?
You take pictures of shit.
Oh, okay. So spectrography is just taking a picture of something, declaring whatever it is, and then that's good enough, right?
Well,
so according to the globe believers, no, you don't make predictions. I just asked you very specifically, and you said yes. You just take pictures of shit and declare. So if the trees that I'm looking at right now are green, no. So you didn't agree with the fact? Okay, so then you make predictions. Tell me about the predictions that you're going to make.
I said what you do is you'd make predictions. If it's a
what predictions would you make?
You would make predictions about what you should see based on the elements you think are there, right? So if you expect
so what you think? So this is all subjective. This is subjective.
It's not subjective. No, it's a hypothesis. If your hypothesis,
you just said what you think is there.
Right, it's a hypothesis, right? And you could read the many definitions of hypothesis I put out there for your education because you're not sure what a hypothesis is.
My meeting already, Mark. Mark, I would have kicked you out of my meeting already.
Well, I know because you're kind of not very whatever, but you're not very patient. Let's put it that way.
All day long, I would have kicked you out of the meeting already.
So a hypothesis is a speculation. It makes a prediction. That prediction can be verified or you can falsify the hypothesis with that prediction. That's
how would I falsify the observe and declare that you just talked about? How would I falsify Jupiter as a gas giant?
It's not observe and declare. You have the key thing is that it has to be falsifiable. You have to make predictions, right?
Okay, so how would I falsify it? How would I falsify Jupiter as a gas giant?
If you made predictions that, for example, there was helium and hydrogen there, right? Yet
for example, Jupiter is claimed to be a gas giant. How would I falsify that claim?
Right. Well, there's many. I'm saying the one way you could do it is look at the spectrography and analyze the spectrograph coming off it to see what elements are actually present. And if they're not, if they don't represent gas, the gases you expect, that would falsify your hypothesis.
So colors in your mind on apparently a photograph represent gases, right? So I could take a picture of grass. What gases would the grass be made of?
It represents the materials that the light is reflecting off of, right?
Great. So what gases are my grass made of since they're green?
I didn't say gases. I said materials, right? You're the one who said gases.
So what materials? Okay, so I have sandstone, which kind of, resembles the composition or the colors that we get off of Jupiter. So Jupiter is apparently now not a gas giant, but more sandstone-ish.
That makes sense to me.
No, it's a very particular reading that you get. It's not just brown.
Okay.
Right? That's why they have to use scientific equipment to do it, right?
Okay.
Sandstone looks just like that.
You're not doing very good here, right?
So you're going to show me the data from Jupiter that verifies that that particular shade of brown makes it what gas?
It's not a shade of brown. You're missing it. It's a very specific.
Why don't you go ahead and show me the data that they got from Jupiter to verify that it is the gas giant that they claim it is? Go ahead.
Sure, this is your argument, not mine.
This is not my argument. I just asked you how would I falsify the claim that it's a gas giant, and you're walking me through spectrography. So we're going by colors in photographs that would help us understand what Jupiter is made of. So why don't you help me falsify whether the claim of Jupiter being a gas giant can be done through photography? Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, it's not photography, right? They analyze the actual spectrum coming off of it, right?
Yeah, okay.
So
What's the spectrum?
let's get that clear right now. Right?
What is the spectrum? Okay, how would we determine this? I'm asking you how we can falsify this claim. And so far, you're not doing very well. You're failing miserably, Mark. It's embarrassing for you, Mark.
What's embarrassing is that you failed to demonstrate your point. I've answered every question.
What is the point that I've been making other than the fact that you need to be able to falsify the claim and you've done a horrible job so
You're
far?
making me try and recall or to know, but this isn't my argument. You're making
No, you've got Google right in front of you, remember? So use the Google and tell us about the data that helps us to identify that, you know, Jupiter is made of whatever gas they claim other than anything else on Earth that matches those frequencies of colors.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, go for it.
Or give me. I got to do something else here for a few minutes, but I'll be back in like an hour or so.
Oh gosh, an hour. Oh yeah, well, how convenient. I'll be waiting.
Well, I do have to put my kids to bed, so that there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If you think I'm lying, I'm not. So
we'll see you in a bit. If you need to go, you need to go. We'll see you in a bit. I hate long goodbyes.
Posted a picture. I'm going to look at Jupiter through that, and I'm going to determine it's made of gas.
Maybe when he comes back in an hour, he can point out which Fraunhofer lines determine that that's a gas we're looking at.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What up, Matthew?
What's up? What's up?
See, we got a few people in here. No globalists except for the guys who've been here forever. Looking for the new guys. No new guys. I was listening to the conversation with that one guy. Sounded like he was drunk. That Jedi was trying to have a conversation with that eventually started talking about the Earth being a globe by Noah's Ark. Did I hear
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Yeah.
And the other gentleman who just wanted to stargaze the whole time we were talking, I was just like, man, I can't bother with that kind of conversation. It's
Yeah,
interesting though.
he was complaining about us being toxic, but then I was wondering to myself if he had maybe imbibed some toxic chemicals himself.
Well, it sounded like he had taken some toxic chemicals.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He fell asleep through half the way he was discussing with everyone in here. He was like talking, and all of a sudden, like when you back away from your mic, it sounds like your voice starts to fade. That's what it sounded like he was doing. Like he was talking, and all of a sudden, you just started to hear him like this. It's like, that guy's on something.
Just started mumbling after a while. Couldn't understand what he was saying.
It's been a while since we had somebody like ITR come in here. Wonder what he's up to.
That's all right.
Remember that guy?
Yeah.
The Globers would get mad at him because they think he was a kiss ass. they would always tell him that he's at Jekyll and Matt Nuclear, whom I think both of them are already off the forum for good. Permaban, huh?
Yeah, they followed Scott Mackey out the door. They
Scott's
determined that.
too prideful to take Chris' newsletter. So.
Yeah, he won't even just ignore it. Just take it and ignore it. He won't do that. He won't push the unblock button. Like, he blocked me, and that's it. He made the right decision. He's gonna stick by it.
All right. Well, tell him, Crit, that will then the only one who's preventing you from coming to this forum is you. That's it. Because it's a simple little newsletter about the globe. So
yeah, it's like news inside the globe model that they should be able to look at and think about.
If anything, you should help him, but well, guess he's never coming in.
That's not going to happen. Scott's always going to be thinking he's helping us.
Like, the news today is like SpaceX wanted to send 4 completely untrained astronauts into the Van Allen belt and conduct experimental spacewalks. And people talk about, isn't this like very dangerous? Why such a high risk endeavor? Like, why would you do that? Why would you want to do something with high risk and then pile on, instead of mitigating factors, like exponentially worse factors?
Yeah.
Then the rocket launch gets delayed, and then it blows up. So, like, good thing there wasn't any people on it and shit. Like. So they wanted to send a bunch of untested people into an untested environment with untested equipment. What could go wrong?
Sounds like the first space flight that we used to argue with some of the globalists that would come in here and say that, well, how did they know the radius of Earth without knowing that the Earth had any radius? Like, the value that was preset before determined that the size of the Earth was known prior to any rockets going into orbit. Because you have to know the size of the Earth if you're going to send something into orbit. And they were like, well, they just kind of like spent money to build these rockets, and they just kept testing them, like sending them up there. They didn't know. They learned after the fact that the radius claim was validated. Have you guys heard that argument? Some of them come in here and say that. I think it was one of the Russian space program had sent their first. Was it Sputnik? I could be wrong. That they didn't know that the Earth. They knew that the R value was put into the math equations to send for orbital trajectories and the mechanics to work for something they're going to send into orbit, but they didn't know. It's kind of like they tested it out. They sent it out without knowing that it was actually going to be validated until they sent that rocket.
I think it was Sputnik, yeah. The first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sputnik.
So that they were saying that they were just guessing that the radius value was that until they actually confirmed it when they sent Sputnik. So it was just an educated guess. And they're like, oh shit, it is a globe. According to them.
So I think SpaceX is still planning on launching Polaris Dawn at some point. They just postponed it until better weather.
I know.
Oh, okay, I'm not sure. I have to look it up. I thought something blew up and they grounded.
So they have regular launches from Florida and California for their Starlink satellites, and so a couple hours before they were going to send one off from California, one launched from Florida, and everything went okay except that the first stage, when right after it landed on the ship in the ocean, it tipped over and blew up. And so they said, wait a second, we're going to postpone this other one until we know for sure what happened there. It was like 230 booster landings that didn't blow up, and this first one in like a long time. But still, they want to figure it out before they continue.
I have a feeling we're going to see a space station's going to be crashing soon, and it's going to be some kind of tragedy.
There was something that I guess a couple of days ago, or if not yesterday, something was looking like, in the movies they show like, asteroids above the Earth, and then like right before they collide with Earth. There was a movie, I don't know what it was. It was maybe Greenland. With what's his name that comes out in the movie 300. Do you guys remember that actor? Anyway, like that.
Gerard Butler.
Yeah, Gerard Butler. He had the asteroid that was going to collide with Earth. And you know how it breaks off into chunks before it hits? There was something 2 days ago that looked like that. It was pieces of something that looked like it was burning up. And according to like some of the people that were talking about it, say it was some satellites that were crashed into Earth that were burning up in the atmosphere prior to. They say that nothing really reaches the Earth like that because it all burns up before it reaches Earth. That's what they were all talking about, just like 2 days ago. You might want to look it up on the social media somewhere.
Do you go so fast that you catch on fire?
Yeah. Well, in
It's
re-entry,
crazy.
when you're coming back into Earth's atmosphere, the friction against the Earth's atmosphere is causing all that, and you burn up. That's why you have to create those satellites with the kind of material that they do, so that whenever they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, they'll burn up in atmosphere, and then it doesn't cause any.
I know the perfect material. It's passports.
Yeah, you can cover it. No, but they needed to burn up, Radwin. They don't need it to survive the actual descent. So re-entry. Yeah, well, because if it burns up, then it doesn't cause any problems to anybody living on Earth. You just burn up in the atmosphere, and
Oh.
it's they have to make it to where it burns up in the re-entry, but it stays in the thermosphere where temperatures are a lot hotter. But according to globalists, it does. It's not an inconvenience. You could just be in a place where temperatures could swing to like 4,000 degrees. That's okay. That's not a problem. You can the material of the satellite is strong enough to protect it from that type of temperature. But re-entry, that's a no-go. We can't. Re-entry is too hot. It's way too hot. That's kind of neat, huh? And you got to use your air quotes and then say science when you say all this. That's just science.
But that would seem like a huge major contradiction the way you put it.
Well, it's not. It's barely an inconvenience, Matthew.
And why do you think people aren't bothered by that apparent contradiction?
Oh, because on the one hand you have this high temperature that's against the material that doesn't affect it, and on the other hand you do. High temperature does affect the material that the satellites are created with. I guess that's not a contradiction in your world because it's all built up on complete paradoxes. Everything.
It's not a contradiction in my worldview. That's true, but I don't think you've articulated why.
All right. Well, I guess you might know what type of materials are these satellites constructed with, Matthew?
Different metals like aluminum and glass and plastics and polymers and stuff.
Yeah. So, what's the type of temperature that would affect this material to where it would disintegrate in a reentry?
It depends on the density and speed of reentry. Pretty high temperatures, I would assume.
Okay, but it's a threshold, right? But
right.
before that threshold is reached, the temperatures are not going to affect the material, according to things that are in orbit right now that are exposed to high temperatures.
Yeah, I mean, all of those have a melting point, but even before that, it might affect it some. So it's probably a sliding scale.
Okay. Well, thank goodness for the sliding scale. Right.
So if I drop a piece of aluminum from 100 miles up, it's going to catch on fire?
I think it would melt, but more
It
than
would melt.
catch on fire.
No,
You'd
I
have
want to hear
melted.
that it's going to catch on fire and make a light in the sky.
It's so rad when you'd have melted slag, falling towards Earth. You wouldn't have the paper.
It would be glowing red. I can go out and melt some aluminum right now. I can take pictures of it. It'll be glowing red.
But you gotta drop it from 250 miles above the Earth's surface, Radwin. That's the only problem. You gotta go where no man has gone before. Well, a few men.
So at 250, at 100 miles, it won't burn up. Or
I gotta get back to work anyway.
I'm sure they have some type of insulation on it, though. No, on the satellites.
For what?
On the
Aren't they
satellites,
supposed to
some
be?
type of insulation.
Aren't they supposed to be in outer space?
No, but I mean, they put the insulation on the satellites before they, like something
For what?
insulating the metal body
For what?
for the satellites. What do you? I'm sure it's not just directly exposed aluminum. If they, I don't know what they are made of, but it would make sense that they'd have some type of material to insulate the more fragile body, if that's aluminum or whatever other metal.
Also, the thermal transfer rate's pretty low if there's hardly any atmosphere up there. That's the one thing that Veritas wasn't bringing up. But in other words, with clever engineering, you can get around these challenges and make it work. And they do, because GPS works, satellite TV works too. Who's got something to say?
Eh.
Welcome, Peter.
Hey, hey, what's up?
Not much. A little bit slow in here.
Not much going on Flat Earth.
Apparently not.
The globe has been quite boring today as well.
All right. So, Peter, what would you say is the strongest argument for the idea that the Earth is flat? Strongest argument.
I always say it because I do think it's the strongest one. It is the sensory evidence, meaning, you know, if you're not using tools, if you're not being very precise, you could go your entire life perceiving the Earth as flat and stationary, and people have, like, for thousands of years. So the proof
So,
is in the
yeah,
pudding.
so
It
it
does appear
looks
to be
flat.
flat and stationary.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would agree. It looks flat and it feels motionless. Sure.
Yeah. How else would you explain, you know, the Chinese thinking it was flat until I think 1700s? So like generations and generations of Chinese people who formed an otherwise a super advanced civilization thought it was
Well,
flat and stationary. I'm not sure
they
about
were
the stationary part, but I'm pretty sure about the flat part. So
they
yeah,
were not the
it's
only
very
ones.
natural. Oh no, everybody did at one point. So it's all. I'm just saying they went until the 1700s, from what I vaguely recall. So you know, unlike the Europeans or the Mediterraneans, we should say.
Yeah, but who
Who?
copied whose idea first?
Oh,
Who
they
was
copied
it?
the idea of the Mediterraneans. The Mediterraneans were first, I think. Or I should say, from what I know, the Mediterranean people were the first people to have realized that the Earth was a sphere. But anyway, that's why I think it's a really good argument, because it worked.
Yeah.
People get so upset about this stuff, but it's like some globers would never even answer that question. But it's like, what's the big deal? Yeah, people used to think the Earth was flat. Okay, chill your, biscuits.
But it's not because we use theodolites, right?
Some of us like to use theodolites.
So yeah, we're going to use one on Skunk Bay picture that I posted at 26 after the hour. You're going to give me the proper reading on those heights of those roofs on the buildings.
I don't know if I can do that.
Oh, well, then you can't shoot 100 miles to a mountain, so you're done with that.
Yeah, I never do. I don't like mountains.
Yeah, you
They're too
can't
far
shoot
away
across
and
the
they're too
water
tall.
at a 16. You can't shoot across the water at a 16-story building and hit anything.
That seems to work pretty well.
Oh, actually, according to my time lapse, that doesn't work. So you lost.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. Sorry for your time lapse.
On that day, nothing like this happened.
Not during that time, no.
I mean, according to your model, if you put two lasers at two different locations apart from each other, roughly about 1 mile, for example, technically they should cross each other. And we should see the crossing, but they don't do, you know?
Oh, yeah, if you put them sufficiently far away, certainly they will cross.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, any percentage you should be measurable, but it isn't. If you put it
Oh,
at level,
it's
if
measurable.
everyone at its level, everyone who has a laser puts his laser on a level, then they do not cross. You'll never find an X.
Well, that's, now we're going to argue about who did what and how, so it's not very productive. Did you do that? I have never done that. Have you done it?
I mean, others have done it, yeah.
Okay, just answer my question. I went first. I have never
didn't.
tried that. Have you? Okay, so why would we argue about other people's stuff?
Well, because I trust their measurement.
Okay, good. I trust some other people's measurements too. So you have yours, I have mine.
Was your bullshit detector going off?
Matthew, what do you think is the strongest argument for flat Earth?
I think I agree with you. It appears to be flat and it doesn't feel like it's moving. I think those are the strongest ones.
Yeah, and I would say any glober that would ridicule that, I would say, well, how come millions, if not billions of people have lived thinking exactly that? So it cannot be too obvious, right, that it's a globe if they didn't see it. So
right.
That's the proof. That's actually the logical proof that it's a good argument.
I'm sympathetic to the idea that people don't want to trust governments and agencies and that kind of thing. So I understand the emotional appeal of saying, "Oh, these people are lying and those people are lying." That's not exactly an argument, but I think it does inform why a lot of people are suspicious of anything any authority or institution says.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
because it
I'm
has
also
been
very.
proven that they are lying usually. You know, you don't trust a liar at some point. Why would you?
I
If you had
agree.
experience
I don't
in some
trust
measurement
governments.
yourself, something like that.
If the major reason for knowing that the Earth is a globe came from government agencies, I would my skepticism would be non-zero. But that's not the case. So I don't have
So
to
are you
employ my.
trying to burn down your own house?
Someone's trying to burn down my house right now. I'm at Whole Foods.
No, you're trying to burn your own house down. We can hear it.
Oh. Well, I'm at Whole Foods, so I cannot be burning down my house. I could be burning down a Whole Foods, which I am not doing for the people listening in.
Hey, they found lies, so geez, everything must be a lie now, right? Right, guys? Right? Everything's a lie, right, guys?
Man,
They
you
all
must be.
listen. This is ridiculous.
You must
They
live in a
always
strange
lie.
community.
Of course, they have to tell some truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't go with their programs all the time. You know. But those little lies that are interwoven with their speeches or whatever they promise, you know, or whatever they tell us, those are the little lines they cross, which has nothing to do with the overall picture.
I would suggest to you, my friend, that you could completely disregard any evidence from any government on Earth and still reach the conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
No, I came to that conclusion without having any of this information.
I
Even
understand that,
don't even
but you weren't
thinking
listening
about
to me.
government stuff and such.
You didn't listen to the words that were coming out of my mouth.
All right. Let's hear it again, please.
I said that any person, and this is my opinion, obviously, that any person curious enough could reach a conclusion that the Earth is a globe without employing any government evidence at all. It will be slightly easier if you accept certain local maps, which came from maybe county governments. But if you don't want to accept that, you'll have to do a little bit more work yourself, and a little bit more precision will be required. But even then, you could still reach that conclusion and never use a map made by a county local government.
Well, usually
If
the
you think the
information
conspiracy,
determines the
if you
conclusion,
think the
and
if
the
you think the
information.
conspiracy runs so deep that local county governments are also corrupt and in on it, then you will have to do a little bit more work. I agree.
Of course, corruption is everywhere. Even at your own house, even in your family, is some part of corruption happening. Or sometimes they don't even know that they're doing things that are basically corrupt things, you know?
Case in point, yesterday my wife mentioned flat Earth to me, so something might be afoot.
See? This has nothing to do with corruption. This has to do with curiosity.
Oh, say. Hello?
Yep.
Yo, it's on.
Let's go.
It's on. That's right.
It's that time of day.
You betcha.
Yeah, man. What's going on with everyone? Why is everyone muted?
Well, I guess asking them is one way to get them off mute.
Yeah. Well, I'll pick someone at random. It's either Batman or the guy with record thingy. Ooh. Flasty Klein, I've picked. He's not responding. Flasty Klein. Oh fuck, I can't pronounce his name.
Are you drunk, bro?
Crit?
Well, you got that one right.
Yeah, I did. Crit? Bro,
Dude,
how
what
the
are you
fuck
doing?
do I...
You practicing how to read today?
I am actually.
Okay, hey guys, I got a question for you guys, okay?
Spork!
Strip Weathers or Lightning McQueen? Who's the GOAT? Let's...
Obviously, Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen every day.
Thanks for coming out, Spork.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming out, NATO.
Ah, thank you. Wait, why did he get muted? I don't understand.
Yeah,
I
just can't figure it out.
Can't listen to both of you at the same time, so I know you can't figure that out.
I'm the favorite. I appreciate that.
You were the first one in with your globe proof, so we're gonna hear you out.
I don't understand what I'm hearing out. What's this everyone on about? Bro, what? I'm off. Bye-bye.
Ruin their troll, heretic.
He made it a long way.
Soon as the partner came in, shut down, he's like, well, I don't know what to do now.
Messed them all up.
Well, they were running down the hallway, and I tripped the guy behind him, and he's kept running, and he was like, well, what the fuck? Now I'm by myself. I gotta go. I see we have our DEI mod. Yes, we hire DEI here too. So funny. I created a gravity truck that will make apples all fall at the same time. I use Chat GPT, so let's put it together and see if it works.
Okay, Mark, you've got the data from the spectrography for Jupiter being a gas giant. You've got the data, like you said you would, right? Is my connection bad, or is Mark not talking?
Not talking.
Maybe he brought that data in when I wasn't here.
So Carter was in there talking about, or somebody was talking about apples falling. Carter. So I told him I was going to create a gravity truck that you can put under apple trees, and then you turn it on, and all the apples fall at the same time, and just going down the line.
Okay, I'm not reading that. Can you explain how you're doing that?
No, I asked AI to do it. I asked my large language model to do it.
So do you understand what it's saying?
Yeah.
Okay, explain it.
It says it's a fairy tale. Go ahead and try and do it.
Yeah, it's a fairy tale. It's not
Go
real.
ahead and do it. Tell me what's going on.
You probably put like 50 different prompts and they're all just bullshit. And it finally spit out this crap.
Dude, I'm using paid version of ChatGPT 4.0 or 4.0. I posted the question that I typed out in here. I just copied it and put it in there just for fun to see what it would say. It said, certainly, let's break down the concept of a gravity truck.
No, it didn't. You said you put that in and it spit
I
that
put
out? Bull
I
crap,
put that
dude.
exact thing in here. I'll give you the top of it here. I'll just take a screenshot so you can see that I copied it exactly. And I don't know why you motherfuckers think I lie.
As all flat earthers lie.
About what?
They're disingenuous.
Poisoning the well. Pretty disingenuous. That was easy.
No one wants to explain why things disappear bottom up. They just want to ignore it.
Why don't you explain it?
No, that's the inconsistency with your model, so you should explain it.
What model are you talking about? Straw manning me with a model isn't really very
If
honest.
it's flat, why is it blocking the freaking boat?
I don't know. Do you have a claim?
Do you think the Earth is flat? It's that simple.
Water is. Water is.
Yeah, so if water is flat, how is it blocking the boat?
Who says it's blocking
above the water? That's what you observe.
Okay, you observe the water blocking it. Is it physically blocking it, or is the light just not taking a path from the bottom of the boat to your eye? Or maybe you don't have a sufficient angle to resolve the bottom of the boat. I don't know what's going on. I don't really care, though. Do you have a claim about it?
I don't know, dude. I don't see why the light would just not go to your eye. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it sounds like your problem. So you don't claim refraction?
No. What then?
Okay. Well, I guess there's no globe because that was your last chance.
Sure, but it's not flat.
Oh, there's no globe, but it's not flat. So what? What are you talking about?
So we have an argument from incredulity and a straw man, and somehow the flat earthers are disingenuous, Carter? Those both come from you.
Yeah, you're projecting.
Sorry, repeat that.
Okay. It's an argument from incredulity. You just can't believe or you don't understand why, right? And your guys' model, straw man. So those are two disingenuous fallacies committed by you. And somehow you think the flat earthers are disingenuous. And yet you're the one here talking shit and making stuff up.
So you don't think the water blocks the bottom of the boat?
I didn't make a claim about it one way or the other. I don't have to make a claim, but if you want to and then try to reverse the burden, that's fine. Just so we're clear, it's you doing that.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, right? Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I know it is.
Okay, you know it's flat. So if it's flat, how do you know it's flat?
Everything that we do on this Earth, measurements, practically using the Earth, observing it, it's flat. What else do I need?
You use your eyes to see that it's flat?
Yeah, it's observably flat. Do you not observe it to be flat?
No.
Okay, cool. Show me the curve then.
Well, I can show you water not being flat.
Okay, show me the water not being flat. Show me the measurement to the tangent point.
Okay, first we're talking about observation, so we don't need to make
So we're
actual
not talking
measurements.
about measurements. So it just appears to you like it might be curving,
that's
and
what I
you've
asked you.
decided on your own because it appears a certain way that now it's curved, right?
That's exactly what I asked you. I never asked you for a measurement.
Okay, so your subjective position makes you declare that the Earth is curving, even though the horizon is completely flat. Is that correct?
But it's not flat. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so it's not. So could you show me the deviation on the x-axis of the horizon being sloped?
Not left to right curvature, but I can.
Okay, can you show me the curvature from the y-axis being sloped?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Let's measure that sucker.
Why are you saying measure it? I already said this is just an observation.
Well, if it just appears a certain way, so it appears to you to be sloping, like a hump or a curve or whatever, on the y-axis, I would like to see that.
Right.
Mark G has the giggles. Matthew, what did you think of my gravity truck?
I guess I wasn't here when you were talking about the gravity truck. When was that?
Oh, you gotta.
Sorry.
You gotta go to. You have to go to 31 minutes after the hour. Just scroll up.
Oh, got it.
And then click on the question. Then I also posted that I actually just asked that question that I asked in here. I just copy and pasted it right in and then enter.
All right, I got your phenomena. I got your visual.
Okay, so show me the slope in this particular photograph.
You can infer that there is a slope.
Oh, so you don't even see it, you're just inferring it now.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't see it, so it's not even apparently sloped. You're just inferring
is.
it, even though
Oh
you
my
don't see
gosh.
it. So show me the slope.
If water is obscuring an object disproportionately from the bottom up, then there is a slope.
Is the water obscuring the objects in the distance?
Yeah.
And you're attributing that only to slope. You're not attributing that to angular size changes, angular size of the objects, or the water in the foreground, the waves, the refraction. You're not doing anything with optical distortion. You're not doing any of that. You're just attributing it purely to the mathematical, physical, geometric drop, which you have yet to measure.
Okay, you spit out a bunch of crap that doesn't explain why something disproportionately.
I just want to ask you a question really quick. It's a modus tollens.
Okay, dude.
If the way that we view things is purely mathematic, then there's a possibility that slope exists. Do we see things purely in mathematical geometric sense, or do we have perspective?
Sorry, wait, okay. That implication, I don't understand.
I didn't imply anything. I asked you a question. Are you confused? Are you being disingenuous, Carter?
Firstly, what you just asked was not a modus tollens. Secondly, modus tollens has an implication.
Because if Earth curve is purely geometric, then the globe exists. But if we see in perspective and perspective effects, then the globe does not exist. Right?
That seems like a false argument.
Okay.
I think.
So modus tollens.
So you're saying
geometry, the globe exists. Since we do not see in pure geometry, but rather perspective, the
Sorry,
globe does not exist because the globe is purely mathematic, correct?
Sorry, you cut out. Repeat it, please.
Is the Earth curve only existing in a purely geometric mathematic scenario?
Sure.
Okay, so then since we see in perspective, the globe does not exist. End of story. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can make observations that are geometric.
Really? Show me that. Show me no Atmo day where we can just go ahead and take the air out of the situation. That's just one effect, by the way. The distortion due to, I don't know, what do you think? Refraction? Do you want to claim refraction today or no refraction?
Aren't you
Which one do you want to claim? If I show you the black swan, do you want to claim refraction or not?
I already said I'm not. Based on this argument, I'm not opposed to. I am opposed to refraction, just for the sake of this argument. But if you're going to claim that the surface appears flat, you're doing the same thing. It's not geometrically flat.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. It appears flat. You say it appears curved. I asked you to show me the curve. You said it's inferred.
Yeah, I showed you the observation.
So the observation, without any geometry, you think it infers curvature. I see a flat horizon. I see things in the distance. I see no curvature. You see curvature. So you're trying to get this over into the subjective realm, right? You think it looks curved, therefore it must be.
No, geometrically things.
Oh, okay, so we should go ahead and measure. So in the black swan, how much curvature do we observe?
I don't know.
You don't know? Let me show you the black swan again, and you tell me how much curvature you observe in that. What do you think?
All right, show me.
Okay, how much curvature is in that particular photograph?
None.
So it appears flat?
Yeah.
So on this day, the Earth's flat. And then on the day where you show me the boats, it appears curved. How would we go ahead and figure out which one is correct?
I don't know. It just seems like it's not possible.
You don't know, but You don't think it's possible? So then the horizon is not Earth curved, since you can't decide between one photograph to the other?
I can't conclude that it's flat or curving. Yeah.
You can't conclude either way. Okay, so where would we determine that the Earth is curved, Carter? How would we do that?
You have to go to space.
Okay, so we go to space. We look back. The Earth's a ball. That would dictate that we would have a geometric Earth curve tangent point to measure to, would it not?
Yeah.
Okay, so how come that tangent point isn't where it's supposed to be according to Earth globe math?
Wait, sorry. Okay, what are you saying? You're saying when
How
we
is
are on the
that? You've been in
surface.
here long enough. Certainly, you know this argument by now. If you don't know
No,
this
but
argument by now, you must be feigning ignorance.
it.
It sounds
I'm sorry.
disingenuous, Carter. It almost seems like you want to pretend to not know what I'm talking about.
It's just really, really hard. It's really complex stuff, and it's easier to just go, it's got to be a globe.
It is hard, and the globe just makes sense. Yeah.
It just, you're not able to really make any sense because you're kind of brain dead. So that's sort of a weird statement, but yeah, whatever helps.
Okay. So you're saying when we go back on the surface because we saw it as a globe, then we should be able to use a tangent?
Yeah, so even though the idea of the horizon being the tangent point that we can measure to get the curvature to go ahead geometric need to create things like orbital mechanics and, you know, how much fuel you would need to get to space and to orbit and do all that stuff, you know, all that complicated math shit. We look back at the Earth, we say, okay, it certainly is a ball. We measure that tangent point is supposed to be, almost as if the horizon is the Earth curve. Why is that, Carter?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying at this point.
Yeah, so you're too stupid for this conversation, right, Carter? I want you to say, yes, I'm too stupid for this conversation. I want to hear you say it.
No.
I've explained to you already. I've asked you the same question in different ways, hoping that your stupid ass would figure it out. But your stupid ass isn't figuring it out. Do you know what a tangent point is?
Yeah, I know what a tangent point is.
Okay, so is the horizon a tangent point that we can measure to?
No.
No. So how do we validate those pictures, quote unquote, from space are correct if we can't measure the Earth's curvature?
Why do we need to measure it?
Oh, so you don't need to measure it. You can just shoot a rocket up in the air, willy-nilly, no big deal. It'll all work out fine. That's how NASA operates.
Yeah, you can just look at it and it's a sphere.
Yeah, you sound like a disingenuous prick. You know and I know that that's not how it works. You and I both know that NASA's not just going to willy-nilly start shooting rockets up into the space and go, yeah, we don't need to know whether or not the Earth's a ball or even if the horizon's a tangent point. No big fucking deal. You sound like a disingenuous asshole, like most globers.
So do you really think if they go into space and they orbit the Earth that it's just not a sphere because they haven't measured it?
I don't know. Is anybody going to space?
Oh, okay. So we're doubling down?
No, we're not doubling down. I'm asking you, how would you validate anybody's going to space?
The whole premise of the argument is that they have went to space and they saw it. That was the.
So the premise of your argument is they went to space without knowing the geometric tangent of horizon, willy-nilly, and no big deal? That's your premise?
Sorry, what?
The premise of your argument is that the horizon's not a tangent point. They didn't get measurements of Earth curve, but they shot a rocket up into a space vacuum, willy-nilly, no big deal. That's your premise.
Yeah, they went around and observed every single angle of the Earth, and so they concluded it as a sphere.
In space, before they knew whether or not it was a ball.
Sure.
Okay, so I want you to get me that that's what NASA did. I want you to get me the story of from NASA that they just said, you know what, we're going into space, the vacuum, the very harsh environment. We
Why does it have
We're
to
going.
be
I want you to get that for me.
Why does it have to
Excuse
be
me, Carter, you disingenuous prick. I need that from now.
Why do they need to do that?
Why do you need to do that? Because that's your claim.
No, I'm saying if they went to space and they observed every angle of the Earth and it appears to be.
Did they go to space without knowing whether or not the Earth was a ball, Carter? Since pretty much the horizon's not a tangent point, as you claimed.
Why do they need to make an assertion before they go to space?
They didn't have to make an assertion. No one said they have to make an assertion. Are you being a disingenuous prick, Carter?
You just asked me. What?
So you just straw man me. You put words in my mouth.
What did you just
I
say?
didn't say anything about that. I didn't say that NASA had to make an assertion about anything. I asked
what you asked.
And you answered that NASA didn't care about tangent points, didn't care whether or not they lived on a ball, just went into space and observed it from there and then concluded that they lived on a ball. That's your claim. You agreed to that just moments earlier. Or are you going to go back on that and say, no, that's not what I said?
Why does it matter how they came to the conclusion? If it is true that they actually saw it in space, that's all that really matters.
Have to know. You don't think it matters whether or not you live on a spinning water ball in the middle of space to get on a rocket and go into that space? You don't think that's important, Carter?
It is important, and they've done it.
Okay, so then you could probably agree that NASA would probably have to decide, or at least determine, right? Like geometrically, that they were on a water ball of that size in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, after they did it.
Okay, so how did they go about doing that?
Listen, I'm not going to talk about how the Earth is spinning or traversing.
Yeah, because you don't know.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one, but it does appear to be a sphere.
And how does it appear to be a sphere, or is it just an appearance? But remember, you agree that the horizon can't be a tangent point, so it doesn't really matter how it looks, right?
Well, in space, that's irrelevant because there is no apparent.
In space, it's irrelevant. So you don't need to know the size of the ball that you're on. Just go into space willy-nilly.
Yeah, why do you care how big it is? You only care about the
so that's what I want. From now on, Carter, I want you to go ahead and tell me and show me from NASA that they said, nah, fuck it. We don't care if it's a ball. We're just going into space. And then we'll figure it out from there, right?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter? Because that's your claim, and I want to see if you can back up your claim. I don't want you to speak for NASA like a disingenuous prick. I want you to go ahead and back up your claim. You must have heard this from somewhere. You wouldn't be making this up on the spot like a disingenuous asshole, would you?
Okay. Sorry. Okay, what is the difference between them going into space?
Ask me a question. Meanwhile, you should be getting me the story that you just made up on the spot, from NASA, that they just went to space, didn't have to bother with whether or not they were on a water ball in space. Why aren't you getting that for me, Carter?
My point is, it doesn't matter what assumption
you claim it doesn't matter. No worries then. Apparently, according to NASA, it doesn't matter if they figured it out. They just went up into space willy-nilly, just like you claimed. I want to see you back up that claim. Remember, Carter, the last time I talked to you, I was like, man, this guy's making flat earthers out of globers like crazy. You're doing it again. Like every glober, if they're listening to this stream, they're like, what a lying, disingenuous asshole this Carter guy is. I can't be associated with these pricks. I'm going to the flat earth. You're making flat earthers by the mountain. Like stacks of flat earthers, mountains of flat earthers just because of you, Carter.
Oh my gosh. Well, then they're stupid. They don't understand.
So they don't understand that listening to somebody make shit up on the spot is like not a good idea.
The point is, if they've done that, it doesn't matter what assumptions they've made.
Have they done that, Carter? How would you validate that they went to space and took a picture of this water ball? How would you validate it?
Let me make an analogy real quick. It's like,
no, I don't need an analogy. I just need you to tell me how we would validate that, Carter. How would we validate it? Carter, how would we validate it? Your analogies are stupid,
No, this is a
And
really good analogy.
I guarantee this analogy wouldn't work anyways. We're talking about space here.
Hold on.
What's your
So what if somebody was in a car, right?
Uh-huh.
And they found a way to figure out. They were just in the car. They didn't see the exterior of the car, and they found a way to figure out what the exterior color of the car was. And
how did they get into that car? They didn't. They got into the car blindfolded. Is that what you're telling me? So we went to space blindfolded, right?
Oh my goodness! You can't engage.
So the analogy is that NASA went to space blindfolded. That's what you're saying.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of like at a loss myself. I wasn't aware that people as dumb as you could make it this far in life. I'm blown away. I'm surprised people as disingenuous as you could have made it this far in life. Listen to the stupid shit that you're making up. You're creating an analogy about people being in a car. They don't know the color of it or what it looks like before they got in it. It's like they're born in the car and never saw it from the outside. Maybe they were blindfolded. So is your analogy that somebody ended up outside the Earth blindfolded, looked back at it and went, oh shit, that's what it looks like?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Come on.
Okay, so tell me what you're trying to figure out here.
If you're born on Earth, it's analogous to you being in a car, not seeing the exterior, and it's analogous to you being never been to space, right? So regardless of, let's say someone figure out a way to figure out the exterior color of the car without actually getting out, that doesn't matter. They can come up with whatever bogus way to do it, as long as they got out of the car and saw it. That's really what matters, right?
Like that. Yeah, whatever bogus way they can conjure, right?
Yeah, who cares? They figured it out in the end.
Bogus. So. Okay, so this is what NASA did.
Yeah.
They didn't figure out what color or what shape Earth was. They figured out a way. What was that way?
Was
it bogus?
It was bogus, yeah.
AI. You know, the Earth is flat. It's
as long as they went to space and saw it, that's all that matters.
You guys ever did Minecraft Super Flat World? That's kind of what it's like.
Is that the bogus way?
Yeah.
Okay, so the bogus way they figured out the outside
you're supposed
of
to
the car,
agree, right?
Is they went to space. I totally agree. I agree that it's bogus and that your analogy is stupid.
It was a perfect analogy.
No, not really. They didn't know what they were in. They didn't know what they were on. They couldn't figure it out. So somehow, in a bogus way, they presented to you that you lived on a ball, even though you can't validate it for...
The color is red. That's what they said.
Any way that you possibly could figure it out. Are we talking about colors or geometry here? I want to make sure.
Damn right. Damn right.
Well, in the analogy, I mean, bogus, they figured out it was red, and then eventually they got out of the car, and they saw it was actually red.
So the Earth is red in this scenario.
Earth is blue, but it's also flat.
In case of reality, yeah, they asserted it was a sphere, and then they went to space and confirmed it.
They asserted. So now you're the one that's saying that they asserted it, even though they didn't know. So actually, that's you projecting that onto me.
I mean,
that sounds disingenuous, Carter.
What I originally said is it doesn't matter if they assert it or not, and that my analogy demonstrates.
So it doesn't matter if they asserted it or not. So did they measure it?
Yeah, they figured out how to measure it, but that's bogus to you.
Okay, how was that? How was that?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. So that would dictate that the Earth's curvature and the horizon would be a tangent point that would be at a certain distance, right?
Nope.
No. So then that doesn't confirm Eratosthenes. Hey, does Eratosthenes kind of like bake some shit into his calculation?
Sure, it's bogus. That's exactly what I conceded to already.
Okay, so it's bogus. Right, it's definitely bogus. So Eratosthenes is bogus, so that's not a great way to figure out how you're on a ball, right?
Yeah, and I already said it doesn't matter because they've been to space.
So it doesn't matter. So just now, another flat earther was created because of Carter. Bogus, doesn't matter. Car is red. NASA didn't care. They just asserted it, or it doesn't matter that they asserted it. And
some assumptions.
You think flat earthers are disingenuous with all this bullshit that you're spouting, Carter?
Yeah, because you won't engage in the analogy. That's why you're disingenuous.
Yeah, so I don't want to engage in your false equivalence, and that makes me disingenuous.
Why is it a false equivalence?
Because we're not talking
Because
about cars.
the Earth
We're
is
not talking about
not red,
colors. We're definitely talking about the Earth. Unless in your scenario, the Earth is like a car that you're born into. That doesn't make any
Kinda.
sense, bro.
It's our habitat, right? And we haven't seen
So
the
cars are
exterior of our
habitats now.
habitat.
You think you can survive in a car
Gosh, see, I told you,
indefinitely?
you can't engage with a hypothetical.
Hey, Carter, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that you can live in a car without leaving it, without anybody opening up the windows to give you anything? You think you can survive in a car?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so I'm the
Just like how we
disingenuous one,
survive
right?
on the Earth because the sun gives off energy.
Okay. Carter, brother, it's over for you. Okay, you lost today.
not.
I want you to just say, okay, I lost. I got my ass handed to me. Cars and the Earth are not analogous. I'm an idiot.
Oh my
I just
gosh,
only
you can't
created
understand the analogy, bro.
out of
That's
globe
sad.
believers.
That's so sad.
I've destroyed the globe position. I want you to say that for me.
Yeah, you destroyed it.
There you go. Anybody else want to talk to Carter? They can unmute him. Raiden's here. Hey, Raiden, did you do that measurement I asked you to do out there over the Atlantic?
Hello, friends. No, I haven't gotten around to doing that yet. I haven't forgotten about it though.
Okay, it's been months, bro.
Has it been?
Yeah.
I just
Avoiding it, are you?
What were you and Carter talking about?
Carter said that the Earth is like a car.
It's what?
Carter said that the Earth is like a car. I guess he believes that the Earth is enclosed.
What's this, some hypothetical or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, he tried to create an analogy. He said that NASA didn't know what the Earth was when they were on it. He also used the term bogus multiple times. They figured out a bogus way to measure that the Earth was red, and then that's how they knew that they were in a red car.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah. So would you agree with that? Would you say that NASA is it's like they were being born in a car and then they found out a bogus way to figure out that they were in a red one?
Well, to be fair, I didn't hear the whole thing, so this is kind of out of context for me. Like, I can't say one way or the other.
It's his analogy. I mean, he came up with this. I said it wasn't very good. I thought, and maybe it would be better if he actually kind of helped the NASA out, because he said NASA, it's irrelevant. NASA didn't know that they were on a ball. They just shot a rocket up into space, and then they looked back at the Earth, and then they knew that they were on a ball. That to me sounds like it's missing some pieces of the puzzle, because I don't know if I'd want to go through all the effort and spend all the money on a rocket to go up into an area where I don't even know if it exists or not, to look back on a ball that I'm not sure whether or not I actually live on, because there's no way to measure the ball while you're on the ball, according to Carter.
Oh, okay. Oh, he must have left, huh?
Probably.
Oh, okay. Well, can you like steel man what he was trying to say?
I feel like I just did. Okay. So it doesn't matter that NASA could validate or even measure the Earth. They just shot the rocket up into space, and then they turned around and they were like, oh yeah, no shit, it's a ball.
Okay. Huh.
You think that's what happened?
I don't know, but they have produced satellite images, so and as far as I can tell, no one said they've been debunked yet.
Oh, okay. So that would be an argument from silence fallacy. So Carter was talking about the fact that flat earthers are disingenuous, but then you just now committed a argument from silence fallacy. I feel like that's disingenuous. What do you think?
An argument from silence fallacy. How do you figure that?
Yeah. Well, I demonstrated it. You said no one has said that the pictures from a second law of thermodynamics violation are not false. So that's like, if nobody says anything, then they must be true. It's called an argument from silence fallacy. You just committed that. I'm curious, why did you do that? Is it because flat earthers are disingenuous, or is that because globe earthers are disingenuous?
Okay, there's a flaw in what you just said because I didn't say anything about those images being true.
Oh,
The
so
word true never. I never said the word true about anything.
Perfect. So these are not true images, right? Because if they were true images, we could probably find that Earth curve on the Earth, right? But since you don't want to go out to the Atlantic Ocean and see whether or not the horizon is the tangent point of this curved Earth that you think you live on, the flat earthers are apparently the ones that are disingenuous, right?
Well, I'm not saying you guys are disingenuous. What I'm saying is relative to those satellite images, I'm not saying they're true or false. What I'm saying is no one has come forward and said that they are false.
Yeah, but so are you just assuming that they're going to be true because no one said they're false, like an argument from silence fallacy? Is that what you're saying?
If I said they were true because no one has said they were false, that would be a fallacy, but that's not what I'm saying.
Are they true or are they not?
I don't know.
Why would you bring them up?
Because they brought it up. They produced them.
Who brought it up? You brought them up. I didn't bring up any satellite images. That was the thing that came out of your mouth.
No, I said I brought it up because they brought it up. They produced those images to the public.
Who's they?
NASA, the European Space Agency.
Oh, okay. So they produced images, and you think that they're not true?
I don't have any reason to believe that they're false. Put it that way.
You don't have any reason to believe that they're false, right? Do you think if NASA came along and said, "Nah, these aren't real," then you would say, they're probably false? Is that how you gauge things? So anytime that you see a picture of anything, it's true until proven otherwise?
I didn't say that, but until I see or hear something to the contrary, I don't have any reason to believe they are false.
Okay, so then any image of Bigfoot or unicorn is legit until someone says they're fake.
I don't know if they're legit or not, but I can't say one way or the other.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. When I was growing up in the house, my mom told me that the guy I saw every day was my father. Now, I had no reason to believe that he wasn't because I didn't hear or see anything to the contrary. You understand?
Right.
Okay. So I had I was reasonable to think and believe that this man that I saw every day and that my mother and that he told me was my father was in fact my father. I was reasonable to think that.
Did he affirm that he was your father?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And do you think there could be a blood test that you could take? I don't know, like a measurement to see if he was your father?
Sure, I guess I could take like a DNA test or something.
So there are ways to validate these things other than just taking your mother's word for it. You know, like maybe you've got his ears, maybe you've got his hands, maybe you've got his DNA. So there are ways to validate this. So this is not an apples to apples comparison. So unless we go ahead and measure the Earth and see if it's curving anywhere, because someone told you that, you know, these pictures from space are of the Earth as a ball. So we come back down to the Earth, we measure the Earth. What do you know? It's not a ball. What do you think we should draw the conclusion there? What conclusion could we come to?
Well, one conclusion is that your measurements are wrong.
Okay, so what measurements are we taking? Should we go by the people that create the maps that are using, you know, the stars and elevation angles from the Earth, assuming it to be a flat plane and measuring it to be a flat plane? Are they incorrect?
I don't know, but as far as like those pictures that we were talking
about, we're not talking about my measurements.
to see if those are legitimate.
People that have actually measured the Earth to create the maps that you use. Are they lying? So you've got images from NASA, but you also have a map that was created measuring the Earth flat. I wonder which one could be more accurate.
Well, I don't know. What do you think? Which one would you accept?
Well, which one do you use every day to get from point A to point B? Is it the images from space, or is it the map?
No, I don't use an image from space to get from point A
So
to
the
point B.
people that measured the Earth to be flat are the ones that you and I would both agree are the ones that we should trust, right?
That's a slippery question.
I'm just asking you, bro. The people that make the map that you use every day, you know, elevation angles, latitude, longitude, all that stuff, using the Earth, measuring it flat, you don't think they're on the up and up?
I don't know what they mean by the word flat. That's the problem here.
Oh, no worries. Flat, having no part higher or lower than the other, having a rate of slope of 0, level, all those things. That's what they mean. You know, a flat straight line, like a horizontal baseline on a triangle.
Sure. What does a flat map have to do with a three-dimensional object?
No. Don't change the wording around. See, that seems disingenuous. I didn't say flat map. I said flat Earth that they measured.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, this is something that definitely needs review.
Well, you've heard this 1,000 times, Raiden.
Well, you know, I just got in here, so, you know, you were talking to the Carter guy.
You've heard this shit 1,000 times. I've seen you in here 1,000 times. You've heard this argument. You're going to play dumb now? Seems disingenuous.
No, I'm not playing dumb. I'm just talking to you.
I know, but we've already talked about this multiple times. I know people have talked to you about this multiple times. Are you going to feign ignorance? Like, oh, shit, never heard this whole flat horizontal baseline elevation angle latitude longitude measurement shit. This is news to me.
I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to want to hear. Unfortunately, I don't have all the answers. Okay? I just don't. If I did, I'd give them to you.
And what does that have to do with the fact that you've been in here 1,000 times hearing this argument, and you're acting like you've never heard it before?
No, I'm not acting like I'd never heard it before. I'm just saying I don't. What do you want me to say?
I want you to say, you know what, you might have something there. Maybe I should stop appealing to, because I've heard you before in here talk about, what about all the people at the universities and blah, 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 even though you haven't mentioned any of them, or brought up anybody by name, or shown anybody to measure the Earth as a ball. Maybe you should go, you know what, you might have something there. Maybe the Earth is actually flat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to the Atlantic Ocean, because I live right by it, and measure the motherfucking Earth, like I asked you 2 months ago.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Are you a person of integrity?
Because there's no evidence.
What do you think?
Starting it with nothing.
Would you say yes or no to that? You'd say yes.
Callie's triggered, so I can't hear you over
no,
Callie.
I'm not triggered. No, I just want to see something. I'm saying, would you consider yourself a person?
I interrupted you. Just hold on a second. Go ahead and start over.
No, I was just asking a question. Like, if I asked you to characterize yourself, would you agree that you're a person of integrity?
I guess so. Who cares?
Well, you don't care about that?
In the context of this argument, you can bet your ass that I'm being 100% honest with you.
Okay. So if the reason why I asked is because I was going to ask you, if you were wrong about something, would you admit it? And
of course
you were wrong. Okay, that's the reason why I asked you that. That's all. Okay. That's all. That's the only reason why I asked you that. So.
Yeah, that's what creates flat earthers in the beginning, like to start with, bro. Because everybody thinks they live on a ball until they go, oh shit, all the evidence is empty, and there's none. I guess I was wrong. I must admit that I am wrong, and there's no evidence for the globe Earth, and I must change my position and now be objective and very, scrupulous about the information that I take in. I must be skeptical, like a scientist would be, right? To challenge everything, to test everything. And so that's why we're here, because we've been testing all the claims. And I asked you to go out to the ocean and test the claim and see if the horizon is a geometric tangent point. And you've yet to do that.
What would convince you that the Earth is a sphere? What would it take?
It would require Earth curve measurements, which there are none.
So would you trust those measurements? Well, who would it have to come from for you to trust them?
Measurements that we've already been told that we have, and then when you start to drill down on them, they are found wanting. Those ones?
I'm just wondering who you would accept them from.
I would accept them from somebody who could show me empirically that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile square in every direction, not the flat horizontal plane that everybody continues to actually use every day and measure every day. Which one should I actually trust? The one that you and I both use and the maps that we use, or the one that doesn't have any support for it, called Earth curve, that only exists in a mathematical calculation based on perspective?
I mean, that sounds like a personal decision.
So now this has gone from objective to subjective. So if you want the Earth to be a ball, it's a ball, but if you don't want it to be a ball, it's not a ball? Is that what we're talking about? Is that how you operate in your life?
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh, okay. So what are you talking about then?
Those are kind of two different things. Like, for example, if I'm thinking about the planet as a whole, I'm thinking it's a sphere. If I'm driving from point A to point B, I'm thinking about GPS.
Yeah, so the GPS that you use, that Cartesian coordinate system, the entire Earth is a flat grid. Are you not aware of that?
I am.
Okay, so why would you try and say locally flat when even according to the Cartesian coordinate system, the entire Earth is flat? Why would you go ahead and try to be kind of a weasel and make it seem like it's only locally flat?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. It seems like you guys think the Earth is locally flat. Because have you guys measured the entire Earth to be flat?
We can't find curvature anywhere.
Okay, how can you say the entire planet is flat if you haven't measured the entire planet?
Why are you calling it a planet when you don't have any evidence for it?
Okay, what do you want to call it?
You just call it the Earth.
Okay, if you haven't measured the entire Earth, how do you know the entire Earth is flat?
Because we've used celestial navigation to map and measure tens of thousands of square flat Earth. Measure tens of thousands of square flat miles of Earth.
Okay. So is this like an extrapolation or?
No, this is the same map that you were talking about earlier that you use every day. Tens of thousands of square miles of flat. Does that not seem like flat to you?
I guess it depends on how big you think the Earth is, because I've talked to a few of you guys and I asked how big you think it is, and they say, I don't know.
Why would we answer a question to things that we don't know? Why would you want us to speculate and make shit up on the spot like most Globers do about the Earth when we haven't been to the ends of it? Why would you want us to do that? Would you want us to bullshit you and make something up? Would that make you feel better, Raiden?
No, I don't know. It's fine. So I'm just wondering if you don't know how big the Earth is,
up
how can you
again?
extrapolate
Why are you
that?
poisoning the... Dude, you're poisoning the well. Oh, well, I talked to a couple of Globe Earthers and they can't tell me how big it is. Who gives a fuck, Raiden?
No, the reason why I said that is because if you don't know how big it is, how can you extrapolate that the entire Earth is flat from a few measurements?
We didn't extrapolate that. That's what the measurements show. Why are you strawmanning me and making it up like I'm the one that's measuring tens of thousands of flat Earth square miles when it's actually the cartographers that are doing that? Why are you going ahead and saying it's me when it's the cartographers? How come you don't go to the cartographer forum and say, hey, you motherfuckers, how come you guys are measuring all this flat Earth if you don't know the entire thing is flat?
Are those people saying the Earth is flat?
None of them. Zero.
Would it matter?
Yeah.
If they're measuring it flat, but they don't say that it is because they don't believe it, what does it matter? The objective truth is it's measured that way. It doesn't matter what they say.
That's why I asked you about 5 minutes ago how these people are using the word flat.
They're using it as flat horizontal level, just like the way that they measure it.
I've had a lot of firearms training, and a lot of times people tell you to pretend like you're shooting in a straight line at a target. You're not shooting in a straight line because the bullet's trajectory doesn't travel in that fashion. It travels in an arc, but you can't see that. So from your perspective, the bullet exits the barrel in a straight line, right?
No. Objectively, the bullet travels in an arc because you're lofting it to the target. In this scenario, they actually, in actuality, Thank you for making my point for me. In actuality, the Earth is measured to be flat. Doesn't matter what people think. It matters how it's measured. It matters what reality says. I appreciate you bringing that up.
No, I said, yeah, I can pretend like I'm shooting in a straight line even though I'm not in reality.
All right. So people pretend that the Earth is a globe, and in reality, they measure it flat. I appreciate you bringing this up. You're helping me out, Raiden. Thank you very much.
No, I'm talking about the cartographers in the so-called flat maps.
Oh, so they aren't measuring it flat in reality. Just show me how they're measuring that curve then. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to talk to them about that. I don't.
Oh, so you're just going to go ahead and make up the fact that they measure it curved when you don't actually know that that's what they do. Meanwhile, latitude and longitude is a Cartesian grid measured using the stars, most specifically Polaris and the sun, to give you a measured grid on a flat plane.
Okay, well, I'll make a deal with you. If these cartographers will tell you that they think the Earth is flat and not a sphere, then I'll actually
tell me, Raiden, we've already talked about this. Why are you being such a slimy piece of shit, Raiden?
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter what they say. It matters what they measure, and they measure the Earth flat, do they not?
Well, what if they know something you don't? Well, that's what I'm thinking.
What would they know? How come they're not here? How come you're appealing and putting words in even their mouths that you can't verify? Why are you appealing to people that you don't know and then hoping that somehow they actually measure the Earth curved, even though they give you a flat Cartesian grid as they measured it?
I think you're asking me questions that you should probably ask them. That's what it sounds like to me.
So maybe you shouldn't be speaking for the cartographers, right?
I'm not. You're the one who brought up cartography in the first place.
Yeah, right. Because they're measuring the Earth flat, right?
Well, what does that have to do with the Earth actually being flat?
Because that's how it's measured.
So if I hold a gun straight and I pull the trigger, that means the bullet's traveling straight, right?
Nope, that's not what I said. Wait, great way to just kind of like skate around it and create a false equivalence. Raiden, you're being disingenuous. Carter said the flat earthers are disingenuous. Now you've committed a fallacy.
Well, I'm not trying to be. I'm just having a back and forth with you.
Okay. Well, maybe you should bow out because every time that you speak in here, you find a weaselly way to create false equivalences and also kind of put words in other people's mouths, like the cartographers that are measuring elevation angles to stars, using the Earth, measuring it flat.
Do you know of any cartographers who say the Earth is flat? I'm just asking.
Once again, you've tried this. This is the third time you've tried to say, "Do I know anybody, a cartographer that would say, right? That would say that it's flat? What does it matter what they say when they measure it flat? What would it matter, Carter? I'm going to ask you a third time.
You don't think that would make a difference? Would it make a difference to you if they said it was flat?
No, it wouldn't make a difference at all. Just like that bullet that arcs, right? That lofts up to hit the target, in reality is arced. And in reality, the Earth is measured flat. It's the same thing. If you say the bullet's traveling flat, it doesn't matter because in reality it's not. If you say the Earth is curved, even though in reality you measure it flat, it's flat. You agree.
I'm thinking there's a difference between measuring it flat and it actually being flat. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I don't know. I'm thinking
can you
there's a
show me
difference.
the measured curvature that we have? Just show me that.
Well, I don't have it on hand.
Oh, you don't have it on hand. Oh, shit. So everybody that uses the Earth practically measures the Earth flat and observes it flat, they must all be mistaken because you're appealing to nobody and no measurement of curvature, right?
I'm not saying anyone's mistaken.
Okay. So then until you produce this curvature, maybe don't refer to the Earth as a planet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, how should we refer to the Earth then?
I just told you earlier. Is your mind fucked? Is your brain totally fucked? It's the Earth.
No, I heard that. I mean, as far as like a shape, maybe.
Why would we refer to it as a shape? What shape is the Earth?
Simply call it Earth.
Why not?
Okay. Whatever works for you. How does that sound?
That's not about what works for me. I'm asking you. You don't have any Earth curve measurements. You think you should be calling it a planet? Or is that what you want it to be?
No, it has nothing to do with what I want.
Okay, so then no Earth curve. We'll just call it Earth, since no shape can be ascribed, since no curvature can be found.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that remains to be seen, I guess.
Yep, the curvature remains to be seen. Maybe one day, right?
So I'm going to ask you a straight up question. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't
The
believe it. I
entire
know
Earth.
it. I haven't experienced
Okay.
any rotation. I haven't experienced any curvature. I haven't experienced anything that would give me the indication that I'm on a spinning water ball in an ever expanding vacuum. And
Okay.
now, I'm willing to have anybody come along and show me empirically that that's the case. And to this day, no one has produced anything of the sort, other than fallacious reasoning.
All right. Well, at least you stand by what you say. So.
Yeah.
Can I
It
ask
doesn't
you a
matter
question?
what I say. It doesn't matter at all
Says
what
who?
I
Can I
say.
ask you a
The
question?
Earth is objectively flat.
Can I ask you a question? Says who?
No.
About that? Can I ask you about your flat Earth position? No? Okay.
No.
Way too quiet.
Guess says who left, huh?
All right. What you got for us? Well, slightly under control, I guess.
It's a sphere.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because all the other planets are spheres.
Who told you the Earth's a planet and why?
Oh,
Scientists.
what is the Earth?
Define planet.
What is the Earth then?
I don't know. You said it's a planet. What is that?
What's a planet?
Now, what is a planet?
Oh, I'm asking you. You said planet.
Your claim was planet, and you don't know what it is?
No, I said it's a sphere. So if you're
Someone
saying that it's
said
a planet, then I agree with you.
You said it was a planet, didn't you? I never
I
said
said
that.
it was a sphere.
You said someone said it was a planet. Sure wasn't me.
I mean, you're the only one talking.
Some other dickhead was talking, I guess. So, how do you know it's a sphere?
Because it's a planet.
How do you know it's a planet?
Oh my god.
What is a planet?
Because it's round.
Round?
I just can't.
Yeah.
So does that mean it's not flat?
Yeah.
So do you think all the videos from space
so
are fake?
a vinyl record isn't flat then?
Do you think all the videos from
round.
space are fake?
Yeah, it's a circle. It's
because space itself is fake.
Oh, space is fake. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever been there?
Space is fake.
What's the moon?
Have you ever been there?
No, for the same reason you haven't. It doesn't exist.
So the moon doesn't exist?
Who said that?
What's the moon then?
You.
What's the moon? You just said the moon doesn't
You just
exist.
answered your own question. It's the moon. You know that thing in the sky? It's like the same angular diameter as the sun, but it like comes out at night. You know, the moon.
Do you think the moon's real?
Clearly, I can look at it.
Well, guess what? If you were on the moon, you'd be able to see Earth, and Earth is real.
You done that before?
Earth is also a sphere.
Seeing the Earth from the vantage point of the moon to be able to confirm that?
Have you ever been to McDonald's?
So I'll take that as a no.
No, I'm just answering your question with the question.
So you think all these videos are AI?
What'd you ask me?
You think all the videos of Earth are AI?
AI? I don't know about AI.
What do you think about the videos of Earth?
Yeah, what do you think
videos?
about
What videos? Which ones?
All videos.
Which ones
You
specifically?
could go on YouTube and search up, 24/7.
I got a video of the Earth I can post in the chat. Let's see what you think of it. One sec.
Sure.
Let's see it.
Have you traveled the world? Did you know that Earth is a sphere?
The water was flat everywhere I went. Okay, so I'm posting a video there. There's lots of clips of the Earth there showing that the water on its surface seeks a horizontal level. Therefore, that's obviously not the surface of a curving ball that we're looking at.
So how come when you're in a sky, in a plane, the Earth seems to get round?
Oh, really? Would you be able to show that?
I mean, yeah, you want to buy a Spirit Airlines ticket?
Yeah, I've been in lots of planes and never saw that, so why don't you post what you're talking about? We'll take a look together.
Sure. Because it does get a little round when you get high up in the air.
Oh, really? So I'm going to have to ask you at this point, who's the idiot? You or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Who's going under the bus, you or him?
You, because you think that the Earth is
Well,
flat.
that wasn't actually one of the choices, so it's got to be either you or Neil deGrasse. Which one?
Well, you see here,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
this isn't going to go the way you want it to go. You're not going to give me any options.
Why is there only one person talking? The other people are just texting in the chat. Why don't they just?
Well, they're just here.
Well, the PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He says that
No, I don't.
128,000 feet. That stuff is flat. Now, do you know how high an airplane flies?
Around 20, 30, 40,000
I didn't
feet.
even say anything.
So why is it then that 128,000 feet? That's not high enough to see curve, but according to you, 20,000 is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a complete moron. Well, at least we've established that.
I'm a moron, but not complete moron.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait on the complete part for a little while. That stands to be seen, but he is at least a moron.
Well, I mean,
So I have a question.
have you seen
Why do
photographic
you,
evidence from space?
How can you confirm that that's what
Where
it is?
the horizon, gravity pulls matter towards the center
Yeah,
of
it's a claim.
mass.
That's a claim. Can you demonstrate that?
I can't demonstrate that over a
Wait, I have a question.
virtual call, but no. You know, have you ever heard of circumnavigation?
Oh yeah, like navigating in a circle. Yeah, I have.
Mm-hmm. You know, people have circumnavigated the globe in planes, ships, foot, and that would be impossible on a flat Earth without reaching, eventually reaching an edge. Because this isn't Minecraft. I don't know if you know.
Why would I reach an edge if I went in a circle? I'd just loop back to where I came.
Exactly. So you just proved to me that the fucking Earth is a
Oh my
circle.
god.
I proved that it's a circle. Okay, let's take that logic.
You just said it was a circle. You just
Calm down, boys. Let me take that logic that you just used.
No, you just proved to me that the Earth is a circle, because if you were to walk from one side of the Earth to the other, you wouldn't.
Yeah, we heard it. We heard it. We heard your cope the first time. So according to the logic that you just used, now I'm gonna walk around in a circle around my house. I circumnavigated it. I went in a circle. Does that prove that the yard itself is a circle?
Well, because the Earth is.
No. Okay. No. So you're a complete moron.
Wow.
Yet again.
Why are we using perms?
There was also something else too.
Crazy.
You say that I just proved that the Earth was a circle, so a circle isn't a sphere. So I guess you debunked your initial claim of it being a circle, according to you. Sorry,
so what
sphere.
we're not going to do is mute me, because then there is no argument.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so you debunked your initial claim of it being a sphere.
Using perms. Crazy.
Yeah, just abusing perms.
Well, I'm just taking control of the children in the room. Someone's got to be the adult.
Well, you didn't start doing that until you proved that the Earth was a circle. But again,
Okay.
circumnavigation.
Stop right there. I proved it's a circle, so it's not a sphere then.
He meant sphere. You know what he meant.
Okay, well,
He doesn't know the difference between circle and sphere. So he's a complete moron. 3 times confirmed now. Should we keep going with him?
Yeah. So I'm going to correct myself. I apologize. Yeah, it's.
Nah, I'll just correct you. So you meant sphere. But here's the thing, though, bro. I went in. So, okay. All right, I'll update according to your new logic or your correction. So I just went in a circle around my house, so I circumnavigated the house. Does that prove that the yard is a ball? Go ahead.
Well, do you think that the yard is a ball?
No.
Okay, then.
So I guess not, eh? So I guess traveling in a circle doesn't prove shit, does it?
Well, because it's square feet.
Well, if you go in a straight line,
think about the square footage of your house compared to, from state to state.
All right, I'm going to talk to the other guy for a second. So is a straight line a circle?
No.
No. Okay, so if I went in a straight line, then I'm not going to be circumnavigating, am I?
I didn't say that. That wasn't me.
Well, you can stop talking then. Let's go back to the other guy.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah. So, can you answer this? What is circumnavigation?
I think I've answered about 16 times already. A little bit slow in the uptake, are we?
Well, you're not answering my question. So, are we just going to continue with
navigating in a? Yeah, so that'd be navigating in a circle.
He's got perms, so he can cut you off. Watch out.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
Off because nothing you're saying is relevant. So yeah, that'd be traveling in a circle.
Well, we're all entitled to our own opinions, no matter how wrong we are. But
yeah, so how is that wrong?
Continue.
So how is that wrong?
You just answered. What is circumnavigation?
Yeah, so that's what it is.
What is this? A fucking Family Feud or what is this?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just traveling in a circle. I'm not sure what
you don't answer a question with a question.
I told you what it is directly.
Right.
Right.
So you understand that even if you were to walk around your yard, that your yard isn't a ball because it's a flat surface, right?
There you go. You got it.
Compared to our human bodies, the size of our human bodies compared to the Earth, correct?
Right. So that means that navigating in a circle around something doesn't prove that you did that on a ball, right?
Sorry?
It means that traveling in a circle doesn't mean that you traversed a ball. Yeah.
Well, because you're going in a circle, not in the shape of a sphere.
Yeah, exactly. You said it yourself. You went in a circle. So it doesn't necessarily tell you anything about the shape that you did it on. You just went around in a
Well,
circle.
see, if you were like, I don't know, 10 billion times the size you are now as a regular human, you could probably travel the Earth in a circle. Because then you'd be big enough to then go around the Earth.
So what are you saying that
and
you have to
travel
be
in a sphere around the ball? Your mic is cutting out.
So I got to be 10 billion times the size I am now to travel the Earth in a circle?
Well, not specifically 10 billion times the size, but some type of, math there. I'm not really sure what the exact math is, but...
Well, I got to be bigger to travel
if you
the
were,
Earth.
I don't know, maybe half the size of Earth, and maybe you were
Okay.
to walk around, you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
my...
you're setting up some parameters here for your globe proofsy that I don't think can possibly be met. So we might just want to throw this one in the bin and try the next one.
Well, I mean, it's just an example. We're just very small humans, so even if you were to walk around your yard in a circle, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a circle because it's, you're just not that big.
The word that you're looking for again is sphere, so they're different things.
Well, I keep on saying circle and sphere. It's pretty late at night. Yeah. I apologize, but know what I meant. I know. Yeah, sphere.
Yeah. You're just a dumbass. I got it. So,
okay, I don't know why we're moving on to the insults. I haven't insulted you.
Yeah, but so what? Who cares? Do what I want. So.
All right, retard.
Have we figured out yet? Yeah. Have we figured out yet that traveling in a circle doesn't tell you what shape you're on?
It's a sphere, actually.
Traveling in a sphere now.
Right.
We traveled in a sphere. That's not what circumnavigating means.
How does one travel in a sphere? Just
Would you like to? How about this? How about this? You provide a citation that shows that travel or circumnavigating means traveling in a sphere. Never heard that before.
I mean, if you're like half the size of space, like I said, or it's not space. Well, if you were half the size of Earth, you'd be able to walk in a quote-unquote circle.
Yeah, that's a premise you're not going to be able to validate whatsoever. You're setting up parameters for your proof that aren't going to work.
I mean, you haven't said anything that proves that Earth is flat.
Well, I wasn't tasked with it. I didn't make a claim. You came in making the claims, and we're still trying to get any evidence for those.
I mean, you don't have a counterclaim?
I don't need to make a counterclaim. I just need to show you why yours is dumb.
Well, that doesn't... It's not really a good argument here. This isn't really a fun debate.
No, you're not making very good arguments. You're right. They're really easy to knock down. Want to try something else?
Well, that's because all you have to say is no, and you don't really have a counter argument. You're just being an ignorant idiot.
I didn't have to say just no. I pointed out why what you said was stupid. You said traveling in a circle.
Well, you can't you can't prove why it's stupid.
I already did. You can listen to the replay if you want. It's recorded.
I mean, you're saying walking in a circle.
Yeah, that was what you brought up, circumnavigating. So I'd be going in a circle, and you said that it proved the shape of the thing that you're on, and then I gave you an example where you had to realize, oh yeah, clearly traveling in a circle doesn't prove the shape to be spherical. So now you're just saying dumb shit.
But in circumnavigation, you're not walking in a circle. You're walking in a straight line.
No, you're not.
That's the definition of circumnavigation.
In circumnavigation,
how do you actually debunk
cite that. Yes, cite that definition then, because I'm not sure you're going to come back to where you started if you just went in a straight line. You just go off forever for as far as you can.
Well, I mean, just think of
some sort of limitation. So why don't you just grab that definition for me that says that circumnavigating means traveling in a straight line? That doesn't make no sense because if you circumnavigate, you're going to end up back where you began, right?
So I'm just going to explain it to you, like on a basketball. You know how there's lines on a basketball?
Okay, yeah. So if you travel the basketball, right? If you follow the curve of the basketball and loop back to where you began, is that a circle or a straight line?
It's a straight line as you're going.
Okay, you're a complete moron. Well, you can sit down.
No, it's a straight line.
Really? So if I'm gonna tie a string around. Okay. Yeah. No.
Okay, go ahead and repeat what you just said about the basketball.
So I'm gonna tie a string around a basketball. Let's say, and I'm gonna keep
a string
that
is flexible.
String. Yeah. Okay. So.
Right.
All right. So we'll use some sort of molding or wax or something like that to keep so that it holds its shape when we remove the basketball. What shape is that going to be? A straight line, or is it going to be a circle?
Well, that's the curve.
So it's going to be a circle curve, so not straight line, right?
I mean, you've made a straight line into a curve.
Right. So you guys have described traveling in a circle. When you said that you followed the curve of the basketball and then ran back into where you began, you clearly described a circle, not a straight line. Everybody on the same page now?
Well, I mean, when you take traveling into consideration, then yeah, you're
you made a
walking
circle.
in a
You went
straight
in a
line
circle.
around the
What's going on
circle.
here? Heretic
Yeah.
is the mod and is like muting people that he disagrees with.
I definitely mute people who just concern troll and talk about getting muted, so that was your last chance. Better luck next time.
So,
yeah, so everybody
continue.
understands the difference between a circle and a straight line now, right? Hopefully.
Yeah,
Like
a circle is a shape, and a straight line isn't.
Yeah, exactly. So if I follow the curve of a
So now what?
basketball and come right back around to where I began, clearly I went in a circle, because that would be the
No, you
circumference.
went in a straight line.
Oh, really? So a circumference is a straight line? Because that's what I just traveled in.
I'm sorry?
You're telling me that a circumference then is a straight line?
Because you can travel in a straight line, and you can also
Okay,
travel in a
listen,
circle.
dummy, focus. So is a circumference a straight line?
Yes, it could be.
Okay, you're gonna have to grab a citation for that one.
I mean, you're making a straight line into a circle.
No, I don't think a circumference can ever be a straight line. Could you provide a citation?
Exactly what you just said. String around the basketball turns, straight line into a circle.
Did you say turns? So therefore, it's not a straight line.
Yeah, it's no longer a straight
Right,
line.
because he is making the straight line into a circle.
A straight line with anything to do with anything spherical or round or circular would be probably a tangent, I think is the word you're after, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to confuse him with words like that. So you took
Okay,
a straight line, you bent it, turned it into a circle, so now it's not a straight line because a circle wouldn't be a straight line because a straight line is one with no curve and a circle is all curve. I mean, this is you might just want to hit like a kindergarten class or something before you try this form again, maybe. I don't think any toddler has any trouble with these concepts. Maybe you guys just need to brush up a bit. Maybe it's just been a while. I don't know. We'll see if the concern troll mellowed out yet. You okay, buddy?
No, I was just waiting for you to finish.
No, it's unfair. Muting a person and talking shit about him is complete cowardice.
Okay, well, he hasn't gotten over it
Yeah,
yet.
that
so
is
we'll
pretty
just-
pussy.
Yeah, we'll just set the Karen aside again. Waste of our time. Yeah, I'm so afraid of this whining, crying little bitch. Man, I'm trembling.
Is that what you did with this whole entire server? Are you just entertained with me and, you keep me unmuted?
Yeah, I mean, well, you're at least kind of trying to engage in the topic. That other guy's just whining. It's just annoying.
Okay, so like I was saying, you're turning a straight line of string, right, into a circle
We have to do this again, bro.
while wrapping around it a sphere. Yes.
We have to do this again. We've done this like 4 times.
Right. Explain to me why that's wrong.
It's not wrong. It's circle now. It's a circle. It's bent.
Exactly. Now it's a circle.
Not a straight line anymore. Right.
Exactly.
Right. So if you're traveling the circumference of a ball, then you went in a circle. Period.
I mean, you're correct in some
Of course
ways,
I
yeah.
No, I'm just completely
But at
correct.
the same time, you're wrong. No. Because it's
okay.
wrapped around a sphere.
Right. So then it would be a circle. That's the circumference that you're describing, and that's a circle.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's say you were to grab your index finger and your middle finger and make a little person walking around the basketball.
Oh my God. At this point, I think this is really only beneficial for you. Let's see if Dynamic has anything new to add.
Okay.
I mean, everybody else has gotten the point. Like, I mean,
Dynamic.
before it was even brought up. So, Dynamic.
No, I'm just here to listen to you.
Yeah, it's getting circular. Let's not repeat it again.
Circular.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, anyway, all
You want
those
to try and
gold.
battle this guy's ignorance or not?
Yeah. I mean, all these gold proofs he brought were pretty weak. Do you have anything else? I'm still looking. I'm ready for it. Anytime you want.
I'm just curious about the videos. What do you think about the videos?
Yeah, I
you think
just
they're all
posted-
AI or what? No, I'm talking about the Red Bull. The Red Bull where the guy jumps out of the.
Oh yeah, glad you brought it up.
What is it? The space station, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
when
he
you think about the space station.
He jumps out of a balloon. It's 128,000 feet. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about when he said that stuff is flat. He was talking about exactly that. He said at that altitude, it's still going to look like a flat horizon. He said that in outside of the thing, they had a GoPro. It's a wide-angle lens, and it curves straight lines, so it made the horizon look curved. But he said that inside the balloon, they had a rectilinear lens camera, and you can see that the horizon was perfect, flat, straight across from that view.
So why do they want to?
Well, maybe because it wasn't a wide angle.
Why do they want to make people believe
it's
it's flat?
not bending a straight line. And he said from that altitude, you are 2 millimeters above a classroom beach ball. It's just not high enough to see any curve. That stuff is flat.
You were saying dynamic?
Yeah. So that's why I was wondering who the idiot was, you or him, because you said you can see it at 20,000 feet, and he's going, no chance at even 128. Or I guess you said, you said 20,000 feet.
I mean, have you been 128,000 feet into the air?
No, I haven't. I'm just asking.
So then why are you going off of what other people are saying?
Well, because I want to know if I should go off you or Neil deGrasse.
I mean, you don't have any based opinions?
Have you been 120,000 feet in the air, Brian?
Well, I'm not saying I am.
Footage is obviously
that's a pretty dumbass question. I never claimed that I was. I was just asking him if he was 128,000 feet up in the air.
Well, you've had a
you ever saw was curve on the video footage? All you ever saw was curve, and you went and you started drilling, going, "Oh, globe Earth!" Oh, you never even bothered to look at the land that's depicted on that fucking supposed globe. It's fucking mostly New Mexico. Think that New Mexico takes up like a third of the Earth? Fucking idiots.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
What you just said.
But really, the whole thing I needed to know was which one of you is going under the bus. You or Neil. I just need to know who to trust. Who's the expert scientist, science communicator
So
guy?
I'm looking at my phone wallpaper right now.
Yeah. What? The composite? The 2012 composite? Is that the 2012 Blue Marble composite?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. If that's
that's a composite image. That's just art, dude.
Yeah, it looks nice. So why do they choose this instead of a flat Earth?
I don't know.
They think it's a fucking ball, idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a religious symbol.
Why do more people on Earth believe that the Earth is round than people believe that the Earth is flat?
Because it's taught everywhere. It's in every textbook. It comes out of the mouth of every teacher. It's in the universities. It's in college because it's a big money-making thing.
It's the mainstream religion, basically.
Mm-hmm. So why couldn't they just flip that around and say, the Earth is flat?
I guess they could, and all you dummies would go around saying that instead. See how that works?
So in this case, since in textbooks that, the Earth is round and people are getting paid to say that the Earth is round, are you considered the dummy?
No, because I thought critically about it.
Well, I also thought critically about it, and I don't think I'm a dummy. I think you are.
Okay, well, I guess you think I'm a dummy, but do you have any actual critical thought to back that claim of critical thought?
24/7 from a space
that didn't make any sense.
Live.